visual style, the art appeals to me. I would
It
love
doesn't
to.
appeal to you.
When I saw this, I was like, well, what appeals? What is supposed to appeal to me?
But you see, I don't think it's even the artistic. Like, I think the art is cool. My main concern is from a gameplay perspective. I don't know if it even does platforming well. I don't think the combat looks great either. So I'm already having concerns with those two elements. The art part is actually the most interesting part about the game. About the game,
Yeah.
everything else just seems a bit like, from a platforming perspective, who are you trying to emulate? Like, who are you trying to be here? Like, who am I supposed to look at and compare this to? Because from what I've seen, this doesn't look great. And I remember looking at there's a part where she jumps
Yeah.
and she runs across the wall. And all I can think is, yeah, but you run across, like, it doesn't, the animations don't look smooth. They don't look particularly like new or interesting. And even the way her hand is placed, it looks like it's the same animation. And when she jumps really quite high, right? So let's say she's on the like closer to the top platform, then her hand is kind of popping over the railing as if like she's holding on to it, but she's not holding on to it. So there's just issues here that I'm thinking from a quality perspective. I don't know if the gameplay, I don't know if the the platforming is that good, but it could be. But I do. Those are my concerns with it. I don't think it's anything special, and I'm gonna be quite disappointed because I was really looking forward to Compulsion's game, so I'm hoping to see nines and eights, but I think I'm going to see like sevens, and it's probably going to be around the seven Metacritic, I believe.
I think that, I mean, again, the appeal is subjective. For me personally, looking at South of Midnight, I think that the appeal lies in the art design and the story and the narrative for me personally. I mean, I think watching the gameplay that I've seen, like the combat, I think that that is going to be the weakest part of the game, which, I mean, look, some people, that's a deal breaker for them. And I get it. I mean, I get it. It's all subjective. But I mean, I think that the gameplay looks, what's the word I'm looking for? I would say simple. You know, it doesn't seem like it's going to be something where it's like it's going to play fine. Like that's probably not the appeal of the game, I would assume. I mean, I know that a lot of the stop motion stuff really bothers people. I mean, that's just the artistic vision that they have. I mean, but I don't know. I'm excited for it. Everything I've watched from them. You know, whether it be the sound design and the narrative. They put out like a whole 30-minute like like a little mini documentary behind the scenes making of the game thing. And like I mean, I think they're definitely putting the work in where they want to. I mean, I think that just might be Compulsion's MO, cuz like look, I've played We Happy Few, and like obviously they didn't have any, Microsoft budget back then, but We Happy Few gameplay wise, I hated it. It wasn't very good.
Mm.
But the world that they were building, the narrative that they were trying to tell there, like that was the appeal of We Happy Few. And that just might be what Compulsion makes. They make great narratives and great worlds. Maybe it's not the best gameplay driven experience studio, which again, I mean, like for some people, that's a deal breaker. I mean, Ty, we've talked about it a lot where for me, I love variety. Like I want those games where it's like, where like, yeah, the gameplay is the focus, but I also really want to, get lost in a great world and a great story. I mean, based off length, this game doesn't seem like it's going to be too crazy. It just might be in one of those, more like in and out 20-hour experiences, which I'm
Yeah,
cool with.
I feel like I guess we'll just round off with this that when Xbox made a game like this, Psychonauts, you could see what they were trying to do with that game, and you saw. I mean, the Metacritic speaks for itself. People enjoyed that game from a story perspective, and I think the execution was great. When you see a game like Hi-Fi Rush, you see what they're trying to do with that game. It's not going to sell many copies, but the execution is great. My issue with just this game is that, from the looks of it, I don't know if the execution is going to be great, which then makes me question what have they been doing for maybe the last 4 to 5 years if the execution isn't great. Another game that comes to mind is it's not Helldivers 2, Hellblade 2, and I would actually argue that the execution there was actually really good. just not good
Mhm.
enough for a game that took like 4 to 5 years to make. I don't think you can allocate resources that could be making system sellers and you put it into making these kind of niche like projects. Like Pentiment is a game that probably took a couple of years to make with a smaller team, so I think that makes sense. This one, I'm not too sure, but I do hope it does well, and that's why I said that. For example, that I think it's probably better if this game releases on PlayStation as well,
Well,
just to kind of get those players.
if I could just get my 2 cents in, like again, I'm glad you guys keep bringing up compulsion and bringing up the fact that like, well, yeah, this game, like the original game, which was We Happy Few, was like supposed to be a take on like a Bioshock type of thing.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Dot 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 dot. But my whole point is like Compulsion is a studio to me that they reach but they never like land where they need or where they were trying to reach to. Like going back to their previous game, We Happy Few. We Happy Few was supposed to be like a Bioshock like experience in a London or a British type of like setting, and it just didn't land, unfortunately. And I know why it didn't land because of the fact that the execution was less than what you would have wanted it to. Like, it just it's not something that you would have. It didn't at any point in time when I was trying to play that game or get into that game. At no point in time did it pull me in like the original Bioshock did on the 360. So, like, yeah, they can reach and say, well, we want to do this. And yeah, I just don't think they're going to land because of the fact that they've not landed in the past. And this is a very ambitious project. And how. And my thing, and I've said this to you, Ty, is like, my thing is that Xbox is not selling this to the right audience. This is not, I think, a game at the end of the day that's going to appeal to hardcore audiences because they've not sold it in that way. Um, and I think they should have really thought carefully as to who the market for the game is, because they're not selling the hardcore audience on anything else except like the whole game. Like if you go back to their whole Xbox showcase thing, the whole game, how it's marketed and how it's positioned. This should not be a game trying to appeal to people that like hardcore games, in my opinion. And like I think that's where they got the whole thing wrong. But besides that, they've not executed in the past at any point in time at a game that was trying to be something like. And I think this is trying to be like a God of War type of experience. But like they've never executed on any of the experiences they were aspiring to be. Whereas their previous game was trying to be a Bioshock, and it didn't land at all for me as a Bioshock because Bioshock within the first couple of hours you're like completely engrossed in that experience, and this their game failed to do that. Like, and I think this is gonna be, or this is gonna have the same problem as that
Hmm.
game. I just
So I
don't,
mean,
and over and above. Sorry to interrupt, but over and
no, no,
above,
good.
I just don't think that this experience is a God of War type experience, or like I don't know, like what else, like or even a Ratchet and Clank type experience in terms of like it's not gonna have you going holy shit. This
So
is the best platformer, or this is the best
Go
action
on,
game.
Rome. Interrupt the rant. Go ahead.
no, no. See, listen. We're gonna keep it respectful, Ty. We're not gonna do it like you do it, where you just kind of butt in when people are trying to make points. You know. I mean, first of all, I'm gonna say that Bioshock is one of the greatest games of all time, and I could
Absolutely,
be. There are
yeah,
many good to great games that I would say do not meet rise to that occasion of making it to that level. But
yeah.
I mean, I do agree with you about the gameplay of We Happy Few and whatnot. And but like you see, like you're saying that like South of Midnight, it's not like who is the audience then? In your opinion, who do you think the audience is for South of Midnight then?
I don't know. Like that's the thing. Like for me, like
Because I think
who,
it's
who
absolutely for a
for
more core
who?
audience.
But like okay, but like who's gonna buy? Like okay, aesthetically, when you look at like the marketing for that game, who is it for? Like I'm glad Ty is busy showing us some footage from Metal Gear Solid. Like the first Metal Gear Solid, bro. Like you knew that wow, this is a game for like like when you being like when a marketing campaign is targeting you, you know. And of course, like the problem now is that like what's happened is that like a lot of the campaigns sort of like try and target everyone, which why I think there's such a lackluster appeal to most things that are popular these days is because um people are just like, well, where am I in that thing? Because everything is
Mhm.
trying to target everyone. But like, if I go back to Metal Gear Solid One, for instance, like the marketing campaign for the game, when I saw that just the first sort of like trailer or the first sort of like, I was like, that is a game I need to play like in yesterday. And I don't know how long we had to wait because, of course, at the time we couldn't afford the games. But like, it could we could rent it, but we had to wait for months before we could actually rent the game.
Mhm.
And we were waiting in anticipation because of the fact that like that game, when we saw the trailers, when we read the magazine articles, that game was made for us. You could tell that like, well, geez, this is
But
same.
the
I'll
argument
say
here
the
would
same thing
be, but the
with
argument here would be that
Bioshock,
Midnight Club, South of Midnight, the
Midnight Club.
budget wouldn't be that big, right? So it doesn't really
No.
have to appeal to the main to the main hardcore audience. But when it comes to the idea of like who is this for, well, number one, it should be for people who like platforming games, right? So if you like
Yeah.
platforming games, you don't really
And narrative.
care.
And narrative.
Yeah,
Who
and
likes
narrative.
okay, and who's that? Like, and that's my problem.
Anyone who likes
That's my
platforming
problem is
games
that
and who likes the narrative.
oh,
Like,
okay,
Oh
so
yeah, hold on. Actually,
Nintendo
Ty,
people that
hold on.
play
I want to go.
Nintendo games, right?
no, go
Okay.
ahead.
So here's my thing, right? And speaking to like who does this appeal for? And Ty and I go back and forth about this with Xbox and their first party output. The thing that you got to understand is that who does this game appeal to? It appeals to people in the Xbox ecosystem. It appeals to
Who?
me. Me, it appeals to me. Look, here's the thing. I'm a Game
But
Pass
like,
subscriber. No,
okay,
hold on.
so
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hold on. Hold on. So like, you look at Xbox's first party output. Like
okay,
Xbox's mission objective at this point, not talking about where they put their games, they have all these studios and they say, go
mm-hmm,
make the game you want to make. We still have the juggernauts like Call of Duty and Minecraft that are going to make us all this goddamn money, right? Where the Call of Duty is just
mm-hmm,
going to print money for them forever. And they're going to tell these other studios, these Ninja Theories, hey, go make
yeah.
Hellblade. It may disappoint Ty that it's not a God of War game, but guess what? Ninja Theory wanted to make Hellblade, so they made fucking Hellblade. Like, and you
And
look
who
at the
was
Xbox,
Hellblade for?
it was for people that enjoyed the first game, the people that like narrative games and visually appealing games. Like kind of what Ty said, like
Okay,
you're saying who's it
all
for?
right.
It's for people that like those games. Like me personally, I love narrative games. I love games that some may consider walking simulators. I loved Hellblade. I thought Hellblade was stunning. The only thing I would say about it is that it runs a little short, but most walking simulators do. So it's like, okay. I mean,
Well, I could say that like Kojima is a walking simulator that's hours and hours, tens of hours long.
yeah, it's
Um,
because running through a wasteland doing nothing is
Yeah, but like
fantastic.
my point being is that like even for people that like games that are like essentially just time wasters, there's just far better products out there than say Hellblade 2. Like it's not a game like if I look at like when Death Stranding came out, Death Stranding was a significant tentpole within the gaming culture. It was like something people sort of like acknowledged and responded to whether they liked it or not. But it was significant. Whereas if I go back to Hellblade, Hellblade was over in 3 months. It was like okay, it came and it went. Like my point being is that like the significance if you're making and this is going back to when Microsoft what you're saying about Microsoft and when they make games is like their games just come and go and nobody gives a fuck, bro. Like nobody cares because they don't really make a significant mark on the gaming.
I mean, my
Yeah,
take on it is that I want the developers to make the games that they want to make. I mean, me personally, so again, like I mean, if you look at Xbox's output over the last,
Yeah.
let's say, 6 months, and I'm going to stretch it and do 6.5 months because from October to May, you had Call of Duty, and then you had which obviously again Juggernaut. It's going to make that
Yeah.
money. It's
Fair
going to do
enough.
that.
Yes.
And then you put out Indiana Jones, and it's like, okay, well, who's that game for? Well, it's for people that like Indiana Jones, who like those
And
action
it
adventure
didn't do
first
any
party games.
traction really, though.
I mean,
In terms of sales.
I'm going to speak for myself. I fucking loved it. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff.
But that's the thing, Rome. Like, you can speak for yourself, and like, I like games that are not popular, but I can easily say that game is still not gonna resonate with the culture.
Don't
And
get
I'm
me
saying,
wrong.
if
Sorry,
sorry,
go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, what I'm saying is that like I like a lot of games that don't resonate with the culture. Like, I'll give you a recent example. A lot of people hated this movie called Electric State.
Mhm.
That was on Netflix. I think it came out like 2 weeks ago. I did not hate it. Like, I didn't think it was amazing, but it was okay. And I watched it twice, and I was like, okay, no, I don't see why everybody really hates on this movie. It's not a horrible movie. It's
Sure.
passable. And my problem with Microsoft is that their offering is mostly just passable. Like, the only thing that Microsoft has done that has actually sort of resonated within the gaming consciousness was Starfield. Indiana
Mhm.
Jones was, in terms of production, a better made game, but it did not resonate as I would say Starfield did. And of course, it will probably do better on PlayStation. Absolutely, no
Yeah,
problem with that.
it's the best selling on the pre-orders right now, if I recall.
100% with Forza, another game of theirs. But
Yeah.
like, my point is, like, the game that was meant, like those games were meant to have like an effect on the culture, don't. And games like South of Midnight are gonna just come and go, and they're not really gonna have an impact on the culture because they're not. I don't know. Like, to me, as a gamer, what is it that is being sold to me in that game? And again, if I was in a position where I had a black protagonist, a black female
Mhm.
protagonist, and I had a southern story to tell, I would make sure 120% that it's a memorable story. To me, this is not anything memorable about this story. There's nothing inspiring about this story that will
Well, we haven't
bring
played the story yet, so how do we know?
no, but like, the thing is, Rome, is that that's where the marketing comes in. Is you need to draw me in. I need to be interested. This is where, like, for instance, the this is the Guardians of the Galaxy versus Spider Man example. Spider Man, you've known Spider Man your whole life. Everybody knows
Mhm.
what Spider Man is. Nobody
Sure.
knows what Guardians of the Galaxy is. But that movie did well because of the fact that James Gunn was able to sell us a rogue team within the Marvel universe that we did not know about,
Mhm.
that we would come to love. But he was able to sell us that idea, and we bought in. Like, everybody knows who Star Lord is now. Like, everybody, like Star Lord is one of their favorite heroes. But he had to sell us that hard idea, and it was not as easy as like trying to sell a Spider-Man that's established. My point being is that if you're in a position where you can sell a unique IP that's not exposed to the public, use that opportunity, sell it to the people that you're making the game for. And the problem with them, if I look at like everything that they've done marketing wise, is that the people that they're trying to sell that game to are not gonna ever see that game. They've never tried to sell that game to hardcore gamers to say, we're trying to sell you a black protagonist from the south as a majority white male audience.
There we go. That's what we're
And
not just was talking about who's
that's
it
exactly,
for.
yes.
We're
And
talking about it from an aesthetic point of view. The I think
exactly.
where the disagreement that I would say here is that games like Bridge of Kena, for example, right? That can sell that's sold copies. Other games with like black protagonists can also sell copies. I don't think the issue
Yes.
is necessarily the person or the aesthetic or the color, because if you look at a game like any game, even like I said, the Deathloop, for example, right? That was seen as one of Arcane's successes, and that's actually led to them making a new IP. Sorry, not a new IP, but the Blade game.
And
So
it has
it's
black protagonists, correct?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like Arcane. It has two, a male and a
Aha.
female.
Yes.
So like it's not
Exactly.
impossible. I think
Yes.
the I don't think the aesthetics here is going to be even like a story. I don't think it's even as relevant. I think it's actually
But
different. I
how
think
was
that
the
might
game? Like, go back to the game that you just mentioned and why it worked so well.
Deadloop too.
Deadloop 2. Like,
Sorry,
Deadloop
Deathloop. Yeah,
sorry, no, Deadloop.
I was
Like,
gonna say
yeah,
it's just one, right? Yeah, it's just the
yeah.
yeah,
first.
it's the
Yeah.
first one. And it worked. And it's not, I don't think it's a popular game in the sense that, like, I don't think it's a game that, like, it reviewed very well, but, and a lot of people enjoyed it, and I enjoyed playing it. But it spoke to an era that everybody it like it had that 70s aesthetic that everybody could relate to. And when you have a black protagonist,
I think
like,
you're,
Wait,
you're
well,
grasping at
everyone
straws
can relate
here.
to? Oh yeah, I
yeah.
I
disagree.
think you're
I
grasping at
disagree.
straws here, bro.
I
Okay,
think at
so
the end of the
why do
day,
you think that it was so appealing? Because of the fact
Because
that, like,
because
it
because it
was
was like
recognizable in terms of, like, it wasn't it, like, how can I put it, like, a southern setting is a very unique setting, and especially if you're going to make it a bayou and you're going to make it a very sort of like centered around a very unique American perspective that a lot of people don't have. Whereas everybody understands the setting of it's, how can I put it? Like, every big character that has come out and that has become popular is based on a 70s. This goes from Blade to who's this character that was
Black
recently
Panther.
rediscovered? Like, no, yeah, Black Panther is from the 60s, 70s, that era.
No, but
But,
you see,
like, all
I
those
don't think any of
characters
that even
are
is.
based from around there, and people recognize that
No,
setting,
they
and it's
don't.
something that,
I think all that
who
is.
doesn't?
I
Who
think I would say
doesn't?
you're grasping at straws here because the reason why
Okay,
Deathloop did so
please
well
go
was number
ahead.
one, people like the concept of it, right? Okay, you go ahead, you die over again and again and again. They thought the characters was likable, right? Colt, I believe was his name. He was likable. He was funny. The girl was hunting him down. That's interesting. But also, it's a studio called Arcane, and we if you probably think it's probably going to be more arcane like, so it's going to be more sim. But also, the game was just a good game. And overall,
Okay,
Deathloop has a player
fair
count
enough.
of 5 million players as of 2023. We don't know if it's done better than that. 5 million players is not too bad for an arcane game. Number one, and number two, Deathloop costs
Okay, fair enough.
way more than South of Midnight. So I think if Xbox could even pull a couple of million players, I think that should be a successful compulsion
Okay,
game.
so let me ask you a
I
question.
think
So, why did
Wait,
sorry,
hold on,
just to
Rom,
interrupt.
chime in.
so.
Before Rome chimes in, I just want to say, okay, so what was the equivalent game that Xbox made with Arcane?
So
Redfall.
the
Wait, hold on, Redfall.
Oh, okay, they made Redfall. Okay, please go ahead, Rome.
Yeah, but
so
wait,
I think what you're saying.
would you not say that Redfall was, it had a diverse range of characters. It was in a setting
How
that
was it
was,
marketed?
that was it was a vampire setting, which
Mm-hmm.
everyone can
Mhm.
relate to from the past. Like I would argue
Okay.
Deathloop.
Which it also just to chime in with Redfall, as an American, as a stupid American,
Mm-hmm.
um, they marketed
No,
Redfall as like
Americans,
sorry, man.
Americans aren't stupid. It's just half of them are.
Yeah,
Well, that's fair. That's fair. I don't think I'm
that's fair.
stupid. I think half of them are. You. That's a great observation. You're very on point on that one. But
Regardless which side you are on, as an American, half of them are always the dumber half.
Yeah,
That's what I
but go
like
ahead,
about
Rob.
America.
Finish your
there you
point.
go.
Please go ahead.
But so Redfall, more of a northeast of the country, like more populated area. But anyways, I think what you're like, I get what you're saying. But it's like I think you're saying like, oh well, like what are these games doing to like really impact the zeitgeist, like the culture, the genre, the gamer genre. And the thing is like
Yes.
uh, the thing is like you don't know, like no one knows, like obviously you
Okay.
have these big franchises, but when new IPs come out, like Deathloop, you want to talk about Deathloop or you want to talk about Starfield,
Yes.
like nobody knew if these, like the game comes out and then it just has that effect. Like that's why I
Okay.
like to see a publisher or developer or whatever. I like what Xbox does because I feel like they're making games at every level in terms of, they have some
Okay.
smaller experiences, they have some bigger experiences. Like I played Starfield for 3 months straight, fucking loved it.
Okay.
And then you go to like this where it's like, hey, look, like I enjoy narrative games. I enjoy more of the I do enjoy like a linear adventure platforming kind of game. So like South of Midnight looks like something that's for me. Demographically, does it affect me? No, but I also I don't usually buy into like the whole demographic thing. I mean, it's just like, hey, listen, like, yeah, I'm a white dude, but like that doesn't mean I can't be told a good story, like, about a different culture. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay.
Yeah,
I,
because
lo- I love the
like that
fact
it
that
game,
you
wouldn't
brought
jump
up.
on
culturally
Rome's
speaking,
point.
that game doesn't speak to me at all. Right? Like, I'm a
Okay.
white dude from Philadelphia, from the northeast part of the country, never
Mhm.
been more south than fucking. Trying to think what the most, I don't even know, but not that south. So it's like there's no relation there for me at all. I feel no sense of like relation or belonging to the game at all. But it looks like a interesting game in the sense that it's like
Okay.
I think it's aesthetically appealing. I think the stop motion thing is kind of cool, like especially if it's by design. If they're
Yeah.
aiming for 60 frames and then it gets all choppy, that's a different story. But when
Yeah.
I see like, oh well, they're aiming for this, and like I watched the documentary of them like really going out and like they went out to the bayou and like they were like, okay, well our sound design, we're gonna take sounds from the real life Louisiana bayou or whatever bayou they went to,
Yeah.
and like we're going to put that into our game. Like that's where I'm seeing the effort. That's what I want to see. Like I want to go get lost in a world even if it's only for 10 hours. So I like
Okay.
again, like I think that like when a game comes out, you don't know a game's going to be huge until it comes out necessarily. Like if you're going to argue that Xbox does a bad job marketing, you're not going to get an argument from me. I think one of Xbox's biggest shortcomings that they've had, I mean, apart from like Don Matrick nuking the brand almost, 13 years ago or whatever, however long it's been, like they do not do a very good job with marketing. And like you're not going to get any arguments from me there in a sense of the scope of their marketing. But when you say like, oh
Okay.
well, if they're not marketing to the core gamer, it's like, well, like what does that even mean? Like where are
I
you
can tell you
marketing?
what it means.
Okay, tell me what I mean.
So okay. So Taya wanted to say something because this is gonna be. I'm gonna really focus in on this point, but
Um,
I want Taya to say what he wants to say first.
the a game like Fable is based on British humor, and
Mm-hmm.
Ushers, you being a black guy from South Africa,
Yeah.
that really shouldn't appeal to you. It has a British white
Well.
female, and it has
Fair point.
British humor.
Well.
And
Great
you're
point.
not a you're not a white guy from Britain, but here you
No,
are looking forward
I'm
to the
not.
game. A
Hey,
game
white
like
guy.
Prince of Persia is about a prince who's Persian.
Yes.
You're not a Persian, but there you go. You can't even run against walls, right? You
Right,
don't
he's
fight
cooking
people
them.
with
Well.
He's
swords,
No,
cooking them.
I
but look at
cannot.
you running against walls. You ain't a fat Italian plumber either, but there you go. Jumping on mushrooms, bruh. This is the things you do. And you ain't a
I'm
basketball
waiting for
player,
you
you're
to
a
get to
football
the
player. You ain't
Nigerian
none of these things.
protagonist.
So, but listen, you're doing all these things. And the most recent game, probably like one of
Yes.
the best selling games of 2025 so far, is Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is based
Mm-hmm.
on Czech culture, which is a group of white people in, not Middle Eastern, but Middle Age gear. From that
Yes.
time period, you're a black dude, but here you are, probably looking at
Hopefully,
that
he doesn't
And
game.
I'm
like
enjoying
Assassin's
that
Creed
game,
Shadows,
and
which fueled Japan.
even though
Assassin's
I'm
Creed
not
Shadow.
about that.
I ain't Japanese, that's in the game, but I am Mozambique. I'm
Okay,
playing as I'm
fair
spending
enough. Fair
away.
enough.
So I think I refute your point.
Okay,
I think I
but
get
like
what.
you're refuting, and the problem is that you're refuting my point from a cultural perspective, from not a gamer perspective.
Okay,
And
well,
I
what do you
asked
mean?
you,
Everything I
like,
just said everything I just said are
no,
games.
everything that you said is very cultural. You just mentioned the fact that like these protagonists or these characters come from very different cultures that you come from,
Hmm.
but you still play these games, but you didn't motivate for
No,
me
but you're the
from a
one who brought
gameplay.
culture into it because
No,
you
no, I
said
didn't bring
no,
culture
but
in it.
you
I
said
said as
who
a
is this
gamer.
marketed for? And me
Yes,
and
I said
Rome
as a
actually.
gamer
Yeah, but me
who
and
this
Rome
market
said
is
it's
for.
for story and platforming. So those are the
Yeah,
two
and
parts
that was
we're
the answer.
talking
That's
Okay,
about.
the
okay,
answer.
fair enough. But like, I just want to make it very clear that the points that you just made were very cultural and they were very significant
Because the whole
culturally.
conversation has been about
Yeah,
No,
you literally were bringing
but
up the
color
fact
and
that it's a
listen,
culture.
black
whoa,
protagonist
whoa,
from the
whoa, whoa,
South.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Like again, when we talk about cultural, right?
Hmm.
You talking about cultural from a cultural zeitgeist perspective, and what I mean by that is from what we observe day and like yeah, like you said like for instance, black African,
Hmm.
Irish African,
Hmm.
uh, uh, African American or Black American, whatever the situation is. those are cultural. You're mentioning cultural things, and my point, and it's always been my point, and I feel that in your example you didn't address my point. I said from a gamer perspective, what
Hmm.
is that game said to me that appeals to me as a gamer? And as a gamer, like there's nothing about
Narrative.
that game. And again, I'm not talking about like the race part which you touched on, which was the cultural part that you touched on. And I'm saying, well, I hear what you're saying. You're saying, well, people, I play a lot of games where I'm not African or I'm not from an African culture, but I enjoy, even though they are from very directly, you know,
But wait, sorry,
opposite
sorry,
But
hold on,
cultures.
hold on,
again,
hold on, hold on, hold
the
on. To be
the
very
point
clear,
still is that
you
you're
brought up
saying
you brought in the
it's narrative.
aesthetics, and when you brought in the aesthetics, you're focusing on how the game looks, and you're focusing
Yes,
on the fact that the
absolutely how
character
the
is
game
black.
looks.
So when I bring in Prince of
No.
Persia, who's
Uh, uh,
brown,
uh,
like I don't
uh,
understand how that's
uh,
different.
uh, uh, uh. You go and you say, well, because she's black. I'm like, no, it's got nothing to do with the fact that
What
she's
is
black.
the aesthetic is an issue.
No,
The
like,
South,
okay, so okay,
Southern
let's go
American
to that
culture.
tie. Let's go to that tie. She's black. Okay, she's
No, no, wait,
black.
wait. Sorry. Hold on. Like this conversation is going too long. State exactly in very clear bullet points what the
Yes.
problem is.
Who said there was a problem? I just said it didn't appeal
What?
to.
Okay,
What
state
do you mean?
exactly why you think this game won't sell or have players.
Okay, so going back to my point. My point was this: that this game does not appeal to the average gamer. I said to you, and I've said this 100 times over and over again, that like this game is not a game that Microsoft went out of their way to say, well, we're trying to sell this to the guy that wants to play uh, mm, Gears of War 3, or the guy that wants to play Uncharted 3 or Uncharted 4, whatever the situation is.
Yeah, but you
That
see,
was that
but
that
Wait,
was
just
my
to
point.
wait,
All
just to cut
right.
across
wait,
your real
wait, wait,
off
wait,
there.
wait.
When you say Gears of War 3, all those kind of guys, so what about games like Bridge of Kena, right? What about games like Psychonauts? What about games like Hi-Fi Rush? Like this is the market that is kind of encompassing. But you're
Okay,
jumping
hi-fi.
straight to
Like so.
Halo,
So, are you considering
GTA,
Hi-Fi
Gears
Rush
of
as being
War. Like, of
successful
course, it's not
now?
going to be in the same category of
Yeah,
those
they're two
games, right?
different, completely different genres. Like,
Okay,
what
but
do you mean?
yeah, I get that they're different genres, but my point is that you're selling this game. You're not selling it as a game that is going to be for cash. Like, if Nintendo sells a game, they know exactly who they're selling the game to. They know who their market is. They know who their 10 to 15. Like, for instance, like that's the people that we're targeting. They know who their demographic is. The problem I
So
have
wait,
with Microsoft. Okay, please go ahead.
quick clarification question. Quick
Hmm.
clarification question, which we can,
Please go
if
ahead.
that's the case, then we could just move on. So
Hmm.
are you basically saying that you just want to see Xbox just make the same kind of games?
No, I'm
Okay, because
saying
then you're losing. You've completely lost me. I don't understand at all what you're trying to say.
okay, but like, what does that mean? What do you mean, like, make the same kind of games? I mean,
Well,
like,
because like when you like because you just kind of painted Nintendo into like into a
but
corner as
Nintendo
well, where
doesn't
you're
make
just
the
like,
same kind of game.
no, I don't think that they do. But the
Yes,
way your tone and diction implies that you feel otherwise, because you're saying when Nintendo makes
about
a
who,
game,
Nintendo
they're
about
making it
or
for their
Microsoft?
audience. Well, that's what you're saying. Nintendo, when they make a game, and I'm
Yes,
also a big Nintendo fan, so it's like you're
absolutely.
saying. So I understand what you're trying to say,
Yes,
but at the same time, you're saying like, oh, well, when Nintendo makes a game, they're making it directly for their audience. I'm a Nintendo
hundred
diehard, but not every
percent,
Nintendo game speaks to me. Like, so like
hundred percent.
and I would say the same thing about PlayStation as well. So it's like at the like I
Well, PlayStation as a market, they know who their market is, and their
do they
market is
do they
100%, hundred
because they're
percent.
tripling down on live service games at the moment. So
Well,
like,
the point is like, how
do
many
they
of
know
those
they're
live service games are you playing right now? Or are you
well,
playing another
one
version
shut
of
down 3 weeks after it launched, so nobody's
there's only
playing.
one, and that was only one. But like, how many other PlayStation first person, sorry,
You realize
single
that
player
they
games are you
had
still
like
playing?
12 of them in development as of like recently. I know they've
Well,
canceled
what
some
I'm
of them, but
asking you, Roman, is that how many
yeah,
of
yeah.
those games are you actually playing right now
Who, me
versus the
personally?
games? Yeah, well,
Not a single
PlayStation
one.
multiplayer. Exactly. What are you playing right now from PlayStation?
Well, right now I'm actually playing Avowed, so I'm
Oh,
currently
you're
not playing
playing.
anything on my PlayStation.
Okay, but like, what's the last thing you played on your PlayStation?
See, my PlayStation is more of my exclusive box, so it would probably be Horizon was the last
So
thing
it
I played
was
on it.
probably exclusive games from PlayStation themselves, right?
Okay, so wait, are you just
wait,
saying that you
hold
want
on.
Xbox to
So
make
all I'm
exclusive
saying
games
to you
then?
is that you
We
play
focus back
what they
on
offer
the
you, which
we focus
there's
back
an
on the actual
audience for.
talking point, which is like I still don't know. Like if you're saying that the aesthetic and
Yeah, go ahead.
the story isn't
Hmm.
appealing to the core gamer, then
Yes.
sure we
I'm
can say
saying
that.
exactly that. I'm saying exactly that, Ty. And you know I'm saying exactly that. That there's no co-gamer that gives a fuck about South of Midnight. Why? It's got nothing to do with the
I'm a
black
core gamer.
protagonist.
I'm a core gamer, and I give a fuck about Sound of Midnight.
Well,
So you
Rome, you
can't
sound
say
to me
no.
like a
You can't
core
say
gamer that
no.
is, that is more leaned towards like, well, you know what? Even though this game doesn't appeal to my core aesthetics, I'll give it. You want those
Well, no,
people
I have
that
a.
appreciate artistic games,
Well, thank
right?
you very much. I actually really appreciate you
You
saying that.
sound like that, but like whereas most gamers are like, yeah, you know what? I've got like my backlog is like 200 games, bro. Why the fuck should I play this shit?
I mean, again, I just think you can ask the same question about any game,
Hundred
literally. And
percent,
listen,
100%.
it's
Yes,
all it's all subjective, man. Like I
hundred
totally hear what you're saying.
percent.
It doesn't speak to you, and that's fine. But like me personally, I'm never gonna sit here and say that like what speaks to me is what's gonna speak to the
So,
broad to the broad.
but
Be-
I can, and this is the thing. Like I'm an African, and this game has a black female, which I suppose it's supposed
You
to
don't
some
like black
degree.
people, bro. Like there's a
Apparently not.
difference.
Apparently
No,
not.
like, and again, like what you're saying
You
is the like,
don't
which
like
is
them.
weird. Okay,
No, but like
what makes you
I'm sorry.
think
Like,
that?
hold on. Do you think? Hey, just
Like,
on
what
reference,
makes
do you
you
think
think that?
Tales of
Like
Kanz?
that
Do
is
you
such
think
a
Tales of
weird take,
Kanzao?
though, bro. Like, what
Do
do
you
you
think
mean?
Tales
Like,
of
I don't
Kanzao shouldn't
like.
have been made?
I bought Tales of Kanzeria. I pre-ordered and I
But
put it in
why?
my.
Why?
Cause it was a game that was a completely. It's not a matter of like I thought it was a better game. That was a completely political decision. It had nothing to do with I thought the game was amazing. It's just that like I wanted to see more games being made from an African setting with African production or people that were African in production. Like it had nothing to do with me thinking the game was a better or superior game. To your point, I played that game maybe like 3 hours and I was like, yeah, it's
Okay,
alright.
so if you were
It's cool.
if you were an African American,
Hmm.
would you purchase this game because you want to see more games based on African American culture?
Would I have purchased which game?
South of Midnight.
If I was a guy that was into that and that was my disposition, yes. But if I was a guy that just liked video games, I would never bought it. It's not an amazing game. There's nothing about it that's exceptional in the sense that it grabbed me as a gamer to say, well, you know what, I'm gonna get that game because as a gamer, I think it's an awesome game and it stands out of the crowd. No, there's nothing
Okay,
about that game
I
that's
feel like we keep
exceptional.
coming back to it being a cultural thing, and it's just like it doesn't. I don't know. Me personally, like I couldn't care
Well,
less
the
if it's something that's culturally made for me or not. If it's something I
but the
enjoy, it's
thing
gonna be
is,
something I
Roman.
enjoy.
So Rome, the thing is like the problem with you is the fact that like everything is made for you anyway. And what I mean by that is that like everything is made for typically the American male in mind. So
Okay, that's
you
fair.
are in a position where you can say, you know what? I don't want the stuff that's primarily made for me. I'm going to look at like the niche things that are whatever, whatever. But the problem is the typical American male doesn't think like that. They're like, well, you know what? I want the shit that's cool to me. And this is the same thing with comics. This is the same thing with movies or any other genre. Is that everybody sort of wants the shit that reflects what they believe and
I'm just
what their
gonna push back on
disposition
every
is.
single thing you just said there.
Yeah,
I
I'm just
Please
think
kind of
go
the
ahead.
disagreeing.
video.
I'm just
No, no, no,
disagreeing
no,
as
no.
well.
Don't even agree. First of all, don't even agree. The video game industry is so diverse from a gaming perspective right
It's
now.
not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
I
It
is.
don't
is.
think it
There's a
It's
is.
very
reason. There's
diverse.
a reason why
Extremely diverse.
Okay, please
Metaphor.
prove that it's
There's a
diverse.
reason why
You have
Metaphor. There's a reason why Astrobots. There's a
yeah,
reason why all these games from Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, China, and
Asia,
Japan are doing
like
Okay,
extremely
Canada,
well.
North America.
Japanese, China, and all those games have always done well. like
No.
Asia as
I'm
But
well
it
saying
as
there's
doesn't
a
matter.
reason why people from the West are purchasing these games. That's
okay.
what I'm trying to say.
Who are
So
these
the
people from the
idea that
West? These are white
if you want to make
people
an argument that
predominantly.
okay, if your argument is that most of the games being
But
made,
who are
if
these
your
people from the West that
argument,
are
hold
buying
on,
those
if
games?
your
It's white
argument is that
people.
most of the games being made are made by people from the United States or white males, well, yeah, I mean it's an industry that's
Yes,
dominated by them.
for
Yeah, I mean
other
West.
white males,
Yeah,
that's
but
not a
Western Europe
secret.
is dominated by them, so of course I
Of
completely
course,
agree. Yeah, but
yes.
that doesn't mean that the video game industry itself is not diverse from a gaming or aesthetic
Okay,
point of view.
so okay, define what you mean by diverse. Diverse how?
Hold on. It's diverse in a way that it's made by people from almost every country, almost every continent, by different types of
Okay.
people,
Mm-hmm.
different races, creeds, sexes, genders, ethnicities. Like I know I'm
Okay.
repeating like the same. I'm saying synonyms at this point, but the point I'm trying to get
Yes.
across is like you say that gaming isn't diverse at all, and maybe
Well, I'm
maybe from
saying that gaming
the
is diverse,
broadest.
yes.
Hold on, maybe from like the broadest of
Okay.
AAA perspectives, you may have a point because a lot of these marketings, America, like the thing about America is like we're a war tribe. We make war, we make entertainment. That's what we
Yes.
do.
Yes.
And so like
Absolutely.
I understand where you're coming from that perspective in
Mm-hmm.
terms of like the broad marketing. And again, I feel like we
Yes.
keep coming back to marketing, not the actual games, but marketing. Which if that's your
Which is
thing,
the huge
that's
part of the
fine.
whole thing.
Hey,
Yes. Okay.
and hey, that's fine. If that's the standpoint, you want to take on it, that's fine. And I'll again, Xbox wise, the caveat that yeah, they do not do the best job at marketing, whether that's a Microsoft
And why
problem or
am
an
I
Xbox
so
problem.
hard on Xbox
But
on that point?
when you say that there's no diversity in the games industry itself,
Okay.
I just think that is like
It's a
an
lie.
asinine
But
take. It's just
okay.
It's a
wrong.
Where
lie.
did I say? Where has my point being that there's no diversity? Is that
When
been
you
my
Said
when
there's
point?
you
no
brought up the
diversity.
white male kind of point of view and games are made from
No. Okay.
from a
Yeah, not every
generic
game is
standpoint.
made by the Call of Duty developers. Like,
Yeah, from a generic
Okay.
point of view,
Whoa,
yes,
whoa,
you
whoa.
can
Hold
say
up.
that.
Hold
Yeah,
up.
but
Hold up.
when you have
I
games like
s-
hold on, when you have games
Okay.
like Elden Ring, Persona 3,
Yes.
Unicorn Overlord, The Legend of Zelda, Shinigami
Okay.
Tensei, Black
Okay.
Myth Wukong, Apollo
Well.
Justice,
Okay.
so
Final
So
here's another thing.
Fantasy,
I'll
Power
also point
World,
out. So
like
I'll also
okay.
point out
So
that like
Ty, where
if
are
you
all
want to
those
know how
games made?
diverse
Are those
gaming is,
games
you want to
made
know
in
how
Europe?
diverse gaming is now. Gaming
Well,
is so
okay.
diverse. There's
Rome, I'm
different
coming to you.
showcases
I'm coming
for
to you, Rome.
every ethnicity making games.
Rome, I'm
I was
coming to
on
you.
YouTube the
And the
other
thing
day,
is with
and
Rome, right?
IGN had a games made by women showcase. Jeff Keighley's
Rome,
Summer Games Fest just picked up Southeast Asia game. They have a Southeast
Rome.
Asia fucking games showcase this summer. Like there
okay,
is so much. Sorry, go
let
ahead,
us
go ahead.
just respond to
Yeah, go ahead, go
No,
ahead, go ahead.
Rome, like I hear what you're saying. Like as a white person, you want to see more diversity. There's nothing wrong in my
as a
perspective.
black
Like
person, I just want to
no,
see
like
only
I
white
look at
people.
that and I like if I was a white person, I would be like you, Rome. I'd be like, you know what? I'm tired of all this white shit. I just want to see more shit that's diverse, and that makes sense to me from a person or a white person that like sort of like leans towards um I don't want
Well,
to say I don't want to use the definitive terms that you guys use, which is liberal and pro like or liberal progressive versus
so
right wing.
for the record,
But like my
just to
thing is like
clarify,
yes, go
my
ahead.
stance is
Mm-hmm.
like I want people making games that they want to make. I want white
Hundred
people to make
percent.
games that they want to make. I want black for me it's
So
like
you
you
cool
could
with the
say it's
guy
liberal.
who had like southern like or like I'll say right wing views, but was responsible in making what was the shark game? Uh,
Shock again.
yeah, there was a
Sharking?
shark game. Yeah, it was a shark game. It was pretty popular. He got
Or
fired.
the man eater? I forget what it's called. I know what you're
Man
talking
eater, yeah,
about.
man eater. Yes.
I mean that wasn't a game that
So
spoke to
are
me,
you
so I
cool
didn't pay
with
it any
that guy
attention.
making that game or being involved in the making of that game, despite his views?
I mean, I just because I don't. I mean, I may not agree in that person's views. I'm
Okay.
not sure. Like, I don't know. Does like what's in the contents of the game?
Okay. Well, the game is just a game about sharks
Yeah,
where you
yeah. I know
just
you play. I mean, I guess that was
yeah.
more of a rhetorical question. That was a game that didn't speak to me at all. So I just like I don't really
Ah,
care
so you
about
were not
sharks.
into the game, regardless. Okay,
Yes,
fair enough.
correct. The games are subjective, as I've been
Hundred
saying the
percent
whole time.
happy with that perspective, and hundred
Okay.
percent respect that perspective. But like,
Okay.
all I'm saying is that if I was a white person that thought like you or was like in terms of like perspective, like I was a progressive or a person or a white person that like in America that was like, yeah, you know what? There's a lot of like, you know, cringy perspectives from the other side. I prefer to sort of pursue, and it doesn't even have to do what the other people think. It doesn't matter of like, you know what? I like progressive
I
ideas
was like, I got a
from other
question for
people.
you, and then we can move on
Yeah,
to a different
please go
topic.
ahead.
It looks like you're alluding that if you were a white guy in the United States, you wouldn't really
Yes.
want like diverse games. Like you wouldn't want diverse games. You kind of want to focus
I
on
would love diverse games if I was a white dude
Okay,
in
so as a
America.
black person, you don't want diverse games.
Yeah, no, you don't. You're saying you don't want to see South of Midnight.
No, absolutely. I'm just saying that like the guys that are marketing it are the ones that are fucking it up because of the fact that that game could be successful regardless of what the vision of the game is if you market it to the right audience. I'm
Okay,
just
so
saying that they've marketed it to the wrong audience,
No, no,
and
no,
as
no,
a
no, Rob.
result, it's gonna be a failure.
I think me and Rob are on the same point with this. That I think Ushers
yeah,
is
I think
inconsistent on this point.
so.
Hmm.
I'm content with moving on because I think I've established. Yeah, I think we've established the understanding that like he's looking at it from Aussie, I believe. Sorry, I believe Aussie's looking at it from a
Ushers.
perspective. Aussious, I'm sorry.
Aussie
Aussious
is
looking at it
fine.
from.
I'm Aussie as well. That's
Oh, okay.
cool.
I saw you using it. That's why I made the
Yeah,
assumption.
Aussie's cool.
Um, but so I you're a marketing guy. I got it. So yeah, that's fine. Like we're of understanding where
Exactly, and this is what I
you're a
was
marketing
trying
guy.
to
And
say to Ty is that
that's
like
fine.
marketing wise, I don't care what you believe. I don't care. I'm saying if I was a guy that is trying to market a black protagonist to because I understand who the gaming audience is. And I like, and this is the thing with like where I fight with Ty is the fact that like Ty like it almost like feels like he believes that the audience or the gaming audience is a mixed audience. It's not. It's 60% white males across the world. That is who the gaming audience is. And I'm not talking about like cell phone games or people who play Candy Crush. I'm talking about people who buy hardcore like games. And I'm saying to you, if you're marketing a game to those people, market a game to those people. Sell them a female protagonist they can actually care about. Sell them a story about a female black protagonist that they can care about. Don't sell them a story that's being sold to feminists or white feminists specifically that they're gonna relate to. And then that's the problem is that you're saying, well, this white feminist experience should appeal to the average white guy who cares about gaming. I'm like, no, it's not because of how the whole thing is structured. The whole thing is made that it doesn't appeal to that audience. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that like, like as a person who chills with gamers 90% of the time, I know exactly what they're going to put their money down for.
Okay,
And it's not something
that's
like South of Midnight.
that's cool. I think we kind of understand everyone's point of views on that on that topic. I understand where Rome's coming from. I understand where I'm coming from. I don't understand where Ushers is coming from.
No,
But
you don't, because of the
Well,
fact that,
this is
like,
pretty
bro,
odd. It's pretty odd. I understand that you're talking about marketing specifically, but I see.
I think
So
you're talking about marketing, but you're overloading it with other sentiments. I think
okay,
that's
but
the
like,
issue.
my thing is
yeah,
that,
I
like,
agree.
but I'll ask you a question then. So, do you think this game is gonna be successful amongst a generally white male audience,
Like
which is
I
the
don't
Xbox
like. I
audience?
feel like white people can be like, "Yo, bro, like, what are you trying to say?"
No, but I'm
like
asking you a question.
if
Do you
it's a
think
black
this
person, we
game?
don't,
I'm
black,
telling you, it's not going
like,
to be.
but
But
like, I'll
I'm
tell you this.
asking
Okay,
you, do you believe that this game is
do
gonna be
you think white
successful?
people bought Deathloop and Def Jam Vendetta?
Yeah, of course they did.
Do you
Because
think that?
rap
Do you,
culture is fucking awesome and like it appeals to everyone.
Well, yeah, I think
so
it's
the issue?
because. Sorry, good.
No, I don't.
Rap
Let
culture is awesome. Everybody thinks it's awesome. Nobody thinks a story about a very specific story about a woman in the South that talks to their mother. Like how many who in your audience
Listen,
thinks that is a
listen.
relatable story?
I'm gonna say it right now is like, and I know that like sometimes Ty and I kind of get into it when we start talking about it in terms of a sales perspective and whatnot. The end of the day, like I want to play good video games, and for me, what I deem as a good video game, I have a pretty wide palette of genres and styles that interest me, and so look, I'm not sitting here guaranteeing you that I'm going to love South of Midnight. I'm not going to guarantee it because it is like it's not fully something that I would consider like quote unquote a Rome ass game. But like there's definitely some intrigue there, and I definitely watching like the aesthetic and watching like the behind the scenes and then watching them making the game. It's like, oh, this seems pretty cool, and I enjoy good narratives, and so like that's right now what I'm leaning my hat on. Do I think South of Midnight is going to fucking be a world beater? No, I don't think that, and I would be very pleasantly surprised if it was, but that's just not like they're making games that they want to make, and people that enjoy those kinds of games are going to go seek those games out. And my pushback also, for better or worse, is like at the end of the day, like, hey, listen, it's just more of a reason to be in the Xbox ecosystem because you get on Game Pass, and like you like maybe South of Midnight would be something that would fly under your under your radar because there are a lot of games on Game Pass that I've completely would have never paid 2 fucking seconds of my time to if I didn't just like, hell, let me just check out what's on Game Pass. Oh, let's try this out, and then I end up enjoying it. Like, so like when I look at Xbox and I look at the games that they're putting out, if you want to like isolate and look at a singular game, then like, okay, yeah, I guess. But when I look at the Xbox ecosystem, kind of to my point earlier, the last 7 months are infused with Call of Duties, new Doom games, like Indiana Jones, which has like some appeal to like fans of that franchise and that genre. But then they're also going to try little cool things like Avowed. Like Avowed is tied into a previous franchise. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what the numbers that are looking for Avowed. I'm telling you right now that I'm like 30 hours into Avowed, and I love it. I think it's fantastic. And like, do I think Avowed is going to fully hit that broad appeal? No, I don't think it did. But I know for sure that I've been fucking enjoying the hell out of it as someone who's in the Xbox ecosystem. And that would be my recommendation is like Xbox, they're going to give you a portfolio, a wide ranging portfolio of games. And I would much rather that than say like, well, we know that white guys in America are going to buy this game. Like yes, make that game. Like again, like listen, I'm a white guy through and through. I still am going to enjoy the what you would deem the quote unquote
100%.
white guy games. Like I guess what, every November or October, I'm there day one for Call of Duty. I love Call of Duty. It's great. But like at the end of the day, like yes, I love my competitive shooters with good gameplay, but I also want to sometimes just dive into a good narrative game. Like and like so like yeah, as a core myself, I view myself as a core gamer because it's something that I spend a lot of time and a lot of money to do. But so I like I would be surprised if I'm like the only person out there in the world who's like, oh yeah, South of Midnight, great. Like I don't know, man. Like I get your point that like if you want to say that Xbox does a bad job marketing, I'm for it.
So,
like I get it. But like in terms of appeal, in terms of game, like I just want the developers to make the games they want to make, and if that doesn't appeal to someone, like it is what it is for me personally.
No,
like not every game
absolutely.
appeals to
I'll
me.
just close out this point.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'll just close out the point. Last word.
So like the only thing I was gonna say to you is that like, okay, cool, and I completely hear where you're coming from, and I agree with you, and you absolutely 100%. Nothing that you've said is wrong. But okay, let me ask you one last question, and this is just to drive my point home.
Sure.
So, if you had a Western idea, like a Red Dead Redemption idea, do you think that would be more appealing to the audience that plays games versus an idea revolving around the South, around the same idea as South of Midnight?
So I would answer your question and say yes. Obviously, excuse me. Cowboys have been something that have been a part of American culture, not even white culture. I would say just American culture for
100%.
hundreds and hundreds of years. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean I don't. I would like for both games to be made.
No, I understand from your perspective because you want
appeal doesn't mean I don't want the other game.
Like, I get from your perspective. I'm just saying from a popularity perspective. Because that's what I'm trying to kind of like get you to understand is that I'm not looking at this from a perspective of like, do I think it's got nothing to do, and that's what Ty is gonna bring it down to is like, well, it's got to do with the fact that she's black. I'm saying from a popularity, like from if I'm looking at like, well, who am I marketing the product to? A majority white audience. So what would sell as a great idea to a majority white dude audience? A cowboy or a southern story about a girl and her mother, like who happens to be black. Like that's like secondary. So what I'm saying is that, like, looking at just the basics of like what is an
Just a
appealing
quick
idea.
interjection. Are you saying the industry is not big enough for a game like South of Midnight?
I'm saying that, like, and what I've been saying from the beginning, Taye, is that it's being marketed to the wrong audience. It's being sold to a mainstream audience that doesn't care about this
So
Can I
okay.
thing.
Who
ask? Can
should
I
they?
ask one
Who,
last
who
question?
should they?
Can I
Okay,
ask one
just a quick
last
one.
question?
How should they have marketed this game and to
That
who?
was going to be my question. How would you market South of Midnight?
I would never market South of Midnight at an
What?
Xbox showcase where I'm putting Ninja Gaiden and Doom, Eternal, or what's the next Doom?
But it's
Doom
a but
Middle
hold on.
Ages.
But
It's
it's
an
a,
I
Xbox
wouldn't put it
game. What
but,
do you
but
where
mean?
I would have
just a quick one.
marketed
Just
where
a
I'm
quick one.
marketing
The
Fortnite
Xbox
and I'm
showcase.
marketing whatever
Just a quick one. The
free to
Xbox
play.
showcase was the one of the most watched showcases last year, which means
That's
that was
not
like
my
Yeah.
point. That's not my point. I'm saying to you, it's the
that's like one
wrong
of the best
audience.
marketing beats
No,
for it.
what I'm saying to you, it's the wrong audience. As a
You don't get
result,
more
it's
core
not going
audience
to
than the
land.
Xbox Showcase.
But that's my point. It's not a core game. You're
Okay,
not selling it to a
where
core
would you
audience.
okay, where would you market it?
I would market it where I'm marketing, what is this, Fortnite or any other mobile game or any game appealing to people that play, what's that other thing, Roblox. That is where I would
Wait,
put it.
wait. You think people
Hold
who
on, wait. I've never
wait.
seen. Hold on,
You
wait a
think
second.
people who
Wait
are
a second.
interested in Roblox want to play
I've
South of
never.
Midnight?
I would think that they are more likely to play South of Midnight than people that want to play Doom.
So wait. First of all, me personally, I've never seen an ounce of fucking advertising for Roblox ever. So I don't even know. Like, where do they advertise?
I
I
don't
don't know.
know,
I go
but I'm
online.
telling you that's where you need to market that crap. Like, that's where you need to market South of Midnight
Oh,
to
it's that
that
crap.
audience, because you're
Okay.
trying to sell. Like, my thing is this, like, it's not a game that will appeal to any core. Like, which core gamer is gonna want to play a
The
game?
ones that like narrative driven games with
Okay.
good audio design and good sound design and good
All right,
art
like, and I'm not
design.
gonna argue with you with that, and I'm gonna say, okay, cool, let's see how that works out for Microsoft. But I'm saying it's not going to sell for that audience. The audience you
I
want
think
to
this is
sell
a
it
great
for.
example of all roads lead to Rome because I don't think this game is going to do anything crazy, and I think
No,
by
I don't think so
default
either.
I think
I'm
by
not sitting
default you
here.
can say something like,
But
"Oh, the game didn't do well." I say I was right, guys. I'm like the game wasn't going to
But
do
I'm
crazy
pretty
numbers in
sure
the
it's
first
not gonna
place.
do well for those very reasons, because of the fact that it's marketed at the wrong audience. You want to market this if you want to build a game like this and you want to market it to a male audience, and then at least give them a hook. Where's the little brother that they can care about, or the, like, where is there a male character in this entire thing that they can look at and say, well,
Jesus, my God.
That's just
and
you
then you guys
crazy,
can
man.
like, and this is the thing, you guys can laugh at that, but the bottom line is this is the same reason why Marvel has sucked for 5 years.
Here it goes. I knew it.
Why? Because they got rid of the white Captain America? Is that
Oh
where you're
yeah,
going with this?
what happened after they did that?
Oh god.
Like,
They
and
hit a
this is my thing, is
they
that
hit a bump of
you can
narrative
ignore
wise.
facts, and say, well, you know what, it kind of didn't work because the story writing was bad. Like, but you telling me everything was bad that they
No,
wrote
not
the last
everything.
10
No, not
years?
everything in
What,
Marvel after
why did Black
Endgame was
Panther do
better.
a billion?
Black Panther was written by Ryan Coogler,
No, no,
and
no,
Ryan
'cause- no,
Coogler is a
no,
brilliant
because
writer.
your assertion was that because it was a
But
black
like, Black
lead
Panther 2 did
and
shit
white
because of the
people.
fact that
No, no,
it
no, no,
didn't
no, no, no,
have
no, no,
Black
no. I
Panther
said
in
Black
it.
Panther one. Talk about Black Panther one. Not talking about
Yeah,
Black Panther.
Black Panther 1 did exceptionally well
Why?
because it was
Why?
at the height. It was at the
Why?
height of the MCU, and it was written by a
No, but why
talented
did white
Because it has.
people
writer
decide?
director
Why did
team.
white people decide to go watch Black Panther?
Yeah, I'm a
That's not
white guy.
white
I
people
love
that
Black
made
Panther.
Black Panther successful. What made Black Panther successful is the number of black people, including the fact that it became the #1 film in Africa when it was released.
You think the reason why Black Panther reached a billion was
Is
due to
because of black people.
Africans going to go see it?
No, African Americans and black people in Africa. Yes,
Do you know
go
what
and
the
look it up.
Do you know what the percentage of black people in
Please,
America actually went to go see Black Panther?
please go and, yeah. No,
No,
well, how
I'm
many?
asking
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
you.
whoa, 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 whoa. In terms of the people that watched Black Panther, what was the percentage that was black people?
I asked you, yeah.
Yeah, like, it was higher. It was like something like a 60, if I'm not, the skew. And then I saw this from Grace Randolph. It was something like 60-40. 60% black people went to watch Black Panther
No, no,
versus
no, no, no. I'm
40%.
saying,
So
wait, the
so wait,
audience of
so
Black. Oh, wait, hold on. The audience of
Yeah, the
Black
audience of
Panther
Black Panther
was
was black
60%
people.
black people.
Yes,
That's a
absolutely.
lie. That's a
Okay,
lie.
please look it up and prove me wrong.
so look, here's the thing, right? With
Please look me
with
up.
what you're
Look
saying.
it up and prove me wrong.
Let him look it up then. So like here's like my thing is like I get what you're saying, that you're saying you think that there needs to be a level of relatability when it comes to that, like when it comes to entertainment, I guess, right? Like am I on to am I getting it? What
No,
you're saying?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if we're talking about success, like, look, Rome.
Okay, so you're
If
saying there
it
should be
was up to me, I
relatability to
would
success.
make shit that's just black and just black people went to see it, and that would be fine. I'm saying in terms of marketability, if you want your shit to be successful, and the problem with Microsoft is that Microsoft is not a black company that's trying to make black IPs pop off or become popular. They need to make everything that they publish successful. And I'm saying to you that from the ground up, when they made this thing was built in such a way that it's not appealing to the right audience. They should have, from the ground up, made sure that either it appeals to the mainstream gaming audience. In other words, like, put in stuff that a normal gamer would like, aside from an interesting story, like for instance what you say you're into when you see the game. Put shit in there that people would like from God of War or from any other popular game, right? Like, either you put a, I don't know what it is, like, I don't know how you do that as Microsoft for a game like this, but put stuff in there for normal gamers or the typical gamer that they can relate to and like it. Don't expect them to like something simply because of the fact that, like, well, you think it's an important story to tell.
I
Just
just
a
kind of
just a quick one on
generally
that. If South of Midnight looked like it was still a Southern game premise, same story, but but the gameplay was God of War like, which is what gamers want, as you say, would that have changed your mind?
Yeah. If that's what you sold it as, absolutely. If that's what you sold it as,
Okay,
and then you said that that's
so
the
the
hook for
problem,
gamers,
it's not even
I'm
really the
saying
aesthetic, then it's the
understand
gameplay.
the audience and sell them the right product.
Okay,
Don't sell an audience a
okay,
product
so it's the gameplay then. It's not
that's
really
heaped
just the
in
aesthetic; it's the
activism.
gameplay.
That's the thing. Like, how much of the gameplay do we know? Everything that
No,
we know
no,
about the
no. Because
gameplay, you hate,
here's my
and
statement:
I don't even have an
the
opinion on the
gameplay looks
gameplay.
average. The
But
gameplay looks
that's all
average.
you've
The
seen. You've
plat,
not seen anything
yeah, I'm
exceptional
saying
in
the
the gameplay.
platforming looks average and the gameplay looks average. That's why I'm not
Okay.
interested. Right. So now, when
So
you're
why would?
saying, so what you're
Okay.
saying is that if a game looked more like God of War and play like God of
Yes.
War, then I would be interested. Yeah, this is correct. But this has
so you're
nothing to
just
do with the
so it's genre
aesthetic.
related then. It's just genre related.
It's genre, and I'm saying that's exactly, like, it's genre related, but for some reason whenever we talk about games with protagonists that happen to not be the typical protagonist, it becomes a problem for you to critique it in a sense like, well,
No, no,
what is in
but
there in
Ushers,
that game for
then
me?
if I get what you're saying, yeah, but then you shouldn't have led with aesthetic. You should have just led with the
Yes,
gameplay
aesthetic is just
doesn't.
as important. Like, why is aesthetic not important, Ty?
What's more important, the aesthetic of this game being from
Aesthetic can just be as
southern
important as the
United
gameplay.
States? No, but okay, so
Okay, yes.
okay, so if the game looked like God of War,
Yes.
not played, just looked like God of War,
Look like God of War.
that would
Yes.
change things.
All right, so let's talk about what do you mean by look like God of War?
Oh man, fuck this conversation.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
done,
ready to move on. I
I'm
don't know what
done
else
with
you
this.
got in the topic bag, but
It's
I'm
fine.
done.
Like,
Yo,
I'm
listen,
chill. I'm chill.
let's move on, man. So Nintendo announced, I believe it was Nintendo anyway, that announced that the Legend of Zelda movie is going to be coming out in 2027 of March. This is going to be a realistic take as opposed to Mario, which is animated. So I got a couple of questions for you guys. What past adaptations or what kind of movie or TV shows have we seen in the last, whatever, 10, 20, 30 years that Zelda should try to emulate from a template point of view? Monarch's Intimacy, Lord of the Rings. How do you envision this realistic Zelda movie to be like? I'll pass it on to the Nintendo gamer first. So, Rome, go ahead.
so I am so Legend of Zelda is my favorite gaming series of all time. Favorite games of all time. My thing is I am honest to God so terrified that this movie is going to be terrible because with Zelda, like with Mario, like doing an animated Mario movie, like it I know it sounds kind of silly to say it's easy to get right or it should be easy to get right, but like Nintendo totally nailed it, right? But like when you go like live action Zelda, like there are simple decisions that could derail this movie. Like such like the most simple of simple decisions where it's like, what are you going to do with Link in his speech? Can he talk? Can he not talk? Like I don't like, and I don't even know what the right answer. I think the right answer is for him not to talk, but like, how is that going to translate well into a movie? So without coming off as like overly corny and overly silly, because if you're going live action, I'm going to assume you're going to go for a somewhat semi-serious tone at the least. Um, so when you ask me like what type of past like material it should kind of go off of is I don't know, like maybe something in the middle that kind of like the seriousness of a Lord of the Rings. Like that makes sense, but maybe also try to keep it a little bit lighter. I think that the easiest thing if I were Nintendo, I would just do Ocarina of Time. Like I mean like in terms of what story you follow there, like I would try to keep it close to Ocarina and keep it simple. I didn't get to read it yet because I just got done work when we started doing this, but apparently there's a rumor that they're actually going to do a trilogy of Zelda game or Zelda movies. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, this is correct.
Okay, that's correct. Okay, well, first of all, then you should definitely do Ocarina because this is complete fanboy. Like you want to talk about made for Rome. We want to talk about my like made specifically for me. I would do Ocarina for the first one. I would do Majora's Mask for the second one, and then the third one I would do like a maybe like a Twilight Princess Breath of the Wild kind of mix kind of thing. That's just me. But so yeah, I don't know. I'm very excited. I want this movie to be great. It's going to be a long wait. We have 2 more years to go. Um, which there's also a talking point that I'd love to get into about the Nintendo Today app and how they kind of just dropped this news exclusively on that app with they didn't tell any media people. They didn't tell, like, they were just like, it's on the app. Like, oh, you're not on the app. Sucks to be you. But that's completely off topic. I'd love to get into like that and like Nintendo's philosophy that they're clearly doing. But keeping with the Zelda movie, it's like, yeah, I would try to do something that's close to the games. Don't go like you don't want to go too extremely epic because like I still need things like Link should be in a green tunic. I don't know how you're going to make it look good live action, but I just know that if Link's not in a green tunic, that's going to be a minus for me right out the gate. And I understand that Breath of the Wild's kind of changed it where like, oh, he could wear like some blue champions. No, fuck that. I don't care. He needs to be in a green tunic. I don't know. They're gonna have to figure it out. That's why I'm terrified because there's so many little things that could go wrong and not translate well. But we'll see, I guess.
Arshus, what's your take? How's Nintendo going to
Do
deal
you
with?
really need to know what I think?
Yeah, fire away, man.
Are you sure?
I mean,
Positive.
invited you on the podcast.
Like, and I agree a lot with what Rome said, but like, I just don't think anybody would be into what I'm into. Because
What are you
first
into?
of all, like, and again, like, I'll say something out. I'm gonna put something out there, and then people are gonna hate it. That movie needs to be like Mel Gibson's movie about what was it called?
Castaway.
No,
After the Christ.
the South American movie that he did. Fuck, what
South
is it?
American. Oh,
Fuck, I can't remember the name.
Apocalypto.
Apocalypto. If you're gonna make a Link movie and Link doesn't talk, then you do a almost like an Apocalypto type of movie where it's within the like you by the time you're like 15 to 30 minutes in, you're not asking questions about why your protagonist is not talking because it's the setting. So my thing is it needs to be like I would literally get someone that's gonna approach it like how Mel Gibson approached Apocalypto. This is a world that is very unique and it's very different from anything that anyone has done in fantasy. So it can't be like what we saw in any previous fantasy stories. It has to be very unique. And
I agree
one
with
of the
that.
ways to paint a world or to create a world that's completely unique, like a Zelda world. And for me, the most significant Zelda world, because when Zelda mattered to me was when I played on the Game Boy, when I played Link's Awakening. And I played other ones like Link to the Past and whatever. But all of them are completely different worlds. But I think for the audience that is watching that movie, you need to make it like an apocalypto where it feels foreign, it feels strange. Link doesn't talk. In fact, I would make an entire movie where there is no direct dialogue. It's just about him finding this princess. It would be almost like what's that Sony game that they made? The one where
Guardians,
you are on the horse and then you just fight these giant monsters, and then that's the entire game.
the Guardian game.
What's it called? But I loved that game, like, cause there's almost no. You just see the princess at the beginning, and you know that okay, cool, that's the princess I'm trying to save or whatever. But like, you have your horse, and you have all these fucking beasts to fight. Shadow of Colossus.
Okay.
You
Um,
write the entire story around that, where literally Link is looking for the princess, but you don't have to have dialogue. You don't have to have him have relationships with characters the same way we have a relationship with Link or with every new Link is that you come into the adventure and you follow the adventure to its end and then it's done. So I would literally, it would be like Apocalypto where he's just looking for his woman throughout the whole thing, and every character you either don't understand or get, but you get what the motivation of the hero is. That is how, that's the only way I think you can do a very good Link story. Anything else to me is just gonna be Hollywood slop, unfortunately.
I think the Apocalypto comment is good. I can actually see that happening. It's gonna be tough to execute though. I would actually say the Warcraft movie from a visual perspective, not from a story perspective, but if you take like the movie on screen right now, the Warcraft kind of formula along with Apocalypto, and you kind of merge that together, I think you might get something interesting and special. To be honest, the Warcraft one is more maybe what's expected. So I think you're probably gonna get a lot of sales with that. With the Apocalypto one, I'm not too sure if that's gonna be something that everyone's gonna gravitate towards. It is Zelda, so it's gonna pull in numbers regardless, though. But yeah, I think those are some good answers from you guys. In terms of Link wearing the green tunic, I think he can and should, but I think it should be more akin to something from Twilight Princess. Like it shouldn't be just like green
Oh
with
yeah.
some like my vest.
Oh no, I'm okay with that. I mean, listen. So like, if they were to go the Twilight Princess route in terms of like the movie, I would love that. Twilight Princess is one of my favorite. It's probably hot take. It's like my favorite Zelda game. That Majora's Mask. My two favorites are Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess.
Mhm.
And so like I would love to see them go that little darker route with like when I say green tunic, like yes, Twilight Princess Link's tunic, which is that more darker midnight green. Like I don't need it to be a vibrant thing. I'm okay if it is, but I don't need it to be. Um, I don't know. I think that if you follow the games close enough, the specific games, you can kind of get around things like Link not talking by having that good companion. Which I don't know if that would be a good or a bad thing if like they do Ocarina of Time, and then and then they kind of feed into that old Zelda thing where people didn't like Navi because she was super annoying. Like I'm not saying intentionally make her annoying, but I would definitely get a chuckle out of it as a Zelda fan if like, oh yeah, Navi just kind of she kind of like if Link tries to talk sometimes maybe. I don't know. I'm not a movie maker and I shouldn't be because it's not my thing, but I don't know.
Mhm. All right.
There's a lot of ways you could do it.
No,
I
I
don't know.
agree. Like, have Navi there, but like have her, like again, like whatever she says is intangible anyway. Like you can't hear it, but like have that, like have the fairies, have everything there, but make the movie don't make it a fucking fantasy film like how they make fantasy film with a quirky side character like how Disney and all these other retards make fantasy films. Make it something that is going to be engrossing, shocking, different. Like that's why I say go for an apocalypto. So there is absolutely almost no dialogue in the entire film. He needs to, for some reason, you set it up in the beginning that there's Link, there's the princess, he needs to find the princess, there's Ganon, So he knows who the villain is. He knows who he needs to find as the princess, just like in the games. Not like an amount of setup where he's a village boy. No, just princess Link, uh, and then he is now on this relentless search with his horse, and there's minimal dialogue, and he is going through all these obstacles that really challenge him as a character, and then people get to experience that. And he's wearing his green tunic and whatever. That's fine. I'm happy with that. But as a don't make it a fantasy Disney movie because that's gonna be corny and it's gonna be bullshit. Make it an experience like Apocalypto where when you get to the end you don't know what the fucking language that the characters speak, but you're so engrossed in the experience, you're like, whoa, what did I just watch? It's different. There's
Yeah,
minimal.
I'm gonna say, I agree. I think you kind of sold it to me there a lot more. To be honest, I think Apocalypto with the graphics of the Warcraft stuff, like like these kind of cinematics that are on
Yeah.
screen right now. I think that would actually do something. I think that would be really good. I don't know if that's going to do that. I doubt it.
No,
But
they
listen,
don't.
guys, I
They're
think
gonna
I think that was really those are really good takes.
they're
Yeah.
gonna just make it like Lord of
Well,
the Rings. Like the problem is they're just gonna make it traditional fantasy,
if
and
they
they're
make it
gonna
traditional
try and
fantasy and
do,
they
and
go
it's just
towards a
gonna be
Lord
so
of the Rings
corny.
section, that's not too bad. Like if they like
Yeah.
use the Lord of the Rings as a foundation, no one's gonna complain about that.
But can you do it as good as Lord of the Rings? And
Well,
that's
you
the
don't have to
problem.
do it
Is
as
that
good
they're
as Lord of
not.
the Rings. In the same way, how I would say the Witcher TV series isn't as good as Game of Thrones, but it's good.
Okay, so can you give me a show? Tell me a movie that you've enjoyed as much as Lord of the Rings that was fantasy in cinema
No.
since
I
Lord of
mean,
the Rings.
well, no. The example I just gave you there is Game of Thrones is one of the best fantasy TV shows I've watched. Witcher,
100%.
The Witcher season one is good, but it's not as good as Game of Thrones. But I still
I
enjoyed
didn't
it.
even watch that because I watched I think the first three episodes. I didn't really think it was that great. But
Yeah, I
like
didn't
I'm
think it was
saying,
great, but it's good
give me
enough.
a show. Give me like well not a show. Give me a movie that, in your opinion, came close to doing what Lord of the Rings did fantasy wise since Lord of the Rings.
No, I
A
can't think of
movie.
one. No, but like I can't think of, but that doesn't matter though, because I just gave you the example of Game of Thrones and The Witcher. Like
Okay,
movies
well,
wise,
okay.
they're
So
they're
let's
distinct.
use the Game of Thrones and The Witcher. Is
Mm.
that a thing that you can say is if within the same dimension of quality? Just looking
No,
at just one
no.
season of
Game of Thrones is superior to The Witcher, but The
yeah.
Witcher is still a good TV show. So if
Okay.
you want to emulate Lord of the Rings, you can try. But if it's still a good movie, and not Lord of the Rings quality, but still good, that's still a W.
Okay. Like I don't believe that. Like I don't think anything comes close to Game of Thrones in terms of TV shows from that era. Like that's from a
Mm.
medieval era. Like there's a lot of other shows like what is this Breaking Bad that I can say in terms of quality is equal, and
So
like other different type of genres. But in terms of fantasy, there's nothing I can put next to Game of Thrones and say this. When I watched this, I had the same sort of captivating feeling that I did when I watched Game of Thrones.
Yeah, but
so
it seems like you're
just
going
to,
Rom. You can head on. You can comment on a second. I just wanted to say this last
yeah,
point. It
yeah,
seems
yeah.
like you're jumping to extremes, though. It either has to be great
Hmm.
and it can't be good. Like, but why? I don't understand
Well,
why you think
it's
that.
Legend of Zelda, so it cannot be okay. It has to be great. It has like this is my thing. If you're gonna take something like Legend of Zelda, that is always any iteration of Legend. There's never been a mediocre iteration of Legend of Zelda in terms of in the gaming sphere, and I'm not talking about like the Neo Geo,
The CDI ones, yeah,
like
yeah,
yeah, all
CDI
that
ones.
bullshit. But like, I'm talking about the main series. There's never been a mediocre Legend of Zelda game. So whenever you about to make a Legend of Zelda movie, and this is the challenge, is that it has to be the sort of thing that the person and I don't know if they're gonna go for that or they just want to make a children's movie. If I was making Legend of Zelda, I would want to make it an experience that you watch it, even if you watch it once, it's unlike anything you've ever experienced before. You walk away from it like wow, like what the fuck did I just watch? That was incredible. It was amazing. I don't even know who Link is. Just like in the games, most of the time you don't even really know who Link is. But you just watched him do this shit or go through this adventure and you were completely. You know what's another example of that I can give you is the Norseman. I don't know if you watched the Norseman.
I watched
No.
the movie. Yeah,
The no, yeah, yeah, but directed by that dude, like Gareth Edwards. He just
Hmm.
did the Nosferatu movie as well. Nah?
I watched it.
Oh, dude, bro, like give us something like that. There's this minimal. All the dialogue is setting up the world. It's not trying to tell you who Link is. It's setting up the world that like the character is in. Give us
Okay.
something like that. Something that is raw. That is, and unfortunately, if you're gonna do it for kids, I don't know, bro. Like you're gonna
Yeah.
end up with some washed up bullshit.
You're wrong.
So
Finish up with the last point, and then we move on to the next topic.
for sure. So here's my thing, right? As someone who The Legend of Zelda is extremely important to me. And we could talk about how it needs to capture the tones of like Lord of the Rings or Apocalypto or whatever.
Mm,
At the end of the day, the most important thing for me as a Zelda fan is I want to feel like it's a Zelda movie. I want to feel like I'm in, like it fits in with the Zelda IP. Like when I like the Mario movie, for example. Like when I watch the new one, not the '93 one, but or like we'll use both of them as an example. That '93 Mario movie, and like obviously there's a lot of shit that goes on behind the scenes. If you don't like, if you've never read about everything that happened behind the scenes of that movie, I
mm-hmm.
recommend it. It's wild. But like that movie, the reason it fails is because it doesn't draw anybody in because like it doesn't play to the strengths of what made Mario so popular. When you look at the new Mario movie, like it doesn't really necessarily follow any one particular game. I mean, I guess it does in a very broad stroke, but it just
Yeah,
captures what it means to be in the Mario universe when Mario goes down into the New York sewer system and like it
agreed.
plays like the jingle in the background. Like that's what you need to capture for Zelda. Like, look, like obviously I don't want it to miss the mark. I don't want it to be like corny or silly in a sense that like it just doesn't play right in live action. But I don't need it to go and try to be anything. I need it to try to be The Legend of Zelda.
Okay. Give some good takes there as well, guys. I actually kind of agree with everything you guys are saying, to be honest. I think the Apocalypto idea is good, the Norseman as well, but also if you can just capture the essence of Zelda, if Link is talking, if it's action packed, as long as it feels and sounds like Zelda, I think you're winning there. I think where I would say I differ from you, Ushers, is just that I don't. Is the Legend of Zelda true? We all want it to be a 10 out of 10 movie, just like we want Mario to be a 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10 movie. But I think if you get to an 8.5, I would say its existence is still justified. 8.5 to a 9. Just the same way how I think The Witcher this season, I didn't think it was great, but I thought it was good enough. My friends watched it, my cousins watched it,
Yeah,
non Witcher fans watched it, and they loved it. Now, they don't really like the following seasons, but the first season, they thought it was enjoyable. It definitely was not at the same level as Game of Thrones. Nobody would even like allude to that, but it justified its existence, at least the first season.
yeah,
I think just being a good show or a good movie is enough for me to say, okay, yeah, that's great. Like the Halo TV show, people didn't like the first season, people like the second season,
yeah.
and they thought the second season was good. I think just being good is enough to justify existence. But
And can I just rebut like just that point?
go
Like I
ahead.
just want to respond. Like and my thing is like I'm actually a bigger fan of Legend of Zelda than I probably am of Halo or any other IP that's new because I played Link's Awakening, which was like on Game Boy.
Yeah.
When I first got my Game Boy, I was like, it was a 95. The game came out in like 92. And that game was very formative for me in terms of like how I thought about Link. But the thing about Link is that every adventure that Link is in, it's almost like he's a totally different Link and it's a different Zelda and it's a different adventure. And the only way you can capture that in like cinematically, you have to do something dynamic that's exciting and that's interesting. And I don't want them to give it the Disney treatment where it's like a take on one Link. Like for instance, if they used Okirana because it's probably the most popular one. And my problem is that like they would just do the most basic lazy stuff of like a boy that happens to be an elf in a village. I wanted to feel different. I wanted to have that excitement that I felt when I played that one game, which was on Game Boy. Like that's where I played like Link to the whatchamacallit, Link's Awakening. Sorry, like I played on Game Boy and it was in black and white, but that Link to me is still Link, even though he's got nothing to do with the Link in Link to the Past or any of the other Links. Like those stories are completely unrelated. I just feel that if you're gonna do a Legend of Zelda story, it has to be special. It cannot be. I don't want them to just put an elf or a kid in an elf suit and then he goes to save a prince. It has to be dynamic. It has to be. I don't know. Like, and the only way I can think of that you could do it is like through Apocalypto way. It feels dangerous from the beginning to the end. Like anything else
Okay.
is just gonna be less to me. Like
No,
and
I get
because
you.
I
I
care
get you.
so much about that
You want it to
story.
be perfect. No, I
Yeah,
get
like
you.
the only way that you get that story right, and like the only way I've experienced that story being, is through like a Shadow of Colossus type of thing where it's about bigger than life or bigger than life world and creatures, but it's got nothing to do with, like, don't try and make Link a character. Don't try and make Tom Holland Link
Making me
or like,
feeling. I get you. All right, we gotta
yeah,
move on to the next
don't do
topic.
that. Don't do that. Don't put
Next
a
talking point.
Disney
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
character.
got you.
Yeah,
Next talking
that's all
point
I'm
now
saying.
is Hi-Fi Rush. So I don't know if you guys saw this, but some leaks came out, or maybe not leaks, but some estimations came out about the sales of Hi-Fi Rush, and it seems that on the PlayStation Store. So we know Hi-Fi Rush has 3 million players on Xbox via PC and also Game Pass, but via PlayStation, it only sold 137,000 units. And while a game like Grounded sold around 500K. So if you want to round it up, Hi-Fi Rush sold 140,000 units on PlayStation 5, and on Grounded sold 500K on PlayStation. And with these numbers being so low, I'll go to you first, Rom. Do you think Xbox was justified in closing down or looking to close down Tango GameWorks? Romeo?
Hello,
Yeah, can you hear
hello,
me?
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, that was weird. I don't know what happened there. Um, see, we've talked about obviously Tango closing and Xbox closing them, and like, I mean, man, if they're really not putting out that like the low numbers, I think it's somewhat justifiable. Um, I mean, obviously, I would have loved to have seen them at least give the studio another go. Obviously, I mean, we've talked about it. I'm never going to be completely for closing a studio down, but I mean, yeah, I didn't know that story. I must have missed that. So like that, I didn't think it sold that little on PlayStation. That's actually pretty surprising to me
And
because I mean,
that's a
if we were
platform
going
with
off of
60 million
if we were going
units.
off of what Ozzy was talking about, you would think that it would have done much better on PlayStation. It would because that's more the right market, isn't it?
Hmm. I would even argue that that's probably why they probably let it close them down. As soon as they put on PlayStation, it was more of like a last ditch effort to save the studio. Okay, if this sold maybe 700K, 1 million, right, we could do something with Tango going forward again. But as soon as like you reach in, and this is 137 to date. This is not like, a couple of months ago, it's way lower than that. So I think, yeah, Xbox was probably looking at that saying, yeah, this game you made that cost a lot of money, you want us to give you money for Hi-Fi Rush 2, and we're not even confident it's going to sell that much, and we'll give it a pass. But that's just,
See,
sorry, Ron, go ahead.
sorry, one more point. The thing about closing Tango down always see, I don't know if it was ever really justified as much because, like, yes, the game flopped, but I mean, we had talked pretty much how much Xbox had, and even they had talked about how much they wanted to have that presence in Japanese development, and so it was like that was their one their one Japanese studio. So I don't know. Like, I actually kind of want to like walk back a little bit and say, like, I don't know if that even justifies it, especially for the sake of the portfolio that they were trying to build. But I don't know. Yeah.
Let's just take it away. Do you think this is actually justifies Xbox's decision somewhat, or are you of the opinion that Tango should have still been allowed to work under the Microsoft banner?
I think you know how I feel about this. Like, I think
I
we've
actually
discussed
don't.
it. No, I think we've discussed it previously as well. Like, again, like whenever I discuss these things, what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna blame Microsoft in terms of failure as to them not being able to manage a studio. I mean, these guys made like, again, you can argue that Ghostwire Tokyo didn't sell great. You can argue that like, Evil Within, that's a popular series, bro. Like everybody loves Evil Within. For you to close the studio down makes no sense or want to sell them. But going
Yeah, I
to
agree.
Hi-Fi Rush, I feel again like okay, the main thing I've always had a problem with since the beginning of this generation, specifically the Series X and S generation, is Xbox's ability to market any of their IP. Like they couldn't sell fucking Halo Infinite very well when it first was announced. Like I don't know, dude. Like I just feel that like these guys were given a bad hand, and Microsoft out the gate made those decisions. They didn't make these decisions. If this game was being released by Sony, Sony would have put out a marketing campaign behind it. It would have not been a shadow drop. They would have made sure that like they built it up as a franchise through some sort of a marketing campaign, and everybody was anticipating it by release. Microsoft shadow dropped a dancing game or a game that it's an amazing game. I enjoy it. I love it, but it's a very niche game, and they shadow dropped it. They like if you didn't watch the showcase, that's not a game that you would have cared about. And then when it failed or didn't do the numbers that they wanted, which it didn't do bad. I mean, it did like 2 million players, but when it didn't do those numbers, then they were shocked that it didn't do well. I think this is a game that there's a huge market for. This is a game that should have done way better on Steam and other ancillary markets because there's a huge market for like rhythm games there, including PlayStation. But I think the marketing behind the game was very poor. And to conclude, I don't think this was enough to shut down a studio as fucking volatile. Sorry, as significant to Microsoft as that studio was. Like this
Yeah, I
is
agree.
to your point, Rome. It's like one of the only Japanese studios, and before that, they were just talking their shit up about that. Like, yeah, we wanna like every interview that Sarah Bond has, it's all about like how we're building our Eastern studios and blah 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 blah. It didn't deserve that. That studio should have never been closed. I can give you 10 Microsoft studios that they could have closed, like fucking the guys that make Halo, that have not made a Halo game in over a decade, like the fucking guys that made Gears, that have not made a decent Gears game in a decade.
Whoa, wait a second. Hold on. The
Dude,
Coalition's good. Let's not do that. The Coalition's a great studio. Stop.
Coalition is not bad. They're okay. They're passable, but they're still not doing what Cliffy B was doing with Gears. Like we don't care about Gears the same way we did when he was making it. And you're absolutely right. Out of all the Microsoft studios, Coalition is probably one of the best outside the guys that make what is it, Forza. The Forza guys are the best studio that Microsoft has. Playground and Turn 10. They're the most consistent ones. But like, there's so many other studios that Microsoft has that are just fucking pulling money from Microsoft and doing jack, and have done nothing for Microsoft. For
Like,
them to do this to this studio that has done so much, including releasing PlayStation games that were fucking awesome.
okay, I mean, there's a disagreement there. I don't think. I think them closing down Japan, not Japan Studio, sorry, them closing down Tango, is can be somewhat justified. You mentioned the Evil Within too. Those games don't sell copies, and Hi-Fi Rush wasn't really going to sell copies. There might be some critique in the marketing of how Microsoft handled the situation. I can agree there to some extent. Although I will say there's a lot of benefit to the surprise drop because as soon as that showcase was done, everybody went to go purchase this game. Everyone was talking about this game. The core audience knew about this game, and when the core audience knows, especially with the Game Pass virality, I think there's a lot of people there who would actually purchase or play the game via Game Pass. And I think the numbers are okay. The problem is just the actual budget of the game just probably didn't justify the player base. I would have.
And we
I
don't know
would
the
say-
budget though. That's my problem. Is that like,
Well,
what was
we
the
have
budget?
we have some hints. I mean, no, it wasn't. It was
what
probably
was the
low
budget?
tier AAA.
Because like again, you say like for instance, you just passively mention that Evil Within didn't sell well. Evil Within sold 3.5 million, bro.
The first one, or the second one.
The first one.
Yeah, what did the second one sell? It sold less.
It also sold over 1 million. There's no
Yeah, no, but it's
difference.
sold less than Evil Within 1. I mean, that's
Yeah,
not.
but like it was also not a game that was as good as the first game. But like
Yeah,
we
but
can
but that's
argue.
money lost right there. Like it is what
Yeah,
it
but like
is.
this was not money that Microsoft lost. This at the time when they did
No, but
that.
you're looking at the franchise and you're saying to yourself, how valuable is this studio in
Absolutely.
terms of
So, but like
developers?
again, then you look at games like Ghost of Tokyo, like
Ghost of
that they
Tsushima,
did. Sorry, no, no, the Tokyo game
Ghostwire
that they
Tokyo.
Ghostwire Tokyo, yes.
Yeah,
Like those games didn't do bad. They did good numbers on PlayStation, mind you, where they
I
were
don't know.
released as
I don't. Yeah,
exclusives.
but like the
They did
problem
over a
is,
million.
yeah, but the problem, yeah, but like $1 million is not enough to justify these games at the moment, though.
So what the freaking hell? Why is what's this dumbass studio that made this game about this deaf girl? Like, why is that studio still in fucking
What Deaf Girl?
What are you talking about?
Hellblade? Why why
They're
is
not
that
that, first of
studio?
all.
Why is that studio still
Actually,
in? Because that
so
game didn't sell for shit. Like,
I'm gonna chime in. I'm gonna chime in. And so there was a
please.
report. There was a report last year. Ty, you can correct me because I'm pretty sure
Mm-hmm.
that we talked about it. Was that there actually is a lot of studios helping studios behind the scenes at Xbox. And if I recall, Ninja Theory was they were either helping with Unreal or they were helping with something else. But they actually like go around and help other studios with things. So to answer your question, I'm like, just because the game they put out may not sell the most, which is also towards I guess the argument of why you don't close Tango, because Tango probably could have helped in some way, especially with where they're based and whatnot. But like
Yeah,
the Xbox
I agree.
portfolio, like everyone's helping each other in that umbrella. Like like that's what the reports were saying last year. I mean, again, I didn't have it ready for today, but it was definitely something that came out last year
No,
that
you're right.
like the coalition is helping other teams, like other teams are helping each other in that Xbox banner. Like that's something that's absolutely happening. So these smaller studios that, you know, maybe they're making their worth to Xbox not by solely putting out, it's like, okay, well, that studio is making a game and that game sells like 2 million copies, right? Which in the grand scheme of things, from our outside, vision, it's like, oh, well, that's not a whole lot. But maybe on top of them putting out that game selling 2 million copies, it's like, oh, well, that studio is actually also assisting 3 other studios with their projects and like stuff like that. So
Okay,
You
maybe
that's
saw,
something
that's
we
what I
actually
don't
saw in the
get.
annual report
Because
of
yeah,
Ninja Theory that Microsoft does use them in relation to the
for
Unreal Engine. So those studios are actually using their motion capture studios as well.
there,
So
that's the place.
they're bringing in some money apart from just the games. Because I
oh,
would
okay.
say this: if it wasn't for that, they would be
Yeah.
screwed. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
100%.
because it's okay. So I'm not misunderstanding the fact that they can't really make good games, and they've not really made a
Hellblade's
fucking
good.
good game.
Hellblade's a good game. It's just not
That's
your.
it's
It's not
half a
your cup of
game. It's
tea.
like a
It's
half a
not
game,
your
and it's a
cup of
walking.
tea.
No, look,
It's not your craft
I'm
dinner.
enjoying it, but I can tell you right now, playing that day, I can tell you it's half a game
Listen,
compared to a studio that could make
listen.
a
I'm
game that has all the elements that Hellblade has, and actually has gameplay instead of just pressing forward all the time. Like, and my thing is this: like, okay, you can close down Tango because okay, reasons. It's not bringing in money, but you can keep you can keep these guys going. You can give them more money, okay, and they can keep going because of the fact that they can do motion capture, and not really make games that have gameplay that people care about. And the reason I'm bringing all this up is because the number one most rated game that Microsoft has released in the last 5 years has been what is it? Was it Hi-Fi Rush? Like, there's no game that's as acclaimed as Hi-Fi Rush in their library.
Yeah, it's fair.
But they can put fucking Hellblade out and it can score average and be okay. And for some reason, I don't know, maybe Unreal Engine reasons, I don't know. They'll keep that shit going. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, Microsoft's entire strategy doesn't make sense to me. But okay.
What's up, Ken?
Hey, Ken Wall in the chat. How you doing, man? Long time no talk. Let's move on to Xbox and the idea or the possibility that the next Xbox will be a PC, which will by default mean that Steam would be a potential launcher on the platform. Now, I think the questions here is number one, is this technically possible? And two, if it is technically possible, is Sony PlayStation going to do their utmost to block it? And if that's the case, will Steam comply with Sony's request? And if they don't comply, will Sony take their games off Steam? Or will Sony look for some kind of regulatory intervention to prevent Xbox from making a machine like this, or maybe just to block their games? So there's a lot of moving parts here. Rome, I'll come to you first. What is the first of all, are you interested in the idea of Xbox, an Xbox machine that can play Steam games? And do you think this might actually increase the console sales from a Microsoft perspective?
So for the first answer, yes, I'm absolutely interested in them getting Steam, maybe even Epic Game Store, but more obviously, more importantly, Steam integration into the next Xbox. I think that is just honestly, it's such a smart play by them if they can get it done, because like they're like, in terms of software, at that point you're kind of leveling the playing field, because I personally don't think PlayStation would stop their games from being played on like the Xbox through Steam. I don't see why you would, because at that point you're just kind of shutting down sales. And I would like there was a really good argument against why they wouldn't do it, or for why they wouldn't do it, on Colt Eastwood's podcast on Monday. And I know Mag was talking about someone that has sources within Sony that they're not even having conversations. I don't remember exactly, but go check that out. But I just think that like, I think it's such a smart move by them, because if you take away that software barrier, like, I mean, will they put out the next, like the best console next generation? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be better than the PS6, but if their goal to compete in that market space is to make it solely hardware based, and PlayStation doesn't want to play ball, I mean, this is a really smart way to do that. Plus, like, if you're a console gamer only, if you don't like me, like I don't see myself building a PC anytime soon, especially if this Xbox has the Steam store on it. Like, technically you're getting more games on your Xbox than you are on the PlayStation at that point. But I just think it's a really great idea. I think it's, considering that like they are where they're at in terms of competition, and like they've realized that they can't beat PlayStation, and maybe it's defeatist for them. Maybe they took it on too early. Maybe they acted, they came to this conclusion too soon. Some maybe would say too late. I don't know, but I think it's a really smart way to play it, because it's like, hey, like, we're gonna make money and put our game everywhere, but we can also remain viable and competitive in the console space by saying like, okay, well, like, people say, well, why should I buy an Xbox if you can play PlayStation and Xbox games on PlayStation? And Xbox's retort is, well, on the Xbox, you can play Xbox games, PlayStation games, and just games that are only on Steam, which is something that PlayStation can't say. I mean, so it's kind of impressive. Like, they're almost like took a step back and like looking outside the box. I understand that, like, I'm sounding like a total fanboy right now, but it just makes a lot of sense. Considering Xbox wants to put their games everywhere, and they want to sell their games to everybody, so they want to maximize their sales and they want to grow, but they still want to remain viable and competitive. I mean, like, it's definitely the way to have your cake and eat it too, I guess.
Just a real quick one. Ken
Yeah.
says, I think it's a good idea in theory. I was thinking about this some more. Yes, it would be good pivots because Xbox is out of moves when it comes to making their console viable, but Steam has a lot to offer, I would imagine. So I think, yeah, Ken was of the same opinion as you. But
Yeah.
do you think Sony is actually just going to let this happen? Like, they have no interest in blocking this. Is that your opinion?
I mean, we talk about growth, we talk about sales. I mean, I don't see why it makes sense for them to do that. Like, we always talk about how hardware makers tend to sell their consoles at a loss, right? And they make that money back on software. If you're Sony and you're looking at Xbox and you're looking at what Xbox is doing, and they're selling these units, they're selling the software without, I mean, maybe, if you sell your game to a PlayStation player, you're not putting out that box for that PlayStation player. You're not losing that money on that hardware, but you're still getting the software sale. I just think that in this era of gaming, where like Ty, like we go back and forth talking about how growth and sales are just the most important thing. I don't understand the thought process behind not letting it happen. I mean, like, especially because like at that point you're putting it on Steam, and it's just like it's not even like you need to advertise it for Xbox. You can just say it's on Steam, or like Spider-Man 3 is on Steam, and then like let Xbox do that lifting where they're like, hey, just so you know, Steam is on Xbox. I don't know. Like I just think I think the future of gaming is going in a way that like makes a lot of people uncomfortable, admittedly myself included, but like I think that like the numbers will speak for itself. If Xbox is putting their games everywhere and they're seeing that success, and the shareholders at Sony are like, well, wait a second, like why, like, do we assume that the shareholders at Xbox are going to say we want to make money by putting our games everywhere, but the shareholders at Sony aren't going to think the same way? I mean, I don't know. I don't. Could I see PlayStation being petty and doing it? I mean, yeah, but if we're talking about like a business perspective and what makes sense, it doesn't make sense to do that, in my opinion.
Okay. Ushers, the man with the opinions. What is your take on this? Xbox makes a PC that can obviously play Xbox games via emulation, and Steam games, Epic Games, Ubisoft storefronts, the whole shebang.
Yeah.
Do you
But
see this as something that's viable, something that can work? And number two, do you think Sony is going to go out of their way to block their games, to be played on this new Xbox hybrid console?
But you already know what I think. Like, just look at the current. All you have to do is just look at like the current gaming market. What's happening? Xbox, yeah, we're putting everything everywhere. Like, yeah, we all play, we all win. What is Sony doing? Fuck you. What? What? You want Final Fantasy? Kiss my fucking ass. You're not getting
Well,
Final
they got
Fantasy.
Final Fantasy. They got Final Fantasy.
No, they don't.
It's
I'm still
coming.
waiting for Final Fantasy 7. I'm still waiting for Final Fantasy 7 X2, or the second part of that Final Fantasy. The only thing that we got was Final Fantasy Online. We got nothing.
No, we got. Well, number one, the whole slate of Final Fantasy is coming.
Well,
And
how do
some
you
of
know
it's
that?
already here.
Like,
The Pixel remaster is already there.
Okay,
We don't know
but, like,
that.
how do you?
Dev Gordon has said that it's and Phil Spencer was on stage
Okay,
with,
but like, do
with
you
the people at
have
Square
a
Enix.
release slate for Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 7 X2, and Final Fantasy 11? Do you
Jez
have
said,
that?
yeah, Jez said that Final Fantasy 16 is this year, 7 Remake is this year, and then Rebirth is next year, if I remember
Okay,
correctly.
so you saying that a guy that works for Windows Central said that, like, and I'm not.
I mean, a
disreputing
guy
you.
with reputable sources. Yeah,
Well, he can say that he's got reputable
like
sources.
there
but,
are guys in the games industry who, if they say something, I'm going to take them at
Fine.
their word. Like your Jeff Grubbs, your Nate the Hate.
And I'm okay with that, but I'm saying, has Microsoft said to you that you're getting those games? Has Phil Spencer saying that you're getting those games?
Contractually, they probably can't say it yet, but if you have Phil Spencer on stage
But like
at the
they
Final
have not
Fantasy
said
thing
that you
last
have
year,
those games, so you,
You know
do
what?
not
Hold
have
on, hold
Final
on, hold on,
Fantasy.
hold
you're
on.
arguing semantics.
Wait,
These
wait, wait,
games
wait,
are
wait. Hold
coming.
on.
No, that's not
Like,
semantics.
Ushers, wait, hold on. Ushers, say
That's
your
not
point,
semantics.
and then you guys can go back and forth. But say your statement first in relation to.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that like Sony is still withholding IPs, including the fact that like the last statement made by Microsoft about Ghost of Wukong had nothing to do with the fact that Ghost of Wukong can't run on Microsoft's hardware. Microsoft said that like we don't comment on companies that have exclusive deals with our competitors, which is Sony. But they're happy to put Forza 5 and all their games on PlayStation, which is fine. Happy with that. All I'm saying to you is that Sony is not going to change their strategy in terms of how they approach competition. They see Microsoft and Xbox as competition. You will never, and I'm putting it like I say never definitively, you will never get PlayStation games on an Xbox console. Period. Ever. As far as Sony is concerned, you are never gonna get that. The only time that you will get games is like, for instance, in a situation like with MLB, where they don't own the MLB license and the MLB can force them to do that, or in a situation where they've had exclusive license with Kojima, and then the rights fall back to Kojima, and Kojima can release his game on Xbox. But the sequel is still going to be exclusive for like 5 years before we get it on the Xbox, because that's just how Sony does business. They don't see, like, Sony will always be about selling consoles. And that is why they will sell 100 million consoles and they will sell 150 million consoles, where Microsoft will not even be able to manage 50 million consoles because they don't put effort into selling consoles. For some reason, they decided to pivot without even actually trying to beat Sony in America, where they were in the first 2 years of this generation. They were tied with Sony, but they chose not to compete and they chose to do what they're doing now. It's fine. Nobody cares.
So I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I wouldn't, like, as I said earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if Sony does decide to be petty and PlayStation doesn't do it. Like, yeah, no, like, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm just saying, if we're looking at it from a perspective of selling software, and you know, if PlayStation wants to keep going that route, I mean, they will, and Xbox will keep making their money the way that they want to make their money.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just kind of, it is what it is, kind of thing. I think that it would be, I think it makes more sense to put your games everywhere if you want to talk about growth. If you don't want to keep closing studios and laying people off, and, you know, having live service games flounder because there's not enough people playing them. I mean, if you want to do all that, I mean, I guess you could keep doing that. And, like, don't get me wrong, PlayStation will still have their outstanding single player first party output, and that'll be great for them. But I mean, I don't know. I just think if we look at it from a business perspective, I think it's silly.
Okay. So can I ask you a question from a business perspective? Rob?
Absolutely.
Who's doing the multi? Like, we'll put our games everywhere except Microsoft. Which other console makers?
In terms of console releases, nobody.
Nobody. So Nintendo, are they failing at gaming?
No. And where's PlayStation?
Aren't they like the guys that are selling the most hardware in gaming, like, more than anyone else? Even though, despite the fact that, like, 10 years ago, people were saying, bro, you guys are competing against cell phones, and cell phones are, like, just everywhere, and you guys are not. They're gonna fuck you up. But Nintendo is still going, and they're still the number one in terms of hardware sales. Aren't they still the number one gaming company?
Yeah, for sure.
And then where's Sony in that? Like, where are they in the hardware business?
They're also doing very well.
Okay, so who's not doing well in the hardware business?
That would be Xbox. That's why they're pivoting to focus more on the ecosystem.
So, and again, why is Xbox not doing well? It is because they were pivoting a decade ago. They decided not to put no focus. Like, when everybody else was saying we're doubling down on exclusives, we're doubling down on games that are on our platforms, what was Xbox saying? We're putting our shit on PC. Yeah. And then they're wondering why their console sales are still suffering today. Like, to me, and my thing is this, like, and it's been my thing for, like, forever, is that if Xbox for once stopped pivoting and just focused on a market that they actually have, now they're pivoting to a market that's owned by Blizzard. Sorry, not by Blizzard, sorry, by Steam, by Valve.
Yeah, I know what you meant. Yeah.
You understand? Like, everything that they're doing is that they're pivoting to other businesses that are owned by other market leaders. It's not like they're saying we're going in there and we're just going to be the only competitor. Every other market that they're pivoting to is already owned by another market leader. They failed to beat Sony as a market leader in this business. How, like, I don't have faith in that business becoming successful. I'm sorry. Like, you've proven nothing to me as a gamer to say that, well, we've dominated console gaming, so now we can go on to PC gaming and we can dominate. You guys were first at PC gaming. Steam came through and they fucked you up. You had, you had Windows Live before Steam was even a thing. You failed miserably. What did you do? You opted out. You did nothing to double down on that business and look at, like, where can we do better? No, you just left it. And then Steam took over and now they own that business completely. And a lot of people don't remember the fact that Steam was not popular when it came out.
Mhm.
When Steam first came out, people were anti-Steam. There was so much negativity towards Steam, but Steam eventually won the audience. My thing with Microsoft is that they're not willing to just pay the fucking piper and do the thing that is necessary to win an audience before moving on to the next thing. The soon as they have a moment to pivot, they pivot. Now they're pivoting towards a publisher. And they are
Precious,
abandoning console
your
gaming.
claim that you made there was that Sony will never put their games on the Xbox platform. I mean, listen, I could even
No,
agree
they
with that,
won't.
right?
They won't.
Yeah, but here's a question: do they have a choice?
Yes, they have a choice.
Why do they have
Absolutely.
it? If you're putting your
Because
product
Sony,
on
because
Steam,
okay,
if you're putting your product on Steam, and
yeah,
Steam's policy is that everybody who has a Steam, platform, any computer that can run Steam, can run those games. Do you think Steam is going to turn around to Sony and say, we're going to block a Microsoft hardware that has Steam so you guys can be happy? Why would Steam acquiesce to PlayStation?
okay. So let me ask you a question. When you play your games on, is it Nvidia, GeForce Now?
Mm-hmm.
Can you play Sony's games on there?
No. Wait,
Why?
you can't with Booster, right? But with GeForce Now, you can't. No.
No, you can't play any of Sony's
You mean
games
when you're using
because
the Xbox, when you're using the Xbox console, yeah?
you can't.
Yeah, but
Like,
why
or
is
any
that?
other system. Can
No,
you
but
use?
why is that though?
Because Sony decided they didn't want to
Because
have.
Sony told GeForce Now, Nvidia,
Yes,
no. I'm saying, will
exactly.
Steam acquiesce to Sony's demands?
Absolutely. Like, why
Okay,
wouldn't they?
okay. That's a
Like,
good point.
first of all,
Why would
Why do you think
Steam?
that?
Why would Steam that has a policy that is
okay,
pro
first
consumer
of all,
acquiesce to Sony's demands?
okay,
Yeah,
first
so
of all,
hold on. I'm actually going to
okay.
agree with Ty real quick. I'll let you say your piece. I just want to just chime in very quickly.
No,
I think
my
it's a,
whole. Okay,
sorry. Go ahead.
please go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead. It's fine. It's fine. Fine, go ahead.
No, my whole piece, Rome, is just simple. Is the fact that, like, first of all, if you look at that whole relationship, is that it's very simple. It's that, like, when you look at Steam and what Steam is, it's a marketplace. So
Mhm.
all like Sony has to say is that, like, well, we don't have a problem with your games being on our marketplace until they're on an Xbox platform. That's our direct competitor. There is absolutely nothing. Like, legally, they are within their rights. In fact, Microsoft are the ones that can actually get taken into action for fucking
That is
whatchamacallit.
an insane take.
Okay, please go
Yeah.
look it
So
up.
here's
Go look it
so
up,
hold on.
dude.
So
Like, you can't, like, if Microsoft has a closed platform, which is a console, and this is what I asked you, and you
it's
didn't
not a
want to
closed
answer.
platform if it's
No,
open.
no, like Microsoft is like, sorry, Microsoft's Xbox platform is a closed platform. It's not an open platform.
It's a PC. You keep saying
No, no,
Xbox.
no.
It's a
If you
PC.
making it a PC, then it's a
Well, they
PC.
are. Well, they are. They're talking about
PC.
changing the.
Okay, then okay, but then
Oh, what
my
is it
thing is,
called?
Rome, is that what is your value proposition if it's a PC? I
No,
have a
no, 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 no.
PC.
Wait, hold on. Let's not jump. Like it's a
Okay, let's
PC,
not jump.
right? So
It's a PC, so it's not a console. So
yeah,
this is
yeah,
what I
it's a
wanted
PC.
you
So
to
hold on, wait, hold on. It's a
make clear.
PC. So how can
Yes.
Sony and why would Steam allow Sony to block a manufacturer on
A
their platform?
PC, not a console.
It's
PC.
a PC. Yeah, it's a PC.
Okay, so it's a PC, meaning that it's an open-ended platform. That's what I wanted you to clearly define when I was asking you the question. I think it was
Yeah,
two
it's a
days ago.
PC. Yes.
If it's a PC, then it doesn't matter. It's the same thing that they have now. It's not an Xbox. An Xbox is a console. If you're saying it's an Xbox, if you're saying it's an app that you can actually click a link and it takes you to your to your Steam, that makes no difference. If you're
Wait.
saying
So,
it's a
so you're saying
console,
Sony? So you're saying Sony wouldn't care then?
they wouldn't care if it's a PC.
Oh, then there you go. That's to my point.
Okay, well that's it then. Yeah, that's the answer.
Yeah,
Yeah. There it is.
if it's a PC, then it's not a console. Then Microsoft
Okay,
doesn't have a
then.
Well,
console. They just
Wow,
have
the
a
conversation
PC.
is done. Okay,
It's
we're
Yeah,
on the
done.
there it
same
is.
Yeah,
page.
absolutely.
Let's wrap
Because
it up.
again, if it's a PC, what's an Xbox?
The Xbox
Like,
is the ecosystem around it.
It's the ecosystem, yes.
But what's the ecosystem? What are you talking about?
The ecosystem.
What do you mean?
For
What
me,
ecosystem?
the ecosystem is what I have on my PC.
Okay,
my
what
laptop,
It's
and my
my
ecosystem?
mobile
account,
Give me
phone.
an
my games,
example of
my
that.
achievements, my friends.
Oh, you mean the
Game
Xbox
Pass.
app?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, like, when I like, if a console is just
Okay.
if it's a PC under the hood, like, as long as it's running my Xbox content the way I need it, like, you could call it whatever the fuck you
But
want. Like, I would.
don't you have that already right now?
Well, no, I have a console. I don't
No,
have a
but you
gaming
have a
PC. What
PC
do you
right
mean?
now that does exactly the same shit. Why would you buy an Xbox PC to do that shit specifically?
Because
Makes
it's in
Because
so
the
fucking
I'm
living
sense.
because
room.
I'm lazy and don't want to build my own PC, so I'd
And then
rather
like let me
Xbox
ask
make
you a
one for me.
question. So how does that differentiate from a normal PC?
I don't. Wait.
I,
It's a
I,
PC. Wait. I don't understand. Like, why?
Like
I
no,
don't
like
understand the
what you're
question either.
saying is like simple. Is that like why what's the difference between what you have now on your Xbox app and what Microsoft is saying they're gonna be doing next generation?
But
Where
wait.
you would wanna
Wait.
just get
You
this
you
on
have
your
a ROG
Xbox
Ally, right?
console.
Wait. Usher, so you have an Xbox, right?
Yes, I have an Xbox.
You have a ROG Ally, right?
100% I do. Yes.
And you have a
App.
PC.
Yes, I have a PC
So
and
you
I
have
have an Xbox app.
so why do you have 3 different platforms that plays Xbox, like that has an Xbox app on it?
yeah, it sounds like you have 3 Xboxes, man.
Why not get a 4th one?
Yeah,
Why
sure.
would
Well,
I get a fourth one?
you have a
Like
you have a
it's very
smartphone, right?
simple. Like you guys
So you
are
do have a
making
fourth
it like
Xbox.
no, whoa, hold up. You guys are making it like you're making it like it's the same thing for me to pop in Fallout on my Xbox versus popping in Fallout on my PC.
Wait, do you have Fallout on your Xbox?
I have Fallout on my Xbox.
Do you
Yes,
have Fallout on your PC?
I suppose I could buy it. No,
I was
I
cooking
don't
them.
have it.
And you can
Well, wait, if you have it on your
like,
Xbox, you can load it up on your PC.
listen.
via-
Okay, but like,
I'll tell you
but
exactly what I've
I'm
been doing.
trying to
Hold on, wait.
understand
I'll
the
tell you
point
exactly
where
what I've been doing
this.
yet. I have
Yes.
Metaphor on my Xbox console, and I go to
Yes.
my living room. I sit down there and I play Metaphor yet. And when I'm in my room, in this
100%.
what you guys can see right now, I click the Xbox app, the Windows Xbox app, and I click Metaphor and I play Metaphor. It's the exact same thing. I have
Okay.
I have more, or I probably like equal hours on my
Okay.
PC and on my Xbox app, right? And in the same way, how I can take my ROG Ally, I don't have one, but unless I did have one, I could put it on. It's the exact same thing. These are all
Okay, so tell me, so you're saying that your Rogue Ally is your Xbox?
It is an Xbox, yeah.
It has my Xbox ecosystem on it. The app.
No, but like okay, no, but like you and Ty are not saying the same thing because Ty is talking about proprietary Xbox software that primarily because we're
No.
not
Okay.
talking about.
Here's what I'm
If
saying.
you saying the next Xbox console is a
Here's
PC,
what I'm saying.
then I don't
Hold
see
on.
the
Here's what I'm saying.
argument because I
The
already
ROG
have the
Ally,
app.
the ROG Ally, and the
Yes.
PC and the Xbox, to me, they're all computers. They're computers. What
Okay,
matters
fair
is the
enough, and I'm
software.
not
The
agreeing with you. I'm not
Xbox,
disagreeing.
the actual Xbox console can only run one
Yeah.
software, which is the Xbox platform, right?
100%.
The ROG Ally can run multiple different ecosystems.
100%. You
Which is the
can do
Xbox, whatever it
Steam. You
is.
can do everything.
Exactly, and the
That's-
PC can
that
do
runs
that
on
as well,
PC.
right? So they're all to me computers, and they all can run.
Okay,
Xbox.
but my thing is this: like, so what are you guys are talking about Sony? Sony doesn't care whether or not I can run their games on a Rogue Ally, but the moment that the Rogue Ally just becomes as like to your point, and this is what you keep coming back to when I chat to you, is well, what Xbox is gonna do next generation is that they're gonna build a Steam like ecosystem which immediately just launches you not to Windows, launches you just into Xbox.
Yes,
And I'm saying Xbox would never allow that. Because first of
Xbox?
all, yes, Xbox would Sony would never allow that.
how?
Simple, because of the fact that like the same reason like on your Steam, not everything runs on your Steam. Like all the games that run on your listen
I hear
to
that.
me.
I'm saying why wouldn't
Okay.
like? I'm never saying why wouldn't Sony allow it. I know why they wouldn't allow it.
Yes.
I'm saying can they?
Yes, they can.
How?
Absolutely. It's 100% within their legal right.
No, okay. You keep saying legal right, but let's go to that. Technically, can they do it? That's the first question.
It technically can, but licensing is important, brother. Like
Fair
you
enough.
can't just do shit. If I
Agreed.
don't want to put my games on your
Agreed.
platform,
Agreed.
Okay.
If Steam turns around and says you can't tell us that Helldivers 2 can't work on a specific manufacturing platform that's a PC that runs
Why
Windows?
not?
Well, if Steam says no, what do you think Sony does?
What do
They
you
deal
mean?
with
What do
it
you think?
because
They just
Steam's the
put their
market
own
leader in the
app out
PC.
there and they put their stuff on Epic Games. What do you mean?
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that like when Steam says no, fuck off, you can't do this. Sony has no choice but to just take the games out, right?
Yes, like
Okay,
they
done.
don't
Yeah,
need to put
I agree.
their games on PC.
No,
They don't
but
need to go through
you don't
Steam.
understand.
Steam is a
This is the point.
platform.
This is the point everyone's making. You either
Yes,
comply or
absolutely.
you leave.
Exactly.
Right,
Cool.
but Steam is the leading market. You said it yourself. Steam is the leading marketplace on the
Okay.
PC market. So at that point, you're
So-
hurting yourself.
Okay, so like my point being to you is that like, well, do you think that Sony cares if right now Sony is the leading market in gaming, right? Like in console gaming. They have like they understand that like regardless of whether or not a game comes onto their platform, if it's on Xbox, it's not gonna kill their sales whatsoever. But they still make sure that games don't get onto Xbox. And you thinking that on PC they'll change that because of what?
No. Listen, I agree with you. They don't like it.
They
The
won't
question-
do it.
the
I'm
question
telling
I'm
you,
saying
they
to you is
won't
that
do
when
it.
And I'm not
Steam
saying you're
says-
wrong either.
Yeah, when Steam says
Okay.
no, can we say that they only have two choices: to comply or to remove
And
all
then,
the games from
and then
Steam
my
and never use Steam
my
again?
second question to you is like, okay, cool. Why do you think Steam will even allow their app to be on Xbox in the first place when they are planning?
Did you
to
not see
release their own
Did you not see
console?
the leaked image of Steam?
No, like again, like don't tell me about Xbox leaked images and bullshit from Xbox.
Okay,
like
okay,
that you
okay.
cannot confirm.
Let me tell
That
you
is
why.
just
The reason why
speculation right
Steam
now,
would
bro.
the reason why Steam would like their app
Okay,
on
why?
Xbox is because Xbox has a user base. There's a consumer base out there that doesn't want to get a
And
PC.
Steam doesn't have a user base.
Yeah, like
hold on,
me,
hold on,
like
hold on.
me,
There's
like
a
me.
consumer base out there that wants to get just consoles. Do we agree there?
100%. I exist. I'm
Yeah,
right here.
we can
Hi.
agree
Yeah,
that. So
okay.
why can't
Exactly.
Steam like
So-
aren't they making their own console? Don't they
but
already
wait,
have their
but
own
why
console?
would you why would you restrict yourself to making your own console when you have the ROG Ally making a Steam version for you and all these different platforms that are willing to put
Which
your
different
own
platforms?
So wait. So I'll also say this: it's like you talk about, well, why does Steam just make their own console? It's like, again, we've already talked about it. Like these
Okay,
companies,
let's talk about it.
they lose the money on the hardware. Like you're selling
Why would
hardware
they
at a
put their
loss
shit
most of the
on a
time.
losing platform like Xbox? In
Because
terms of,
guess what?
If,
Someone
if
like
I
me
was
who-
Steam, I would actually put my shit on PlayStation because that makes more sense because they've got the
Why
most
would-
market. Xbox is dead. Like, why would you want to put? Why would you want to do business?
You're just being
Okay.
you're being weird right now. Just
Okay, but like no, but like
let's just
answer
be
my
clear.
question.
Let's just
Answer
be
my
clear.
question. In
Just hold
console
on, hold
gaming-
on, just hold on.
Okay.
Xbox
So
goes to
where's-
Steam. Xbox
Okay.
goes to Gabe and says,
Yes.
"We're going to put. You don't have to do nothing, Steam. We're going to put your ecosystem on our console, which exposes our own users, the Xbox core
Yeah.
fan base, no matter how small they are, which only likes consoles, to your platform where you can then steal our own users." Steam is going to
Really?
say, "No, you're losing console platform." Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So why would
well, hold on, hold on.
Steam-
You
like,
asked my
okay,
question.
Okay,
Well, that's my
fine.
question. Why would Steam say no?
Okay, so like you telling
And
me.
give a real reason, not like I don't like Xbox. Give a real reason.
Yeah,
why.
yeah. Come on now.
Let me
enough
give
with
you
that.
give you reason. Like if I was Steam and I had two competitors that I'm dealing with, one that is literally wanting to leave the hardware business and has like almost zero market share. All their market share will be taken over by Sony to the point that all their games are on the competing like hardware. Why would I go to Xbox instead of going to Sony and saying, Sony, listen, I want to make sure that Steam is on your platform. We already have
sorry,
your games.
I
No, like
misunderstood.
listen to me.
No, I
listen to
misunderstood.
me.
Are you saying Steam is going to Xbox? Xbox is
No,
going to
Xbox
Steam.
is going to Steam. 100%.
Okay, so they're going to Steam offering them what?
They're saying
Users.
we want to
Users.
put your ecosystem on our platform, and Steam is looking at them thinking, you want to expose probably 30 million of your own console users that don't want PCs to us, so we don't
So-
even have to make a console. You're just
And
going
then
to
you
give us as
telling me
users.
that Sony is sitting there stroking their dick, doing nothing, like not going, like you don't think Sony would be
And
if
then,
that
and
was
then
the
my,
actual
and
deal?
then my
Because
question,
again, even
and
with
then
your
my-
deal
but then
with
go back to my
Microsoft,
question. Go back to my
you are
question, which is
speculating, you don't
go,
know.
go back to my question, which
Yes,
is
what's
can
your question?
Sony block it?
Yes, absolutely. They've
Okay,
got complete right to do
okay,
it. I've looked it up
true.
on.
Okay, okay.
They
Will
can.
Steam
Yes,
comply?
they can.
Will Steam comply? Do
We
you think Steam
don't
will
know what
comply?
Steam will do, but I think they will.
That's the crux of the question,
If
though, because it's Steam's
but
platform.
okay, what's your answer to that question?
No,
Why
I'm
would
asking
Steam
you.
comply?
I'm asking
No,
you.
they
What you
won't.
say?
Like, yes, Steam will comply, bro. Like
Why,
Steam will
okay,
comply
why would Steam comply?
because of the fact that they could get a better deal with Sony.
No,
It's
no,
as simple as that.
Sony will never ever let Steam on their platform.
I
Why?
agree with that completely.
Why
They
would
never. Why
why
would they?
would why would
Okay,
okay
so okay, but like, so
sorry,
you
sorry,
thinking? Okay,
Can
but
you
like,
imagine
let's
this?
listen
Yeah,
to your
wait,
reasoning
just a wait, quick on.
because
Sony
you are
is the
content,
company
yeah.
that does timed exclusives because
Okay,
they value the
what
console
is?
so much. Why
Okay,
would
let me ask you a
Sony
question.
hold on,
What
let me
is
finish.
Steam?
Why
All
would
right.
Sony allow Steam to be on the PlayStation and expose 70 million PS5 users to a different ecosystem called
Yes,
Steam?
100%.
That's insane. They will never do that.
No, I agree completely with
Okay.
Ty.
All right.
Because here's the thing: you're
So
talking
you
about.
base
You
okay.
gotta think
So
about it like
give
this:
me
from a
reasons. Okay.
position,
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
from a position. Like again, we want to talk about market leaders in
Yes.
respective markets. Like PlayStation is the. You take Nintendo out of the equation because I know Ty almost doesn't consider them competition to begin with. But like, let's say we look at the high end console market, right? So you got PlayStation, you have Xbox. PlayStation is the market leader, correct?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Okay.
Hands down.
So if you go to the let's shift over now. Let's go to the PC marketplace. Steam
Yep.
is the market leader in the PC marketplace in the PC sector, correct?
Yeah.
Well, yes, because
Yeah.
Microsoft couldn't manage their
Man, you really
whatever
you're
service offering. But like that's the truth. Like this is the thing that people keep getting away from is that Microsoft was always the guys that had PC.
Yeah.
Like
But
Steam
let's
only
focus
yeah,
on
yeah, but
arrived
this.
in
you're
That's a good
2010. Okay,
question.
but
but
Listen,
you're specifically going out of your way to shit on them. So it's like
yes, because they're shit at making games. Like this
yeah,
is
but
what
it
Microsoft
was
does.
it had
They
nothing to
are
do with the
they are
question. It had
terrible
nothing.
at
It
the
had
gaming
nothing to do
business. But
with
focus on the
the
okay,
question. Just
question.
focus
It's
on the question.
hilarious.
Focus on the question.
okay, fair
So
enough.
you have Sony that is the console, the high end console market leader,
High
and you have
end, yeah.
Steam, which is the PC high end or the PC marketplace leader, right?
Okay,
So it's like
fair
it's a
enough.
hierarchy. So if PlayStation wants to do business on the PC sector,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to have like Steam is going to have that say over them. Like that's just like if because again at the end
Okay,
of the day, if
why do you
PlayStation doesn't
assume
like it,
that?
if PlayStation doesn't like it,
Yes,
if PlayStation doesn't like what Steam has to say, then PlayStation's going to have to take their games off Steam.
Exactly.
100%.
And
If
listen,
like that's
you
what it
can sit
comes
here and
down
say,
to,
"Oh, well, they'll just
and then you
shift to
guys
their
don't know whether or
marketplace."
not that's where it's gonna get to. We don't. None of us know
No,
what
no,
will be
look,
the fallout.
but like
We're all, I mean,
we're all
everything's speculation right now.
speculating. We're all
But like,
speculating,
and I'm
right?
saying to
But the
you
thing
that
is, like,
like
I'm
before
saying
they
follow.
put
I'm saying follow
okay,
the path, right? So number one, if you're saying
what's
that,
the
like,
path?
PlayStation is gonna want to block this, that's fine. They can block it.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
if
They
they can't
can
But
take
yeah,
block
but if
it.
Steam
can't
says
block it.
no,
But if
deal
Steam
with
says
it.
no, then they take the games off the platform. Then, right?
Oh yes, absolutely, and they
Okay.
put them
And
on
now the next
Epic
question
Games
is,
or any other
But here's the
service
thing:
that
you
they
talk
want
about.
to.
But here's the thing: does that make sense from PlayStation's perspective? Because we talk about like, oh well, PlayStation could just make their own storefront, and do whatever they're doing. It's like, oh, okay, if it's that easy to
100%.
compete in the PC marketplace, why does no one ever fucking talk about Epic Game Store? Because they were being very aggressive. They were giving out free games
Well,
every
they're
month. They were
still
trying to be as
there.
aggressive as they can. Yeah, sure,
It's
they're
fun.
still there. But when's the last
Yes.
time anyone? I don't know a single person that goes
Okay.
to Epic Game Store to get their
Oh,
games.
no,
happy.
but
I
Okay,
don't know
okay,
one
happy.
for
single
Rome,
Okay,
person.
even before that, yeah,
happy with that
there's
example.
a
So
reason.
this is me
There's a,
like saying what you're saying, Rome, is like me saying, well, I don't know the I can't remember the last time a person wanted to buy a game on fucking Xbox
no.
because
Hold on.
nobody buys fucking games on
I'll just forget about
Xbox
that. Yeah,
anymore.
there's a
Why not
reason
buy
why
games
Like
on
that's
people
Xbox?
exactly the
there's a
same thing.
reason why people say Alan Wake 2 didn't do the numbers they should have because it wasn't on
Fair
Steam.
enough.
There's a reason why Ubisoft says, you know what, guys,
Fair
Ubisoft
enough.
storefront, it's cool, but you know what, we need to actually release on Steam because we need those sales.
Okay.
Everybody knows that if you want to release your games on PC, you got to go on Steam.
Okay, so let me ask you a question now, Tai. Like, so how many game units have Sony's games sold on Steam versus say Microsoft games?
Ushers, I'm not even arguing with you here. I'm just saying, like, if you're saying that they would take the games off Steam, I
Yes,
can agree
I'm
with
telling
you.
you they would.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Because they don't sell
that
that much on Steam anyway.
and
Like
Rome and what
Steam
oh,
sales
hold on hold
for
on
them right
one
now
thing
is
we've
nothing.
noticed that window is getting smaller and smaller. There's a reason why Sony's putting these games on Steam in the first place. and that window is getting smaller and smaller. At some point in the future, when to them it makes sense to put Intergalactic on
Yes.
Steam and
Okay.
PlayStation day one, when that makes sense to them, the question is, are they still gonna say no? I ain't gonna put this game on Steam. Oh, sorry, I ain't
Okay,
putting.
so when is that gonna make sense to them, Ty? Is this the time when Xbox now has this magical console that does everything? Is this when this will happen?
What do you mean? I mean, we're talking about years in the future,
Okay,
right?
we're talking about years, but like when would this happen? Is this like at the time when Xbox has this magical console
If
that
Xbox,
now
okay,
is
if
a
Xbox's
PC
next
that
console,
does
if
everything and
Xbox's
is also
next
an ice cream
console, if
machine?
Xbox next
Yeah,
console is in 2027, and if
yeah.
we know that since 2018, Sony's been
Mm-hmm.
putting their games on PC, it went from three
Yes.
years to 2 years to 1 year. We can
Okay.
then kind of make a very good guess that
Oh,
as
yo,
the
yo.
time
Oh,
goes,
we're making guesses, right? So we're not like
Yeah,
okay.
it's the whole topic has been speculation. What are you
But that's
talking
exactly,
my
about? Why?
point.
You,
That's my
like,
point. Is
what are you
that all
talking
you
about?
guys are saying is that like all you guys are saying is that like our speculation, based on what we believe, is more
Based on
accurate
fact,
than your speculation, because like there's no evidence to support like your speculation behind
no,
beyond the point that like well they put their games
you're
on
being very
Steam,
anal there because
so
The question is
okay.
very simple. Yeah, we're saying like, given what we know,
What do you
you
know?
you came to the conclusion
What do
that
you know? Like
given
okay, given
hold
what
on,
you
given
know,
what you know, you came to the conclusion that Sony will block their games because they don't want these games. All right,
absolutely,
yeah, and that's
because
fine.
of
Yeah,
the evidence that we
yeah.
have.
And I'm saying, and then my next question was, okay, but will Steam say yes or no? So, given what you know about Steam, would Steam
Yes.
say would Steam tell Sony to fuck off?
And that's a very difficult question to answer because of the fact that like we have to look at the relationship that Steam has had with Sony in the past,
I'll
and
tell you what the relationship is. Yeah,
yeah.
at best, it's irrelevant. At worst, it's
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
antagonistic.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Why is it irrelevant?
It's
Because you say so.
let me tell you why. Then the reason why I
Okay,
would say it's
please.
antagonistic at best, at worst, is because Sony has paid developers like Square to not put
Yes,
their games
hundred
like Final
percent
Fantasy 16.
on Xbox. Yes, absolutely.
It didn't come out on, sorry, not 16. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. It didn't come out on PC. Why?
Well, it came out later on. Like a lot of the
Yeah,
stuff came
but
out
why?
later
So it was
on.
a time exclusive. So why?
100%.
Why?
But is it still on Xbox?
I'm talking about Steam, not
Yeah,
Xbox.
but
You're obsessed with Xbox. I'm talking about Steam.
this
but we're
guy just
talking about
paints
all
his
this stuff
entire
going to
No,
character
no, no,
on
no, no, no,
hating
no,
Xbox.
no, no,
Xbox.
no, no. I said a very specific thing. What I literally
Yes.
said was, let's talk about Sony's and Steam's relationship, not Xbox.
Yes, and I'm saying to you, all that
And I
stuff
said at best,
eventually went
I said
on Steam. Yes.
at best, it's
Yes.
irrelevant. It's just there.
Why
At
is it
worst,
irrelevant?
it's antagonistic. And I give you an
Okay.
example that Final
Give me an
Fantasy
example
was
again.
a timed exclusive. Sony
Which
made it
one?
a timed
Which
exclusive.
one? Yes.
Rebirth.
Yes,
Remake.
absolutely. I agree with you. But
So
it was on Steam
is that
eventually.
an antagonistic thing to do?
To do what?
They're competing against Steam, is I think what he's saying.
Yeah, but like
They
my
were
thing is that like well whether
If
they're
Square
competing
Enix,
against
hold on, wait, if Square Enix told Steam the
yeah.
reason why we didn't release a game on your platform that would have made you
Yes.
money is because
Mm-hmm.
PlayStation told us not to do it and they paid us not to do it, is that
right.
antagonistic?
That is antagonistic.
Of
Absolutely.
course it is.
Okay, so you have one platform called Microsoft that
Yes.
released the biggest publisher in the world, releases all their games on your ecosystem day one.
100%,
And they want
yes.
to bring
You have
you new customers. They want to bring you new people like me.
two
Listen,
customers, yes.
I'll have you know right now. I am not buying games on Steam right now. I've bought one game on Steam and it was Stronghold remake, an RTS game that like
Mm-hmm.
doesn't play on consoles. If there are so many times where I'll go on say like YouTube out, just sit down and watch some YouTube videos and IGN will put out a trailer for a game and I watch the trailer, I'm like, oh, this game seems really cool. Which console is it coming out on? And then it's not coming out on any console and it's a PC game. And it's like, oh, well, that's unfortunate because I have all three consoles. I play on everything. I
Mm-hmm.
play on my Xbox, I play on my PS5, I play on my Switch. If that game was coming to one of those platforms, I would just buy it on one of those platforms. But because it's not there, guess what? I'm not buying that game because while yes, I have a
Well,
laptop, I
yeah.
don't play games on my computer. That's just not how I want to consume my games. So if Xbox
100%.
goes to Steam and says, "Hey, there's like even a million people like Rome who will buy the next
Mm-hmm.
Xbox and who don't want to get on Steam but will pay money for Steam games via the Xbox, and you can
Mm-hmm.
still make that sale. Why would you not do it?
Like, I just don't think that's even the deal or the talk with Steam, because all Steam can do is say, well, we can just make our own console and then just
But
sell
they're
our
not
own games
doing
which
that
they do.
because they
Well, you
then
don't know what they're doing. Like, you don't even know what Microsoft is doing.
but
We're
wait,
all
but okay,
speculating,
okay. Sorry,
and it's
Ushers,
based
listen
on
real quick.
rumors and
But like,
innuendo. This is what I'm saying.
um,
And then what you're saying is very, like, what Rome is saying is spot
Ushers,
on.
just
Okay,
wait. So,
please, yeah.
like when Legion, Lenovo, sorry, and
Mm-hmm.
GOG and all these guys, they want to make because we know Steam has been pushing their OEM, and there's a new
Yeah,
handheld that I think has a button that if you press, it just takes you straight to Steam. And Steam is trying to
100%.
basically
And that's what they're
spread
trying to
their
sell. Yeah.
ecosystem everywhere, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
Xbox says, yeah, we
makes
want to
sense.
spread it out to us
So
as
what would
well.
be the benefit of Steam's software being on Xbox?
because people can buy it. What do you mean?
But you know what, Rome? Yeah,
Like,
Steam is
no,
still
like, no. Because why? Like,
but
why
wait,
would
like
people are not
but like,
buying
okay,
games
benefit
right
to
now
who?
on Xbox's own
Benefit to who?
marketplace?
Benefit to who?
Like, to Microsoft. Like, how would Microsoft
Okay,
benefit
okay,
from
but do you
Steam being on their
contend that it benefits
marketplace?
Steam?
No, it doesn't at all.
That's
Like,
insane.
how does
That-
Steam benefit from a platform that can't sell its own games because people are just renting games on whatchamacallit? Like, go look at every game that Microsoft has on
Bro,
the like. Okay, but Rome. Go look at
look.
every game
Here's the
that's been
thing. Here's
released in
the
the
thing. Here's
last
the
12 months, right? Look at the sales. Where does that game sell more? PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series?
Well, I mean, there's more users on the PlayStation
Oh,
5.
okay,
So
so now
looking
we're
at
gonna
sales
count
numbers
users
is kind of
specifically.
looking at software sales is kind of irrelevant.
Okay, but like why? Like why is it irrelevant for us to count the fact like where are these games selling more? Are they selling on PlayStation or are they selling on Xbox's platform?
Oh, sorry,
You know what's
sorry.
better? Selling on both of them.
But they're
Yeah,
not
like
selling on
this.
Selling in
Xbox
more
anymore.
places. Like
Wait,
that's the whole point.
wait,
And I
Ushers,
feel like that's the thing that you're
wait.
not getting. You're just
Okay,
you're
why
just
am I
Ushers,
not?
do you think
Alright.
Starfield sold nothing on Xbox?
No, that would not be an honest answer. Of course not. Like, of course, I think it's sold
Okay,
reasonably
so
within Xbox.
so do you think some games sell? Do you think some people bought Street Fighter on Xbox? Do you think some
and then this
people
is
bought
my thing,
GTA
like
on
Tai,
Xbox?
I would be able to answer your question if Microsoft actually released sales numbers,
Okay,
but for
but
some
do
reason
you
they
think
don't.
do you think no games
So
because
it's not my
hold
fault
on
that I don't know
because
that.
listen because we've seen the sales
Yes.
charts, right? So Indiana Jones, for example, was a game that charted in the United States, on Xbox, right? So people bought it.
It charted or what number? Like what was the?
It was
I
like number
don't
one,
know
number
which
two.
based on which stats because those were probably not released by Microsoft.
Okay, well, how about NBA or WWE when those games chart on Xbox? Number one, number two. You don't think they chart? You don't think they do anything? You don't think people are not buying these games? They're just charting for the sake of charting.
Yeah, they can chart, but like how good are they doing versus what Sony's doing?
No, but like that's irrelevant because if they're
Why is
charting,
it
it means there's
irrelevant?
people. It means there's people buying it, right?
So if okay,
Xbox goes to
all
Steam
right.
and says,
So okay,
"We
if
want to
if
put
it's so
your
relevant,
we
Tai,
want
why
to
does
put your
Xbox not
we
want to
want to
sell more
put your
consoles?
ecosystem on our platform." Now,
Why does Xbox not want to sell
could
more
say-
console if that's
it's
the
almost
case?
it's almost like you're saying that like why
because
would
they can sell more
the question
copies
is
of their
why would
games by
Steam
selling
turn
them
down
everywhere.
money?
But like you
Why
do
would Steam-
understand
well,
that
I mean,
that
that's-
means
wait,
that
why would
nobody
they turn
buys
down
your
free
hardware
money?
specifically.
Why would they turn down free money?
Where are they turning down free money?
If Xbox, because I'm asking you what you said was
Yeah.
you said it doesn't benefit Steam. I'm asking you why
I'm
not?
saying to
Why would they
you-
why would they turn down free money?
Okay, how is it benefiting Steam? Explain to me.
Oh my
Steam,
god.
oh my, Jesus fucking Christ.
Like no, but like how is it benefiting more than like right now? Dude, they're already getting the benefit that they need direct. Why do they need a new deal with Steam?
Oh
bro?
man! Oh man! You know, Ty, let me just I'm gonna step in for a second. I'm not leaving, but I'm just letting you know. It's like I'm really grateful that you invited me on today. The last 2.5 hours have basically been like, Rome, you don't exist. Like that's what the last two and a
Yeah, but like,
half
bro,
hours.
like my thing
Like,
is
look,
like,
dude,
listen,
listen. I understand. I look here. I get it. Like this, like you don't like Xbox.
no,
You
but like,
at any point,
my-
listen. At any point when the conversation hasn't been about Xbox directly, you've made sure to come in and do the low blows. I get it. I've like it is what it is. I hear you 100%. At the end of the day, if you don't see Steam being able to sell their games to more people as a positive for Steam, then I don't know where this conversation can go from here.
But my
Like
question
you're
is to you,
adding
Rome.
customers. If I like, here's the thing: if I ran a business and I
Yeah.
could sell
Okay.
my product to 100 people, or I'll even go better, like
Okay.
a better ratio. If I could sell my product to 1,000 people or
Yes.
1,100 people, why would I choose 1,000 people?
Okay, can I ask you a question then? Then
Sure,
why
go
is
for
it that Sony doesn't put, like, for instance, Horizon on Xbox? Because
Because
they want
Sony,
more sellers.
well,
Why
because
no?
Sony trying to.
Why is Sony?
But this is
Why
my thing. Like,
Sony?
again, like you guys, like what he's saying
But
is very
again, you're
simple.
doing
He's saying
what you're trying to do,
if
which
we're
is fine.
maximizing, because it's very simple, Rome. If you're saying, well, we want to maximize the amount of customers, then we will do whatever it takes to maximize the amount of customers. So why is it that Sony is still till this day withholding IP that they even own that they can put on PlayStation? So
Because
on
Because
you
Xbox.
they're
said
operating under a
Why?
Sony.
different business model. They're trying to suffocate Xbox
Oh, there we go.
out
So there's a
of the high end
different
console
business
market.
model in place, right? You agree with that?
Well,
So
number
I'm
one,
saying to you,
correct. They're operating under two different business models, but also you're failing to look at the
100%.
fact that we're talking about two different sectors that are competing. One is console, one's PC.
Okay,
Like,
fair
I,
enough. Like Taye, mind you, sees that as the same thing. He doesn't see a difference between the console, and to him, it's just
No,
the
no, no,
same
no,
thing.
no, no. They're
This is
different
what you've said
segments.
to me,
They're,
Taye.
they're
But
different
okay.
segments for sure.
But
they're
you've
different
said
segments.
that to you don't see the difference in terms of, like, a person that can buy games on PC
No,
is
no,
the
no, no,
same
no.
person.
Because
Well, they have
here's
the
the
same
no, no.
purchasing
Here's the
power.
difference. I
They
have
have
a
the same
Okay.
purchasing
PC.
power, but
I have a console, and
Yes.
I have my mobile phone where I stream games. So I'm quite broad when it comes to this shit. I use
Okay.
my. I love playing games on my home on my TV.
Fair enough.
I actually prefer it than this, amazing setup that I have here. I'm just a console gamer in general. That's just my style, and that's the console market. But there is some crossover. I'm saying for my friends, like a Rome, for example, who has no interest in getting a PC, this is a smart
Mhm.
play. This is Steam's way of getting into the living room without actually having a console. And guess what? Steam can also release their own console. But if other
That's
companies and
exactly what I'm
manufacturers,
saying, that they'll
if
probably
hold on,
do.
if other
Why do they need
companies,
to come to
if other
Microsoft?
nobody
because
said
Xbox
they
is willing
went
to
to
do it for
Microsoft.
them.
We said
But that's what
Xbox
you're
went to
saying.
them.
That's your whole point. That's what you're saying.
I said, let me clarify to you again.
Okay.
I said Xbox went to them. They didn't go to Microsoft.
But, like, again, like, this is speculation. Okay, so Xbox went to
Why would
them.
okay
So
hold,
what?
hold on wait. I'm just really like Jesus
Okay.
fucking Christ. I don't
My thing is
understand.
the funny thing with me, right? Is like, so
Go ahead.
it's funny to me because there are people. So there are people whose this is their entire job, right? Like
Yeah.
reporting information, like from their sources. Like bad reporting would effectively ruin these guys' careers. Again, like the Jeff
But
Grubbs,
they've done this,
the
like Jeff
Jed
Grubb and
Porn.
them last year went through this where they reported misinformation. At that time,
Yeah,
it was all wrong, and we all proved that
If
it
you're
was
going
all
to
wrong, and
take
we all
something that
attacked
they
them for
got
that.
wrong and just say like they're untrustworthy, then you could do that by anybody. But
But, like,
like
my
these
that's
guys are
my point,
smart.
is that, like, it doesn't mean, like, again, like, everything that you guys are telling me is nothing that Microsoft has confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt. This is
Why
all
would they
speculation.
wouldn't confirm it now? But we know Phil Spencer. Hold on, but remember
Oh,
we say we take
jeez. Phil,
evidence
you
and we add it.
believe, like, what did I say to you?
We
You believe
know.
what
Oh
Phil
my
Spencer
god.
tells you?
wait, hold on. Actually, can I ask a question? Like, can I ask a question? All right, so we're under the agreement that Xbox and
Yes,
PlayStation right now are operating
100%.
two very different business models. Correct?
Like, this is what I'll say to you.
No,
I
no, no. It's a simple yes or
understand.
no. Are they or are they not? They're two different business models. PlayStation is
Like,
trying to
again,
be.
like, I would have to understand what business model Microsoft is operating.
Are you saying?
I
Are you,
don't know
operating
what
under
I don't
business
Microsoft
understand
is
models.
this question.
doing.
Are you saying Xbox is the same as PlayStation? They're doing the exact same things
No,
business
I'm
wise.
saying I don't know what the fuck Xbox is doing. I can tell
I
Okay,
you
can
but
what
tell
can
you
you
what
say it's
Xbox
Xbox
is
is
but
doing
doing.
can
right
you at
now.
least say it's
I
different?
don't know what
But
Xbox
can
is
you say
doing.
it's
Like,
different
to
to
me, none of
PlayStation?
it makes any
But
sense.
can you say it's different to PlayStations?
Yes, I
Okay, so
can
it's a
say
different
that it's
business model
different.
then.
100%.
Yeah, so
Right,
it's
so it's a
100%
different.
different
that.
business model, right? Exactly. As to what I was saying. So they're two different business models. PlayStation is trying to run a walled garden where it's like if you want to play
No,
PlayStation games,
PlayStation
you're
is
gonna.
doing console business how it's always been done. They're not
Yeah,
changing anything.
Oh,
yeah,
correct.
okay.
No, they're 100%. Listen, again, like, listen, man.
Same with Nintendo. Nintendo
Listen,
is doing what consoles have always done.
listen, man. You're
They're
gonna come in here and you're gonna hate on Xbox. I'm not gonna sit here and hate on PlayStation. Again, I play on all three. Yes, I'm
yeah.
critical of them when I feel the need to be, but I just love video games, man. So you're not gonna get into like the console argument with me. I'm not shit talking Sony. Yes, that's the way the consoles have been done since the beginning of
100%.
console. 100%. Like, there's no disagreement on that. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, whether you understand it or you don't, or you agree with it or you don't, like, that's irrelevant. Respectfully, and I'm not saying this in a way that I actually don't care about your thoughts. Fuck your feelings. Like, it doesn't matter how you feel about what Xbox is doing. At the end of the day, they have the vision that they're going with right now, and for them, they're making money via what they're trying to do, which is an ecosystem approach. So when I ask you,
this is what
hold on. When I ask you, PlayStation is doing the walled garden approach. See, I was trying to keep the
100%.
question simple, but you said you didn't understand, so now I need to break it down. PlayStation is doing a walled garden. They're doing the traditional console
100%. That's
method.
always
You put
worked.
out a box, you make games for the box, you sell the box, you sell the games. That's what PlayStation is doing. Xbox is, regardless of whether right or wrong, and yes, again, I've been critical of Xbox in the past about being too defeatist too early in this generation. 100%, you're not going to get an argument out of me on that. But at the end of the day, we are in the moment. We are here now. So all I can do is look at Xbox's current model, which is the ecosystem approach, which is the approach that, hey, if you want to buy a console, we have it. If you don't and you want to play on your phone, we are there. If you want to be on PC, we are there. Guess what? If you want to be in the other walled garden, we are there. Like, and that's their approach, whether you like it or not. Again, it's irrelevant. It's what they're doing, and it clearly seems to, very early, seems to be working for them because they're one of the highest publishers based off sales. Like, it's just what it is, and revenue. But so, like, when I ask you, like, between the two business models, when I ask you between the two business models, which one makes more sense to bring in another marketplace to integrate with their marketplace? If you tell me you think PlayStation is the one that makes more sense, the closed garden that tries to suffocate other marketplaces, both Xbox, and again, they have paid for exclusivity, so that includes messing with Steam. If you think that PlayStation is more likely to work with Steam than Xbox in this regard, then that's just silly. That makes no sense. Xbox is in a position where, like, their entire message is playing all of your games anywhere you want. So if Xbox goes to Steam, like, why, like, and they're saying, hey, we'll put it here. You don't even got to do anything. You don't even have to make a box. We'll make the box, and you'll come in and you'll put your games here, and people like Rome will spend that money on our box, and you'll get the sale for it. It's like, it just doesn't make sense.
So Rome. So my point where I come from the walled garden perspective is wrong. Who's selling more boxes that are walled garden or not walled garden? Who's selling actual more boxes?
PlayStation.
So, like, I'm trying to understand your metric of success here for Xbox, because nothing they've done has actually either been a market leader or a market success. It's been like I'm trying to understand from your perspective in terms of, like, well, Sony's not doing the right thing. They're using a business model that's outdated.
Who said that?
Like, I mean, like, I'm just listening to what you're saying. Like, I'm just coming to conclusion.
No, what I'm saying is that for all we know, like, again, like, you want to talk about, like, what's speculation, what's not. I could be 100% wrong, and that's fine. Xbox's method may not be successful in the long run.
So let me ask you a question, Rome. So what are you basing all this success that you labeling towards Microsoft in terms of, like, well, you believe that this business model that they're following is going to be successful? What are you basing that on?
I'm basing it on the fact that as a consumer, I feel like it's a very consumer-friendly approach.
Okay, so it's based on your own personal feelings. Is there any actual market and actual business data that says that what they're doing is going to be successful?
I mean, sure. I mean, if you sell a game to more places, you're going to sell more copies. So, I mean, like, pick a game that's multi-platform.
Okay.
Like, that's a simple math. Like,
so, but, like, where is this now helped as a platform holder, as someone that actually sells, that needs to sell Xboxes or that needs to sell Nintendos? Where has this worked before?
So
where you could do this. Like, all I'm trying to establish is that, like, you guys are saying, like, what I'm saying is ridiculous in the sense that, like, it doesn't have any sort of, like, basis in the market for relevance. And I'm saying to you, everything I'm saying to you is based on the fact that everything has worked in the market till this point. What you guys are saying is you're trying to sell me an idea that Phil Spencer is trying to sell you. And I'm saying to you, okay, cool. So what is your basis for success for this business model that you guys are proposing, besides the fact that it works for you as the consumer?
Well, I think number one, you look at.
Jump in here real quick. I would
Yeah.
not buy an Xbox Series X two. I made that decision like a few years ago. However, if you tell me that Xbox Series X two can run Steam and other PC storefronts,
which we don't know. Okay,
which we
because
don't
Oh
know,
my god.
but
Let's say
that's what
hypothetically. Let's say
hypothetically,
hypothetically.
yeah, I'm more interested in that, 100%.
so okay,
Especially if I
all
know
right.
it can run PlayStation games via Steam. Yes, I'm more interested. So now you have a
Okay,
consumer.
so like, let me now give you another, like, if we were in a situation like that, and Sony is making their own hybrid handheld. They've already announced that they're making their own hybrid handheld. What would stop Sony from doing the same thing, having
Doing
a
what?
hybrid handheld that runs their games?
What do you mean?
In
A
other
hybrid?
words, making sure that like their games run on like this hybrid console that's both a PC and a console. Nothing stops Sony from doing that.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what's going to stop them from doing that.
Okay, let's
Because number
listen.
one, it's going to be based on Windows. So that's the first thing. So it's going to be so
Wait,
it's
wait,
gonna
wait,
be
wait, hold
built-in.
up. Like all current hardware is based on x86 hardware.
Okay.
So it's all using whatchamacallit. Like even now
It's
they're
using
talking about
Windows.
like, yes, it's all using whatchamacallit. It's all using DirectX and Windows technology.
No,
It's
but
all
like
x86
but you
hardware.
know what I mean when I say like Windows. Okay, you know what? Scratch that for a second. Yeah, let me not get to the details.
Okay.
If Sony makes a hybrid PC console, they're making a PC, and it's going to be an open PC. I'm guessing, right?
Yes.
And people can get the Xbox store, the Steam store, the Epic store.
Yes.
That's not Sony's business model.
Okay.
Why would Sony make a platform where in their marketplace, which they own, now a
Yes.
PlayStation user can turn around and goes, "Oh, let me go download Game
Okay.
Pass."
So you are willing to concede the fact that they won't do that on their own closed platform, but they'll allow Steam to do that for them.
I'm not saying they'll allow Steam or not. Like we didn't
No,
have a
but like, dude,
disagreement
like
there.
this is what
No,
we're
no, hold
talking
on,
about.
hold on.
This is the
We
crux of
didn't
the
have a
matter.
disagreement. No, the question was,
Okay.
would Sony look at it and say, you know what, we're going to block this, and if Steam says no, you can't because we're not going to allow you to exclude a specific platform, will Sony take the games off Steam? Now, if the answer is that you think is yes, and I think it might
Yes,
be yes as
absolutely.
well, then I think that's
So
fine.
like my
But
thing
then,
is that
but
yes,
then what's
absolutely.
happening is that Sony has basically surrendered the PC market. You can't get extra profits from I mean, you could put on Epic Game Store. Good luck.
They can put it anywhere on PC. That was my point. Is that like they can do whatever they want to
And
do on PC.
will
They can
PC
put on
and will,
MP.
but my point is, if PC gamers are so anal about Steam and they refuse to go buy it from other locations,
Which
and
they are.
developers know this, that's why Ubisoft is putting a game on PC back again. That's why everybody's going back to PC. My question, even
Again, like
EA is back on Steam right now because they were like, yeah, okay, these guys will move. In the ABK deal, Call of Duty was taken off Steam and Xbox, and in the deals, Steam still grew, and they were like, "Yeah, it's actually not worth it because these
yeah.
users are obsessed with Steam. There's nothing we can do." So if Sony wants to say, "Okay, you know what, we're just gonna put on Epic Game Store," but keep in mind, Epic will probably be
Okay,
on the
then
Xbox hybrid system as well, right?
and then I'll ask you a very simple question: is that like you look at Sony's current sales on Steam now? Like, are they significant enough for Sony not to say that shit? They can easily say that shit because their games are not selling.
I
Their
agree
games
with
are
you.
not. They don't have high numbers of players.
I
So
agree with
there's
you.
nothing for Sony to
I
lose
agree
taking their
with
shit
you,
off
but we
Steam
know.
in that situation.
Hold on, let me actually double check something. Actually,
Okay.
keep going. Let me double check something. Keep going.
None of their games have done exceptionally well. The only game that has done really, really well was Helldivers, and it's not a single player game.
Okay.
It's a multiplayer
Okay. So, question:
game that was built from
Helldivers
ground
3 is
up.
coming out. Sony doesn't put it on Steam.
It will put it on Steam. Just make
No, no,
sure
no.
that
But
it's
let's say in this argument, hypothetical, Xbox has access to Steam,
Yeah.
and Steam is saying we won't, we ain't gonna block it.
No, they're not gonna put it on Steam, bro. Like
Okay,
if they
and
don't have
and
to,
you
they
think
won't.
Helldivers
If
3
they
is
want to
gonna sell?
make an exception again, I'll say that they'll make an exception for a game like that. They'll just say we won't put our single player games
Okay,
there, but
okay,
a game
hold on.
like that
As
they
of
don't care because
real
they've already
quick,
done that.
as of
Yeah.
March 2025, Sony has made 1.2 billion releasing their games on PC, and I imagine the majority of that is coming from Steam.
Yeah.
Okay, is Sony going to turn around and say 1.2 billion? Nah, we're good.
Well, I mean, they'll still make that money off PC if there's a demand for their games on PC.
You think? I don't, okay, so you think
People
that
people aren't going to
Helldivers?
want to go to a different PC
Yeah,
marketplace.
you
Like
think they're
we've
gonna
seen
put
it. We've literally seen it. Like, why is it that if
Yeah,
it was so
let's hear
simple,
this.
if it was so simple, why
Mm-hmm.
does everyone make a big deal about specifically going to Steam? Like, why is it the
Well,
PlayStation games
and
going to
again, I
Steam?
always
no,
say to
actually,
people,
I'll just before you
okay,
answer that question,
please.
I would even say go further. If it was so simple, why doesn't just Capcom make their own like publishing website, and why doesn't Square Enix and all these other publishers? It's because they
Yeah.
know
Well,
knows how to
then
go to
why
them.
does like I can ask you the same question? Why does EA have their own thing? Why does Ubisoft have
They
their own thing?
do, but why are they?
Why do all these other places have their
Why
own
did they
thing?
all crawl
And
back
they've
to
had
Steam?
all their
Yeah, they
own
all
thing
crawl back to Steam
up
in the
Why
end.
did they all
until
crawl back to
now.
Steam?
Well, because again, simple as you said, it's an open marketplace where they have more customers or potential customers.
Okay,
Yeah, but they're
because
losing
they
they're
want
losing
more
a
money.
cut when they sell on Steam, but it's apparently worth it for them to take that cut.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of
Can you
course. But like
can
again,
you
for
imagine
them, they're
Andrew
not a
Wilson? Hold on.
platform holder
Can you
like
imagine Andrew Wilson, the CEO of EA,
Mhm.
the CEO of Capcom, whatever it is, and he's telling the shareholders, "Yeah, we know we built our own
Okay.
PC platform, but we're going to put it on Steam." The shareholders are going to ask the next question, which is, "Why the fuck would you do that when we're going to give them a 30% cut?" Same thing for
Exactly.
Okay.
Ubisoft,
So now
and
you tell
and
me
the
this.
CEOs are
Like,
going to and the CEOs are going to tell the shareholders
okay.
because these players ain't coming to us. They want to play
Okay.
it on
So
Steam.
now you're sitting in the Sony executive suit, right? With the executives. And then they're saying, okay, cool. So Xbox is a console that has our games on it. And as a result of that, our games are not gonna sell as much as they did on our consoles,
But they're
which
still
is what
selling the
our
game.
business is based on.
No, they're
So you
bro.
and then again somebody said this, like somebody, one of the big creators put this out there, says, why would you want to buy a PlayStation when all the games that you want are available on an Xbox? And you shared this with me, Tai.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
at what
Yeah, that
point
was
in
from
time would
Xbox era.
anyone want
They
to
said that.
buy a PlayStation when I can get those exact same games on this super hybrid Xbox console?
Correct.
I'm not. Yeah, but you see, you keep making it seem like I'm
No,
disagreeing
but like
with you.
I'm saying, answer my
Disagree with
But
question.
you.
Like,
again,
why?
you're not.
Going back to what Sony
I
is
think
saying is
you. I
like,
think no, but hold on. I think you're missing my point. My point here is that
Mhm.
Xbox is in a tight spot right now, right? And what they've done is they've done a good check. They've done a check that can keep me involved in their platform by getting an Xbox
okay,
Series X hybrid, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's number one. And number two, they might have done a play that could force the competitor to not receive 1.2 billion via PC gaming. And I think
Mhm.
that's a good check. Now you can say that like it's still an L, that Xbox is still losing. Fair enough, but at
I'm
least they're
sure.
going
Yeah.
out swinging.
whoa, 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 whoa. So what are you saying? Are you saying that Sony is not gonna put their stuff on Steam as a result?
You said that.
No, but I'm asking, are you agreeing with me saying that like
I'm
like
actually
they're
I'm
not?
not too sure. That's the thing. I'm not too sure. It's a
Okay,
conversation
but
with
like then
everybody.
why
I'm
have
not
we
too
been
sure.
arguing? Like, bro, like the way that you make it seem is like you make it seem like you are saying that like they definitely
No,
gonna do it.
the reason why
Because I'm saying to you,
the reason
it
why this
defeats
conversation
the
popped
entire
up is
business
because
model.
you kept on saying no. Sony's not
Yeah,
gonna
you're
do that.
speaking with a certainty, like that it is this way, and
Because
like
I
we've
am
not like.
telling
And I was
you,
asking you why.
it makes okay, Roman. In what world does that make sense to them? For them to allow Xbox to have a console that can play their games via PC or a PC whatchamacallit, back door, where they're still trying to sell these same games to console owners. Like a guy like you is just gonna go buy the
Because
new
there's someone.
Xbox.
Sure. Yeah, but the thing you got to listen, man. Listen, you talk about like the traditional way of doing consoles. These consoles, they don't make money on the hardware. They don't make money on hardware. Like they
But
just don't.
Sony, no, but Sony
Sony
has been
doesn't.
making hardware, like money off the hardware for the last 3 years.
Are they?
Yes. It's the
I don't know.
same reason. It's the same reason. Ty can tell you. It's the same reason why even they're like their what is it? Their pro console costs $800 because they want to make hardware money off their hardware. They're not making a loss. The only people that are still making a loss of their hardware is Microsoft. Sony has
The
been making
PS5
a
the
profit
PS5
for.
was I think it was in a break even position, but then they started they were losing money somewhat, but they were break even or something like that, and then that increased
Yeah,
the
but like
price too.
they've been
Well, how are
making
they
like
making money? Wait, how are they? Oh, well,
they've
they
been
raise
profitable
prices
for a
in
very
some
long time
countries.
now. Since
They raise
2022, I think they've been profitable.
they
They
raise
announced
prices
that
in other
their
countries, didn't
consoles.
they?
Yeah,
They haven't
well,
raised the
they
price
did
in
all
the
that.
U.S. Yeah, but that would
Well,
be why. Like
they
you said
won't
that they've
raise the
been making
prices in
money
the
for
US
3 years.
because
The
that's where they
PS5 has been
need
out for
to.
more than 3 years. So the only way that they're making more money is if they raise the price on the console.
Well,
Correct.
no, but well, you're absolutely right. But like what they did is like they wait for the first 3 years. That's when
Uh huh.
most console developers, like Nintendo, is very good at this. First 3 years, you take a loss. After that 3 years, you should be making a profit because the components should be cheaper to make. Unfortunately, in this generation, components didn't get much cheaper. So what did Sony do? They raised their prices overseas, but they've been making money off their hardware. It's only Microsoft that I know that's not been making money off their hardware. But I mean, Nintendo has been making money off their hardware since
I actually
2019.
I looked into this some time ago. They weren't initially. Then it became kind of murky because they did say they were profitable, but then Hiroki Totoki came out and was like, "No, we're not actually making money off these things." So right now they're probably in a break-even spot, or maybe just slightly making
Yeah,
a
they're making
profit.
money. Like they're not
Yeah,
losing money off their hardware. Period.
not the start though.
Huh?
It was not the start.
No, no, no. But that's what I said. Like the first 3 years of most consoles, you're gonna lose money. But after
Mm.
the with Sony, it was even shorter this generation. It took them 2 years before they started
No,
making
no,
a
no, no.
profit
Yeah, no. And
of their
then
console.
Hiroki
Yes.
Totoki came out like a few years later when we were looking
Yeah,
into
but
it.
like I mean, dude, like
He said, "No, we're not making money."
yeah, but like I mean, like I can pretty much find you evidence that they have been making money
No, I can
since
find
like
evidence from
now
the CEO
they are
saying that they
making
weren't.
money.
I can find you evidence from the
Let's
CEO
see.
saying like actually we're not. I know where you're coming from. We all thought they were
Yeah,
as well, and we thought that was impressive.
they
I
said so. Like I'm
Yeah,
not like I
you
would
know,
not say this if
I
they
know what
didn't
you're
announce
saying.
it.
They said so, and people
Station.
were kind of like surprised that they said that, and then years later, the CEO said,
Okay,
"Actually, we're not."
hardware. Okay, now let me just like actually let's ask Grog. Let's ask Elon's AI.
So
Uh,
here's the thing, right? And I understand where you're coming from with the traditional console cycle and the way that it's done, the model. Sorry, not cycle model. Like I
mhm,
understand where you're coming from, but like at the end of the day, if you can sell your software, I think that's to me like listen. I'm someone who does not like me personally. Like obviously, we don't really know each other like that. It's the first time we've ever
yeah.
talking. I'm someone I don't like change. I hate change. I think it's like I'm very resistant to change. So when I'm sitting
Mhm.
here saying that it makes sense. But at the same time, the way that it's been done my entire life as a gamer, it's different. And at times there's uncertainty and it makes me feel uncomfortable. But when I sit
Yeah.
down and I look at the plan and I read the plan and I understand the plan, then I'm like, it makes sense. It like
Yeah.
does the 15-year-old in me that fucking wants to be like, yeah, console wars, like, yeah, sell more cons. Like, at the end of the day, man, you talk about like what I'm looking at for Xbox to be a success. For
Mhm.
me, as someone who's been on the Xbox platform since the early 360 days, I'm looking for the Xbox ecosystem to survive and for Xbox to continue to put out games from their portfolio that highly interest
Mhm.
me. And if they're able to give me some new stuff along the way that I can kind of dig into and stuff, then that's
Mhm.
great too. All while giving me a value, I'm happy with that. Like
Yeah.
like what Xbox is doing right now, what they're saying. Now again, could we like fast forward 5 years from now and it just doesn't fucking work and it completely blows up? It's never been done before this way, and it's very uncomfortable, and it's very
Yeah.
easy to take it from a skeptical point of view. And I understand all of that. But when I sit down and I look at the vision, and it's like, and like again, hypothetically, I'll throw the word hypothetically in there just to appease you. Like hypothetically, if the next Xbox has Steam integration in it, sign me the fuck up. I'm so
I
down.
agree.
And I'm so down for that. And you know what? If the future comes where like they do phase out their console space, but all of my games, all of my achievements, all of my friends like are moved, but because they're still in the Xbox ecosystem, it's a minimal move for me, then that's fantastic. That's wonderful. And if they're
Um.
laying that groundwork now, then I appreciate that at the very least.
Okay. So can I ask you a question? Right. So
Absolutely. That's why we're here.
you said you own all the consoles, right?
I own all three, yes. And I own
Okay.
plenty other
So
back consoles as
before
well.
that, like the Xbox One, PS4 generation, did
Yeah.
you own all of them as well?
Yes.
Okay. But like I'm sort of trying to get to a point where I'm trying to establish a bias. So which was
I
your
actually,
one that you chose as the, you know what, for this generation, um, PlayStation 4, for
yeah.
instance, or for this generation,
I'm
Xbox 360.
yeah.
Which
So
are the most popular ones?
I'm more than willing to help you establish a bias because I'm able to admit that I know that I have my biases.
Mm-hmm.
For me, so I grew up a Nintendo kid, primarily Nintendo. I had a
Same here.
PS2.
Same here.
I had a PS2. Loved the
Yeah.
PS2. Loved the PS2. So, like, if
Mm-hmm.
anything, I was really playing on Sony
Same
before
here.
Xbox because I did not have an OG Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I went in high school. I had a Wii, and I wasn't
Mm-hmm.
working yet, so I was trying to decide what console I wanted to get. I went over a friend's house that had a PS3. Played, a couple days over there. Went over to my other
Yeah.
friend's house with an Xbox 360. 360 won me over. Got a 360.
Makes
PS3 is the only
sense.
PlayStation console I didn't have. So if you're looking for an entry point of bias, it would be the 360 generation.
Okay, so you're a
But
360 guy. Would you say that like franchises like Gears, Halo in that generation sort of like
Gears of
were
War 1
in
is the game that made me prefer an Xbox over PlayStation. The first
same
Gears of
here.
War game. Yeah,
100% here. Same here.
gotcha.
So
Right.
I came from PS2 to just give you a bit of background. I came from PS2 to 360 because of the fact that like I saw that Mad World advert for Gears. I
hmm
went and I bought Gear. Well, actually, we hired Gears and we played it on an Xbox, and I was like, this is better than anything. Like, this is before Metal Gear Solid 4 came out on PS4. And there
hmm
was nothing at that time on PS3 that was close to Gears in terms of just visual, gameplay, everything. Like, there was nothing. Like,
hmm
um, I think the closest game that came after that was probably Metal Gear Solid 4. But my point being, that's how I got into Xbox because we didn't. In my country, Xbox One, the first Xbox never came to my country. We just had
Okay,
PlayStation. Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, no,
So,
yeah, and so like after that, like that next generation, the Xbox One, PS4. At that point, I was
yeah.
working. I had my own money. I bought an Xbox One at launch. I bought a PS4 at launch. I bought a Wii U at launch.
So,
Um,
which one during that generation, which is important, did you prefer? Like, if you look at like the library of one, Wii, and then four, which one was your preferred library of games
I
to go
preferred
to?
the Xbox One.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Same here.
Yeah,
I
and
prefer the Xbox One in that era. But like why
yeah,
did you choose the Xbox One over like for instance probably what most people consider the most successful PlayStation console of all time?
absolutely. And I'm not hating on the PS4 at all. And again, I had a PS4, and
Mhm.
I love the games that that PlayStation put out in that generation. Love God of
Yeah.
War, love Horizon, love all of it. I preferred the Xbox for, I would say, like, it was kind of a multitude of reasons. I mean, like,
Mhm.
look, we can talk about the direction of Halo because I didn't like
Okay,
Halo Guardians,
can
but I
I can
liked Halo 4. I liked the Coalition Gears games. I
yeah.
liked the UI of Xbox. Even when it comes down to the controller, I like the controller. I'm a kind of guy when I go and play a game, I like to play for the achievements. My gamer score was already on Xbox. My
Yeah.
friends are on Xbox. The ecosystem was already established for me. So when I look at it, it's like, yes, Xbox had a
Okay.
lot of missteps in that Xbox One generation, but it really didn't affect me because, again, like, and I understand I'm from a place of privilege. Like, I, I can buy a game on any of the three platforms. So like when I
100%
give my
same. I
perspective,
think I was in the same position.
yeah.
But I
So
wanted to hear from you in terms of like what ingratiated you towards Xbox in that specific era because just like you, I also chose Xbox throughout the entire era. Regardless of the
right.
fact that we didn't have as many exclusives, I chose exclusive. And to me, my reasoning was very simple and was very straightforward. But it's not too dissimilar to what you're saying. But please go on.
Yeah, I mean, I just felt like Xbox One, especially after like they stumbled initially.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Spencer gets a lot of shit, but like a lot of the things that Phil says, even back then, like Phil comes in and what does he do? He's like, hey, like let's make our games backwards compatible, like things like
Mm.
that. When I look at the Xbox brand, right after Don Matrick really fucked it up, because goddamn, did Don Matrick really fuck up the Xbox brand? Like
Mm-hmm.
everything Xbox, I would say almost everything Xbox has done, under Phil Spencer, has at least aimed to be consumer friendly. When I look at PlayStation, the thing about
Mm-hmm.
PlayStation that I don't like is I don't think they give two fucks about their customers. I think that their
No, they
perspective is
don't. They
hey,
don't
we're
because
gonna
they
make these
know that
games
their
and you're
customers
gonna buy it or
guaranteed.
you're gonna
Yeah.
fuck off. And that's their
Yeah. No.
perspective. And
Hundred
I'm
percent.
glad we can agree about that. Me personally, like again, it doesn't affect me because I will buy whatever games on whatever console I need to
Mhm.
do. The only barrier for me personally is I have no interest in building a PC. I don't feel like spending the money. I don't
And I.
have any interest. I'm going to remain on
Yeah.
console as long as console is a viable option. But the problem is, not really a problem at this point. Like I'm so ingrained in the Xbox ecosystem, and I'm
Mhm.
happy to be ingrained in it. I love
Mhm.
the first party games that Xbox does have. I do love Game Pass, and like I'm a walking contradiction in a lot of ways, and I'm more than willing to admit
Mhm.
that because
Mhm.
so like I'm a big believer in Game Pass, but at the end of the day, I have a room. I'm sitting in my TV room right now. The room to
Yep.
my right is wall to wall filled with physical games. I love owning games. I love buying games. I love
Mhm.
game ownership. But when I look at Game Pass, especially as an adult with a mortgage,
Mhm.
it's just great. It's just such a great value, and the games that they're
Mhm.
bringing to
Mhm.
me are just they're it's a wide variety. It's great. So like yeah, that was what really cemented me. It's like at the end of the day, it's like yes, I'll play the great games wherever they are,
Mhm.
but like I felt valued as a customer as an Xbox customer. I can't say that about PlayStation. I just can't.
No, I and like everything that you just said is 100% true to my experience because I don't own, and like a lot of people give me shit for this. I don't own a PlayStation 5
Mhm.
simply because of the fact that like for the longest time I've not believed that I need to buy a PlayStation console firsthand, like brand new. First of all, even my PS4 that I do own is secondhand so that
Mhm.
I could play all the exclusives that I missed during that era that everybody was fussing about because I chose the Xbox during that era.
Mhm.
And I even went as far as after choosing Xbox, I then chose the Xbox when the Pro was out for a long time. I waited for the Xbox One X to come out, and I
Yep,
had
I had
that
that too.
console.
Yep, I had that
And
too.
like I still have that, and it's in my opinion, it's still probably the best console in terms of just physical design that's ever been made. Beautiful, it's the
Yeah.
perfect console in terms of looks, and even in terms of like how it like my PS4 Pro is like fucking loud as fuck. That thing is quiet, like you can't hear it, like it runs games perfectly. But my
Mhm.
biggest complaint about that is that it did not have games when it came out. Like they had like a lot of like X enhanced games like your existing Forza games, and but they like unlike Sony who had like brand new games that could just take like God of War. Like God of War when it came out, it had like features that were just available on PS4 Pro, like 4K that you could enjoy immediately. But like I felt that like with Xbox One X, they just didn't have exclusive games until the likes of like Halo Infinite came out, and it actually ran very well on that console. And like
Mhm.
other games came out later on that were already on the next generation, but like we didn't have any exclusive experiences. Again, an Xbox problem. So I can identify 110% in terms of your journey. I do not believe that Sony should be given money. Like I've always been a big subscriber that Sony benefits from the fact that like they're the market leader and people buy Sony by default, but I don't think that they've earned the consumers money as much as like say Microsoft does in terms of like value add to you as a consumer. Um
Mhm.
that's always been my stance, but my problem with Microsoft is that Microsoft just does not spend like all I'm saying, and this is what I've been saying to Tai like and everyone else is that even this generation Xbox could have won if they just fucking stuck to one playbook. If they just said, you know what, we bought Bethesda. Let's
Mhm.
make sure that all Bethesda games for the next 3 to 5 years are just exclusive to Xbox and see how that goes. So all the fucking Doom games are going to be exclusive to Xbox. All the what is it? Elder Scrolls, anything that's Bethesda is exclusive to Xbox. Let's see how that works out up until 2027.
Right. No, hey, listen, I completely agree
I
with you on that. Like,
I
listen, I
think that
will.
would have worked. I just think that that would have fucked because it would have put Sony in a position where they're like, oh, hold up. So we're not gonna get Elder Scrolls. So maybe we need to negotiate for Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, like, I agree with what you're saying. I think that like it would have been I would love to know like the alternate reality of like Xbox says, hey, this generation we're gonna hunker down and we're gonna see what happens. Like
That's all
even
I
without
wanted.
Call of Duty, hey, listen, I totally understand where you're coming from, and I can empathize and sympathize completely with it because the part of me that it's human nature. Like you pick a side, you pick a team, like
Yeah,
you have a preference.
exactly.
You want to see them go out and you want to see them do well. You want to see them succeed, not just for them but for you. And I understand that. Um, I'm never going to be above criticizing anything that I enjoy or anything that I love when
Yeah.
needed. But at the same time, I'm also going to be realistic and look at it and be like, okay, so like this is where we're at. Whether it be an edict from on high from Microsoft at the top that it doesn't even it I don't think a lot of these changes maybe they weren't even part of Xbox's strategy. Maybe Amy Hood and Satya Nadella were like,
Yeah.
oh no, we're like we want to maximize the growth and the sales, and they're pivoting here based off that edict. Like maybe that's what it is, and I don't know. It probably is. Maybe not. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I look at what they're telling me right now, and
Yeah.
like if they don't commit to it, then like we can shit on it. We can knock it as like, hey, like well that didn't work. But at the end of the day, like we're here and we're now, and it's like I'm still happy on my Xbox. They're telling me there's another generation of console coming with a storefront that has games that I've yet to play that I would like to play at some point.
Yeah.
And like again, hypothetically, um, they're giving me great games that range in size and variety. They're going to give me a Call of Duty, and the same year they're going to give me a fucking South of Midnight, which maybe I like, maybe I don't. They're
Yeah.
going to give me a Doom game that looks incredible, and guess what? That's all on my Game Pass.
Valve.
And Avowed. I love Avowed. I'm standing by that one. That is a great game.
Look,
But yeah.
I agree. Like I loved, like for me, the game that defined like this generation, and I think it's the best game that anyone has made in a long time in terms of big games, is Starfield. Like Starfield, I think gets a lot of hate because of the fact that, of course, it was exclusive to Xbox, and I don't think
Hmm.
Xbox played enough into that to the fact that it was an exclusive to an Xbox console. I think they could have gotten more juice out of it by playing into more of that. But I think this is when they were transitioning their strategy. But Starfield proves the potential of Xbox IPs doing well on Xbox. To your point, like what Taya was saying, is like Starfield sold fucking brilliantly on Xbox. And how did they sell very well? It's this whole thing of doing like, well, it's on Game Pass, but you can get it 5 days or a week earlier by
Hmm.
getting like that works. But my problem, like, and this is my thing with Xbox, is like this is where like I sort of like say, you know what, I sort of have to believe because a lot of the things that they said we would get, and this was in 2017 when I bought my Xbox One X, is there was a huge promise from Phil Spencer to say, you know what, we're gonna double down on the exclusive games and make sure that you have the best exclusive experiences on Xbox. And to me, that is the one non-negotiable where they've broken. Like I understand their strategies going forward, but I just don't believe you can be in the console business where you're selling hardware where you don't have exclusives. Because like even if you look at streaming, like the main thing that makes Netflix more successful than any of these other streaming services is because
Hmm.
they have a movie like Electric State that probably is not very well reviewed, but still everyone on fucking Netflix watches it because it's
Hmm.
exclusive to Netflix. And I just think that the moment you say, well, exclusives aren't important to us and we can put everything on anywhere, and I'm like, well, but it doesn't work for anyone else. It's always been you need to have something to bring me back to whatever your box is or whatever your service is. And then I know that I'm only getting that on your service. If I'm not just getting that on your service, I'm not interested.
And I can respect that and understand it. And again, like the best I can say in terms of this model is like you say you don't think that they can remain in the console market like that. And I mean, all I can say to that is like I hope you're wrong respectfully, because I mean
Yeah.
that's
I
the
hope I'm
avenue
wrong.
that's the avenue that I'm going to continue to support. I mean, I'm going to be completely honest with you. The next Xbox, I'm definitely buying it. I know I am. That's just that's just what I'm going to do. I mean, it would
But
have to be like.
even at that though, like if they if Xbox themselves stops making handhelds or consoles, and this rumored OEM, as we know with Rogue Ally, Asus is going to make them a Xbox branded handheld
Yeah.
console. I mean, if somebody else picks up the manufacturing part of it, because I'm always going to say the same thing. What you what defines a computer is the ecosystem, the OS. There's a reason why you can go on your PC right now
Yeah.
and get a Nintendo Wii, Nintendo Switch, Nintendo Wii U emulator that looks
Mhm.
exactly like the Wii, looks exactly like the Wii U. In fact, if you were to take that PC and compress it into a handheld, you would think you're playing the Switch too. Like you think this is the Switch too. So it's really just the vibe, right? And that's why, like, one of my guys, I talked to him and he says, listen, if this new Xbox, as long as when I boot it up, it looks like an Xbox OS, I'm good. If I press
Yeah.
play or I press A on my button and whatever it is, it's fine. And the truth is that is what it is, because all these consoles have this, like, they all have the same chips. They all have the
Exactly.
Nvidia chips, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So it's the OS that we're talking about,
So
and the OS is something that's programmable, right? So it's not even,
so
you know,
like, but then my question to you, Tai, is very simple: is that like, so why have they not done? They own Microsoft. They own Windows, they own Xbox. Why has Xbox failed so miserably that they
Mhm.
have the worst app to launch games on PC right now?
I don't
Like
think they
their
ever. I
app
don't think they ever
is dog
cared.
shit. Like I use it daily, so I can
I,
tell you
I
that their
think
app is
I,
pretty
I
bad
think I don't think they ever
compared to
cared about
Steam.
it. I think the reason why things are changing now is, one, because Phil Spencer is now, as a is now a CEO of gaming, so he has a higher position.
Okay.
Two, as soon as you spend 70 billion, now they're asking questions, right? And you said it yourself. That's probably the reason why they're going a little bit more multi-platform. But now the next question is, okay, but why are we giving all this?
Yeah.
Like, why isn't our OS better than this Steam thing? And now you have more
Okay.
resources, so now the public focusing on that as well. Like, we know it. I think, what's the guy's name? Jonathan, whatever his name is yet. He's literally said, like, no, listen, now we're improving this. And I know they've said this in the past before, but it seems like it's a different vibe now. And the vibe is coming from the fact that, like, they've spent 70 billion. So they're serious.
And then my thing is this, like, and then the only rebuttal I have to you about like them spending 70 billion is that like every single point in time, like in 2017, they'd spent like a ridiculous amount, which was a couple of billion to buy all those studios. And it was still an unprecedented amount at that time. And then after that, a couple of years, they spent a couple of more billions to buy Bethesda. And like my whole thing and like the whole point I'm building up is that it's not changed how well and this is what like Jeffy and I'll go back to David Jeffy is that like regardless of how much money Microsoft has spent on trying to be better at gaming, they still are shit at gaming because simply they're not hiring the right people to be right at gaming. And then he made it very clear that like, you know what, I think Phil's got a great vision for Xbox, but everybody under Phil is just doing a dog shit job of just being good at gaming at Xbox. And the thing about Phil, like I always say this about Phil, is that like Phil, I remember Phil's offering when he was in charge of publishing and the sort of games we got for launch on Xbox One versus when he was in charge of the entire studio and someone like fucking Matt Booty was in charge of publishing where we got no fucking games for the release of the Xbox Series X and X. And that's my thing is that like Xbox in my opinion has great vision, just like they had great vision with the what is that thing, the Connect. But the problem is when it comes to implementation, they have some of the worst management in the business. This is why anything that you're saying to me about Xbox changing the future with Steam and whatever, I don't believe it. I believe actually that Steam will probably take the lead and Steam will have something like an Xbox that is going to be both a console and a PC before Xbox does because I just don't think they have the management skills. And I can just base that off just like the results I've gotten from Xbox as a customer of theirs since fucking two thousand and
I think,
seven.
based on everything you're saying, I think I could agree with that. Even I think Rome could agree with that. It's
Mhm.
just that, you see, your critique was never about. It's always about Xbox. I always, like, I'm on this Discord with these guys, and I always say the same thing. I said, you can critique the execution, but you guys are critiquing the actual vision, and I'm saying that the vision is sound. But again, the execution can be poor, but the vision itself is sound. And they're like, well, because every time we have this discussion, I don't even mean you, I mean like with these guys on Discord, every time we kind of flesh it out, it always comes down to like, yeah, but do you trust Xbox? I'm like, yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. Like, we can say I don't trust Xbox. We can all agree there, but you attacking the vision, and they were like, well, I'm like, yeah, but what do you mean? Well, like, what are you talking about? So, like, even just then, like, you just said to yourself that you think Steam could do this Xbox slash, Steam thing. And I'm like, okay, but that's what Xbox is doing. So, if you're saying that Steam will execute it better and it can work when Steam does it, then yeah, I think we can all agree there still as well. But you weren't actually attacking the vision. You weren't actually attacking the management. You're attacking the vision. I think that's the point.
Yeah, like no, my problem has never been with like whether or not somebody can do, like, and even if you look at like how I critiqued it, I've always said that like, well, it's just a PC. So what Microsoft is saying is that, well, instead of just doing like a console, we're just gonna make our console a PC. And I'm like, yes. And who better to do it than Microsoft? Unfortunately, no one has done gaming worse than Microsoft, even though they own the platform that gaming is supposed to be on, which is PC. It's the biggest gaming platform on the planet. They own almost no market share. Let that sink in. Like, they almost no market share on PC, and they've had it since day one because it's their platform. And then, like, these are the guys that you think are gonna now transition console gaming into PC. And I'm saying no, they're not, because they just are horrible. Like, Microsoft, by their design, are horrible at gaming. like they can go back and say, oh yeah, well, we made what is it, the
No, I
first
would.
flight
I wouldn't even disagree with that. Obviously, they've dropped the ball and they didn't really care too much about PC gaming. I think the argument here would be, now that there's a CEO of gaming in Phil Spencer, and now that they've spent 70 billion, I think there's going to be a lot more questions asked as to what's going on here. We have to utilize, we have to extract more value from this 70 billion. How do we do that? I don't
Mhm.
think I don't think you spend 70 billion and just say, oh, well, we're actually bad at this and bad at this and bad at this. I think once you spend that much money, you're looking at every segment of the gaming business and saying, how the fuck do we make more money from this situation now? And I think that's why you're seeing. So I get what you're saying, but again, they didn't care. Like, they never cared about Microsoft gaming. They never cared about
Yeah,
any of
they
these
ain't.
things.
Yeah,
Now they do.
I agree. I agree.
I hope they do. Like, I really do. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, there's a much more and again, if you think about it, Tai, when do you want to learn how to swim? When you're drowning, or when you just jumped into the pool and then you have some time to actually swim back and forth into the little, like, like, what they've done now is that by the 70 billion is that they've just dropped themselves into the deep end. Now they need to learn how to swim because they've never actually, and I'm talking about gaming specifically. Like, Microsoft has not spent the only time I believe that Microsoft actually spent time in understanding how to be good at gaming was the 360 era. It's the only time that they've ever had success. And I look at everybody else. Sony is so seasoned at understanding how to be successful in gaming. Nintendo is so seasoned at understanding how to be successful at gaming. Microsoft, after 25 years, is still clueless. They are like,
I don't even disagree with that. Yeah, but I think the issue is, honestly, listen, if we could go back in time, I think they would have kept the guys who did the 360. And but keep in mind, the people who made the 360 a success, they were the ones who kind of launched the Xbox One into a disaster in the first
Yeah, I was
place.
gonna say Don
You know,
Matrick
no,
was there.
but
well, I'll
but
say
also,
this.
keep in mind that Shaw Layden said themselves like, "Yo, we really fucked up with the PS3 era," and I
Yeah.
think that's how obviously Xbox came into play. But they were at a situation where if Xbox, were consistent with the Xbox One and it was a good platform, we don't know what the market share will be right now. Like, for
Well,
Sony, the PS3 was a bit of a disaster.
the one thing I can tell you that discouraged Microsoft um, to this today from, like, and this is why Xbox, like, the whole thing of killing Xbox has become a thing, is the red ring of death. If unfortunately Peter Moore's as much as he's Xbox's probably most successful CEO, he was also the guy responsible for all that shit that they had to repair for free
Mm-hmm.
and give people free Xboxes. And since then, they've not had an appetite for hardware. Unfortunately, that has been Microsoft, and it's the same reason why. In so many, like, if you go back and you look at Microsoft history, and so many times they've wanted to get rid of Xbox because of the fact that like it cost them billions to fucking to renege all that shit with the RROD. And unfortunately that's where this whole thing started. But like I don't think since then, like you can look at Don Matrick literally was just doing what the next he was doing what Phil Spencer's doing. All Don Matrick said is that, like, you know what, since we don't want to make consoles, let's turn this into a TV company. Let's just do TV, and then we can just do it via console, whatever. But since Peter Moore's failure with the Xbox 360, they've been trying to pivot Xbox into something else forever. That's all I've been saying, is that like it's not been about Sony has always been about trying to make the next best PlayStation. Xbox has been trying to get away from Xbox since the 360 because of the fact that like they thought like, yeah, there's no money in this. This is a money losing thing. And
Yeah, but
that's
I would
why
also I would push back a little bit. Like, I think that you make some great points, but I would kind of point out that when Microsoft says, like, I do believe that you're right, that Microsoft at certain points probably has tried to jettison the Xbox brand, which my response to them is, we're still kicking, baby. I'm still here.
and
But
that's the thing. There's still a
but
market
I think
for
that
people that want
the
Xbox
moment
games.
that the moment that Microsoft says, okay, you want to buy Activision for 70 billion, because here's the thing, we could talk about Bethesda and 3 billion. One of them is 3 billion and the other one is 70 billion. Those are two very drastically different numbers, even though billions to us is an unimaginable amount of money. But like, to Microsoft, $3 billion is
Seven,
a
seven. You mean
small.
8? I think it was 7 point something billion
For
for.
Bethesda, was it?
Yeah, it was 7 billion.
Okay. Regardless, it's still 10 times more. I think that when Microsoft says, okay, you want to be serious about it, we're going to be serious about it, but then we actually need to be serious about it, which is kind of, to Ty's point, what he is saying, what he was saying, where it's just like, okay, we're spending $70 billion. We need to make sure that this Xbox division of Microsoft is profitable and standing on its own legs. And when they look at it and they're like, okay, well, we look at this walled garden console approach, and it just doesn't, like, we don't think that this is going to bring us the most money. And like, at the end of the day, like, that's the decision they're going to go in. But the thing is, and again, I'm just looking at it, I'm trying to look at it with an understanding and optimistic lens, that okay, well, this theoretically could be a rare situation where the consumer friendly thing also happens to be the thing that makes the company the most money, where it's like, if you're making your games as available as possible and you're backing up your ecosystem, like they have this team now that's trying to forwards proof, or however you want to look at it, where they're taking the Xbox library and this team is trying to make them integrate with PC or integrate to the Xbox ecosystem, not just your console. Like, the same way I felt during the Xbox One, I sit here and I still can't help, for better or worse, I can't help but feel the same way that I did during the Xbox One, where it's like, okay, at the end of the day, Xbox has gone out to acquire studios and expand their portfolio.
Yep.
So that way they can bring more games under their banner, whether their games are everywhere or not. For me personally, I'm saving money because I get Game Pass. I get Call of Duty every year. That's $70. 3 months out of, a quarter of the year pays for Call of Duty, and I'm still getting more. Like, would I buy South of Midnight full price? I don't know. Maybe. It depends on what else was coming out around that time. I can tell you for damn sure I would have bought Avowed and Indiana Jones and Doom. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think that Xbox is still doing something that, if you're willing to kind of accept that this is a new way of doing it, and it's an admittedly uncomfortable way of doing it, like, I as a customer, I still feel valued because I'm getting a good value. I'm getting a wide variety of products. I'm getting
Mm-hmm.
and I do think that most of them are of good enough quality that I'm pleased with them. They're not all home runs. They're not
Mm-hmm.
going to be home runs. That's just nobody bats 1,000 in video games. Like even Nintendo. Like I love Nintendo, but I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that every single Nintendo game ever put out is a banger. It's just that's just factually not true. And that goes for anybody. So yeah, I mean that's just kind of where I'm at with the Xbox ecosystem is that like they've made a lot of mistakes, but
Mm-hmm.
as a customer right now, I feel valued and I'm happy with it.
A point to
Hopefully it
So
note
works
is
out.
that the Epic Game Store in 2024 they reported that they have 295 million PC users, right?
mm-hmm.
And they report that they gained 25 million users in 2023. Now we do know that they've kind of stopped, offering free games, so a lot of like
Mm-hmm.
those users are not active, and obviously they're not gonna talk about the active users. But I did mention that I think that they said active users in 2024 was sorry, I the platform code a peak 74 million active users in 2024. We don't know how they counted that. Is that somebody
Mm-hmm.
just downloaded the game? That's somebody using it. But if you're searching it there, like you're looking at, well, when the fuck did Epic Game Store step into the building? And how come they have fucking 295 and we have fucking like 40 million or whatever the fuck this is? So
Right.
But yeah.
he's looking at that
But
and
mm-hmm.
he's saying like, we've just spent 70 billion. I want you to improve that app so I can extract more money from these people so they don't all go to Steam
Okay.
per se. Like I'm just saying that 70 billion isn't just
Okay.
ABK. It's what else can we do to make sure we're making more money?
And then my thing is this, like, right? Like it's very simple. Like, and I'm gonna actually ask and I'm gonna pose this question to Rome as an Xbox guy or Xbox customer. Rome, do you not believe that like after because they spent 70 billion, right? And
Mhm.
they bought all these studios. Looking at every IP that they have that they've not even used. Do you not think it was possible for them to say, you know what, we can have certain IPs exclusive to Xbox, including the ones that were always exclusive to Xbox, and we can still have a shit ton of IPs that are third party that we share
Mhm.
with everyone. And to me, this is the thing that makes no sense in their strategy. Is that like, why do you need to make IPs that were Xbox IPs now universally available to everyone when that's not where everyone else in the market is going? I understand if
Mhm.
Sony was saying, yeah, well, we're putting GT or Gran Turismo everywhere,
Right.
and that's the direction that the business is going, and we're saying as Sony, as the market leader, we're saying that's where it's going. That's what we're doing. I would understand. Like, okay, cool. Then you put everything on everything. But
Mhm.
we're in a situation where everyone, including all the other guys that you're competing against, are still like wall gardening their stuff.
Mhm.
Like you have the most IPs in the world, IPs that you will never even use. Like as we speak now, there's IPs that will never see the light of day that they own.
Yeah, for sure.
Why? Like at what point in time are they not saying, well, we'll put like all the stuff that you have already
Mhm.
third party. Like we'll put all that stuff, you'll still have it. But IPs like Starfield, Forza, everything that is on Xbox will remain Xbox exclusive.
Mhm.
What are they
So
losing? Like as an Xbox customer, you tell me. What are they losing by doing that? Like by saying like, you know what, we will still remain loyal in terms of like if you're an Xbox customer, you still get the shit on Xbox. Exclusive day one.
so
All the yeah. Sorry,
this
go
is
ahead.
a great. It's a great question. So like this was something that I really thought about a lot, right, when they first announced the whole change. And there was two moments that kind of clicked with me
Mm-hmm.
that at first I was like, well, if I'm losing exclusives, like that's really important as a customer, right? So like that was my thought process, and I was trying to grapple with it. And I was like, how exactly do I feel about it?
Mm-hmm.
And I had two moments. So the one moment was like I was kind of like I was talking to this coworker, and it was like we were talking about gear. So it was me. It was a conversation with me and two other
Mm-hmm.
coworkers. The
Yeah.
one, like the one plays Xbox, the other one was PlayStation. And I play on everything. And so like we're talking games, and I'm sitting here, and like I can't remember. It was like right around the Xbox presentation last June, actually, when they announced Gears E Day, right? Which I'm beyond like over the moon fucking excited for. Again, love Gears of War. Like
Yep. Same.
that's like easily one of my most anticipated games right now. And I'm talking to these two guys, and the one guy who's always just been on PlayStation because that's just what his family had and that's what he's played on. He's never played Gears, and he's heard of it, and he is like, and he was not like, and like me and the other guy were like having like a moment because we had never really talked about Gears before, and like we were like, oh, but this and this and this, and we were like really getting excited, and then like I had this moment where I was just like, man, it'd be really cool if like my other friend could talk about Gears of War, like, and it was just kind of like a moment for me where like, which led to like the second moment where I was like thinking about it, and I was just like, why, like, as long as the games are coming and my ecosystem where I get my games remains intact, why does it like, does it negatively affect me if more people get to play the games that I love? And I came to the answer that like, no, like there's no negative like outside of like tribalism and gatekeeping, like there's not really anything that I could lose as, again, under the contents that Xbox is committing to keeping the ecosystem going. Like, and again, if that falls apart, then the whole plan falls apart. So, you know, we don't want to talk hypotheticals in the future, so we won't. But as someone, like, if Xbox tells me, hey, we're doing this, we're going to try to be as profitable as possible by expanding our reach, but the result is you still get the games, and by being an Xbox customer, you can get things like Game Pass that will maximize your value as an Xbox customer, then, like, I'm not losing anything if more people play Gears of War, because I fucking think Gears of War is one of the most phenomenal games of all time, and if more people are playing it, that's really fucking cool.
Okay. No,
I
I'm
know it's
happy
a
with that
sentimental answer, but it's kind of the best answer I got. So
No, but like that's all that like matters anyways, like how you feel about it, because everybody has an opinion on it. It's just like my thing is like I've always been a person that sort of like looked at it and said, well, how the whole ecosystem is built is the fact that like if there's certain franchises you can't get on one console, they're only available on the other. It drives competition further because it means that like whoever's, even if you have deals with EA or whatever, but it will drive you to make sure that your customers on your console have a better deal than the customers who are buying the alternative console. Like, and then what will happen from that is that the customer will always have a better deal, which is what happened in the 360 era, is that like Xbox out the gate made sure that we had a better deal than anything that was on PlayStation. You had Call of Duty 2, which I don't even remember if it made it on PlayStation PS3. Like, you had so many like
I think it
unique
did.
game experiences
Yeah.
and that were not available on PlayStation. Like, and even like things like Bioshock only became available on PlayStation like after 2-3 years. Same with Oblivion. Like, on Xbox you had all that stuff early on, and even by the time you were over that stuff, you had new stuff on Xbox, which kept PlayStation on its toes, to the point that PlayStation decided to do what? Because they couldn't dominate third party anymore, they went and they started creating franchises like Last of Us. All the franchises that we speak about today, including God of War, as changing or moving gaming to a different spectrum, they created those franchises off the back of being pressured by Xbox, putting a knife to their neck and saying, well, we have everything that you thought was special about you. We have GTA. Every franchise, like GTA, Resident Evil, everything that you thought was special about PlayStation, we have it. Now what? And then that's when they created Last of Us. That's when they made like God of War what it is today. That's when they made things like what is this? They started working on things like what is this with the girl Aloy story, Horizon.
Yeah.
Like, that's when they literally started to focus on them developing games internally that were exceptional, including buying the Spider-Man license.
Well, you
and
see
doing all
that made sense at the time. I don't think that's even relevant anymore.
But the thing
I
is,
have a question.
Microsoft. But my point is, Ty, is that Microsoft We've never gotten that. Like the last time we got that was with the 360. Like Phil Spencer
No,
promised us that. He said that
yeah,
like, you know what, at some point you're gonna get to a point where
no.
you
I don't
and we
dispute
didn't
that.
get
But
that.
what
We've
I'm
never
saying,
gotten
I
that.
don't dispute that. But I think back then it made a lot of sense. Now though, I think the competition is still strong, but it's just on the gaming front as opposed to platform
But like
front.
my thing is like strong how? Like if it was strong, then Sony would have had some of their best IPs out this generation, but they've not.
Because you're not thinking about the reality of the situation. Sony
Which
did.
is what?
They had Ratchet and Clank out. They had Spider Man out. They had The Last of Us out.
No, yeah, no. I'll be the first one to say that they had a better launch lineup
Yeah,
than Xbox
but
because
Ushers,
Xbox didn't
but
have a launch lineup.
but
They had
Ushers,
no games
but Ushers
available
in
at
2025,
launch.
these games cost 6 years to make. You can't click a finger and say like, okay, I need all
Well,
these games now.
well, again, then yes, they cost five. They cost 5 years to make, but for some reason, one studio from Sony was able to make like five of them, whereas the
Which
other
one, Insomniac?
studios, yes.
Yeah, but those games still
How
cost like
many of
four.
how many
But
games did
those games still
Insomniac
cost
make
four
in like
years.
no
Those games
time?
still cost 4 years to make, 5 years to make. But also, you
No,
can't
no,
tell
they
some.
they did, but like
Yeah,
how many other
what I'm saying is that
studios were
you can't
able
tell
to do
someone like
what
a
they
Neil
did?
Druckmann. You can't tell a Neil Druckmann. Yeah, I want like 3 games every
Yeah,
like
but
4 years.
that's not my problem as a gamer, bro. Like this is what I always say
No, no,
to
no,
you
no.
guys
Yeah,
that
you
like
can say it as a gamer. Yes, that's not the
yes,
problem. But I'm talking about we're talking about the reality, the business reality.
but
Because
yeah,
you're
but
making a
yeah,
claim. You're making a
yeah,
claim. You're making a demand that like I want X amount of games about this time. As Sony is saying,
yes.
I mean, put it this way, yeah. That's like me going to Nintendo and saying, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. I want two Tears of the Kingdom at
No,
least two
no, no.
times
But
every 5 years.
there's a big difference in
No,
the
no,
sense
no.
that
It's
like
not because it's the same
okay,
thing. You're saying
explain
Sony.
why.
You're telling Sony that they haven't dropped enough games, which is fine. But Nintendo didn't drop any really
No,
major games last
and
year.
again, all I'm comparing it to is the how they dropped games in the past
Yeah, because
and how long.
it was cheaper to make games in the past, and it was easier and faster.
Well, it
Yeah.
was. You could argue that it was slightly cheaper from like the because again, x86 games are x86 games in my opinion. Like the expenses don't
No.
unless you
Okay. Wait
as
up.
the developer decides to make the expenses
I
far
just
higher.
okay. When do you expect the next Zelda game to come out?
Are you
Two
asking me?
years? No, I'm talking. Yeah.
I don't
Ushers.
play
Um,
Zelda games like so. Please
well,
ask the man that's playing them right now.
well, if you're talking about brand new Zelda
Yeah,
experience,
brand new Zelda experience.
you're probably like 3 or 4 years out, maybe. But I could be wrong. I
That's
mean,
reasonable.
Nintendo's crazy. They might have something cooking that we don't know about. But
Hmm.
Echoes of Wisdom just came out last year, and Tears of the Kingdom came out the year before that. So my best educated guess would be like, ironically enough, maybe around the time the Zelda movie comes out.
Hmm.
But they usually put out like something Zelda related like almost every year.
Yeah.
So maybe like if you're talking like ports, re-releases,
I'm talking like the mainline games.
I would say 3 years is a good bet, but it
Yeah.
could be wrong.
And then
The
my
point
thing
that
is,
the point I'm trying to really just emphasize is that like as much as Remedy is happy with Alan Wake 2 and they want Alan Wake 3 to come out,
yeah.
like you can't just come that doesn't come out
But
next
my
year, a
thing
few
is
years.
like, dude, like, and again, like, my question to you is like, then how is fucking a studio like Insomniac able to release so many games subsequently? Like, literally every year they're releasing a blockbuster game for the same studio, which is
They're
Sony.
not.
No, but like, let's look at like how many they've released. Like, how many games has Naughty Dog released for PlayStation 5? Brand new
Are
None.
we counting
games,
ports?
brand new games,
Brand new games?
none. How
Yeah,
many
none.
games has what's another developer that made big Sony games back in the day? How many games has who are these guys? They were also signed exclusively to Sony.
Santa
Quantic
Monica,
Dream. How many games has Quantic Dream released for PlayStation 5?
Quantic Dreams, none.
Okay.
No, wait,
How many game?
wait. Let's like if you want to talk about like actually go on. I want to see
Hmm.
when did Spider Man come out? Is
Spider-Man
it
2 is a
2017?
5 game.
No, the
They
first
released
one.
Morales.
Spider-Man like Miles Morales as a launch game, and they released Spider-Man 2. And we still don't have a single game from Naughty Dog in the same period. How many games Okay, the only other studio you could say that released a game, I suppose, is Guerrilla Games, and they released one game, and they are another Sony like first party. Uh,
Wait,
but they're
Gorilla?
the
Yeah,
only
first
other
party owned by
developer.
Sony?
Sorry.
You said Gorilla's not a first party?
No, I'm saying that like they are first party. Yeah, they're the
Yeah,
only
they are.
other
Yeah,
first party that released a game for Sony.
Okay, so we have some like, I at least have some like
Yeah.
data here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The first Spider-Man game released in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next game from Insomniac released in 2020. And that was a
Mm-hmm.
DLC, right? So I don't know.
Which one was that
Miles
DLC?
Morales.
Miles Morales was not a DLC. It was a
It's
full
an
game.
expansion pack. It was
No, it was
expansion.
not a. No, it was a full game, bro.
Miles Morales was a full game.
What was?
You bought it as a full game. It was not a expansion pack. It was a full game.
What are we
for
talking? Miles
PlayStation.
Morales?
Miles
Yeah,
Morales.
yeah, it
Yeah,
was a
Miles
full
Morales
game.
was a standalone game, but it wasn't like
Yeah.
a full size game like the first.
Well,
the
it
other.
was a
people
shorter
argue
game.
that, but it's an actual
It's a
full
standalone.
game.
It's a standalone. Yeah, it's a standalone game.
It's a
It was
standalone
a
game.
smaller
It's not an
game.
expansion pack. It didn't need the
No,
previous
yeah.
Spider game to.
No, but like it's not.
Right.
Yeah, but you wouldn't look at Miles Morales as like a Last of Us
But
2.
what do you mean? Look at.
In the same way, Horizon 1 and Horizon 2, there's a leap there. Horizon 1, Horizon 2.
Yes.
Miles Morales wouldn't be, you wouldn't consider as like a Spider-Man 2 sequel in terms
I would
of like
consider
content.
it a,
No,
I
it
would
was a
consider
full
it
game, dude. It was a full standalone game with new bosses, new everything.
Yeah, but it came
It's
out like
not an expansion
$40
pack.
though, right? It was cheaper because it was meant to reflect the price, the
I
value.
don't know what the price is, but like I can
wasn't
tell you it was a
$70.
full game. No, well,
I
this
think
was
you guys-
before Sony charged $70 for games. I think it was $60 when it was released for the
No,
PS5.
it
I don't
it
know.
wasn't.
It wasn't $60.
It wasn't because I bought it at launch. It wasn't a full price game.
Yeah, it
for
was
PS5.
smaller.
PS5.
Yeah,
It
for
was
the
a smaller
PS5. Yeah.
experience. Yeah, it was a smaller experience from what I remember.
So I'll say this. I'll say that I think you guys are kind of both right because it's definitely not. It's not Spider-Man 2. I mean, I know that the next one's called Spider-Man
No,
2,
it's
but
not,
it's
yes.
not. It's not. It's not like the next installment. It's like a 1.5 where it's like it's its own game,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
it doesn't. It's not a sequel. Like it's not like the next mainline Spider-Man game. It's a weird.
100%, but it was a full game for the PS5 when
Yeah, it was a
came
full
out,
game. Yeah, it's a game on its
Okay.
own. You bought it on its own. It had its own story, gameplay
Yeah.
mechanic. It's its own game. Yes.
Okay, so 2018 Spider-Man, 2020 Miles Morales, and
Mm-hmm.
2021 Ratchet and Clank, and 2023
100%.
Spider-Man. Yeah.
Who
but-
else
but
had
you see-
that
but-
same cadence within
No, no,
Sony
but-
in
no, but
terms of
hold-
release?
No, but you could say that, yeah. But then my next question would be, well, how come Larian Studios has only released like one game in the space of 7 years? How come the guys who made Elden
Again,
Ring, the
no,
Roblox-
it's fine. Like those are fair
It's-
questions to ask.
You're looking at one specific publisher or studio.
Yes,
and you're
and I'm
saying,
saying
well,
to you,
and
it's
you're
like
saying,
5 years is not an
You're saying,
excuse.
why ain't everyone else
No.
like this?
No, but
what
like you're making an excuse that like everyone is waiting 5 years because that's how long it takes.
No.
I'm saying one developer doesn't need
my
5
point,
years
no,
to develop
my
a
point
game.
is, what is the what is the average time it takes for a developer to make a new game?
But no, what do you mean average time? Like again, like
I'm saying,
what
when do
developers
you
are you,
expect
are you talking
Larian-
about Sony developers? Are you talking about like
talking
every
about
developer has a
developer.
very different window in terms
No,
of like how
but
they develop games.
okay, so with Sony,
Okay.
yeah, Sony's team, Insomniac, they made a game in like what? They made it every 3 years they drop the game, right? Fair enough. In terms of big games,
different games.
yeah.
Every
Guerrilla
like
Games,
almost
Gu-
no games.
Yeah, are
Oh,
you
no, sorry,
saying that?
almost
Are
time.
you saying that Naughty Dog and Guerrilla Games should all be like Insomniac?
Well, if that is like the studio, like if we're all working for the same employer and I can produce 10 products in the space that like the other guys can produce one product, maybe we should have the same metric. Yes, absolutely. Why are you not being held to the same standard?
No, I don't agree. I think every
No,
studio
but like
is
you
different.
can disagree,
agree
but
either.
like Taye,
I don't
if
agree.
they can make like all those games were like 90 plus games, they were
no,
like
no.
85 plus
No,
games,
the reason why
and
I
they
don't
could do that in no time.
The reason why
Why
I
could
don't
the other
agree-
guys not do it?
The reason why I don't agree is because
Okay.
if someone like, let's say, Neil Druckmann says, "Hey, listen, I want to make a new project. It's going to take like 7 years. It is what it is. Done." Right, and then somebody else doesn't want to make a standalone expansion. They actually want to make a different.
But what
game.
happened to us as a
So,
company
for example,
making money, bro?
from what we know, from what
Mm-hmm.
we know is Santa Monica, the Craig Barlog. He's making his own new
Cory
IP.
Barlog.
Cory Barlog. make his own new IP, yeah. And the guy who did Ragnarok, it seems like he's gonna make the sequel. So if that studio is only capable of making two games, and the
Okay.
developer creator is saying, I don't want to make a smaller expansion like Miles Morales. I just want to make a brand. I want to make God of War 3. And Barg
So
is saying,
would
I
you
want to
say
make a big game. Then yeah, let them do what they want to do.
so would you
Now,
say Ragnarok was a significantly bigger game than the original God of War?
yeah, it was a direct sequel.
So it was significantly bigger than like Miles Morales, from Miles Morales to Spider
I
Man?
didn't play Miles Morales, but yeah, I imagine Ragnarok was bigger than
No,
Miles
it's not. Like
Morales.
it's not really in terms of like what you're
Based on
getting
what
in the actual
metric?
game. Again, exactly based on what metric. So like
No,
they
I'm
could
asking you.
make,
Did you
yes,
play it?
like I'm telling you now. So at least with like Santa Monica, they could go from 2017 making God of War to releasing another God of War game in 2022, and you telling me that like a Naughty Dog cannot do that within the same time, and they've not done anything except to make remakes?
I'm okay. Just a quick question: are you saying that Naughty Dog is mismanaged?
No, I'm asking you. Like I'm asking you. Like at what point in time are you
I'm
not
saying
able
different.
to?
No.
I'm
I'm saying
telling
that
you that
different.
like
I'm
these
saying
studios
different
are all
studios.
mismanaged in
I'm
my
saying
opinion.
each
Yes.
studio has the same capabilities as other studios, and I'm saying some of them might not.
Yes, absolutely. I'm
Some of them
saying
might
that
not.
like if you
Some of
could
them
do
might
it
not.
in the
Like,
PS4 era where your
people
game
tell me like
cadence,
people tell me like, yo,
yeah,
Insomnia. Sorry, not Obsidian isn't the equivalent of Insomniac, yeah. And I say, yeah, you could say that, yeah. But here's the truth: um, Avowed, Pentiment, and Outer Worlds 2, and what was it they drop? Grounded. That's impressive for them, yeah. I rather take one Fable game that took 7 years to make than all those four games combined. I don't care about any of those games. I expect Fable to be the Baldur's Gate equivalent. So what I'm saying is that not every studio has the capabilities to make this amazing game. Somebody can make double A small games,
no, but
and
I'm saying like
clearly,
all
I'm
these
saying, okay, I'm
studios,
saying Insomniac is
So
clearly in a position because I'll say this, yeah.
because Insomniac, if like, do they make
Insomniac is
substandard games that are not in the same quality level as say an Insomniac, sorry, a Naughty Dog game?
sorry. Are you saying does
No, I'm
Insomniac make
asking you a
those
question.
games?
Like, do the is the Spider-Man game that they release like
Honestly,
less?
honestly, when I saw that Spider-Man 2 game, I wasn't that impressed. I
But
thought
have you
it needed a
played
few more
it
years.
to
I haven't
for
played
you
it,
to
but
say
I'm
that?
saying what I
No, but
saw.
that's
I
the
said what I
thing,
saw.
Ben.
Yeah,
Like
but you
that's
asked
what
me
I'm
what
saying
you
to
asked
you.
me what I think. I
No,
told you I
like
saw it.
again, it's fine. You can think what you think, but I'm saying that then you can't use that as a definitive an opinion to say that. Well, that's why I'm
No,
saying
but
that.
but I'm getting to the crux of it. Then are you saying that
Yes, what's the crux of it?
All PlayStation studios should be dropping a
No,
game
I'm
every two
saying they're
years?
making less quality games than they did for the PS4. I'm saying for the PS4 they had better output at a better like
But
cadence than they
who
do
had
with the
better who had
PS5.
better which studio had better output on the PS4? Like how many were they dropping? Naughty Dog? How many games did they
Yes,
drop in the
not at all.
PS4?
two.
Yes, two.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
here's the thing with Naughty Dog, and I'm just gonna kind of push back here. Yes,
And
Naughty
like
Dog has
again,
released
sorry,
any
go ahead.
games, but they've had projects that have been canceled and stuff like that, if I remember correctly. Which you got to take that into account when you're talking about studio output. If a studio
Yeah,
is working on a game and the game gets canceled 3 years in, which that's something PlayStation has
management,
been
poor
actively
management. Yeah,
doing lately. I mean, you look at a lot of these studios. I mean, how many live service games did they start up and then cancel? I mean, like
yeah.
those developers worked for 2 3 years on. We didn't see a damn thing out of any of those games, but that doesn't mean that the developers were sitting around in their studios throwing paper all over the trash cans playing basketball. Like they were working on shit. And when Sony, like kind of
So
what Audrey was saying, when you mismanage these studios, and the same thing
I
goes with
can tell
Xbox.
you,
You cancel
yeah.
projects. That's time lost.
I mean, like I can tell you that, like for instance, like for Naughty Dog, just the two IPs that we're talking about, which is going to be Uncharted and Last of Us, both big for that platform. But like, look at like for instance the extended like material that they did for that. Look at like the expansion for Last of Us. Look at like for instance the expansion for Uncharted during that generation. Those were full games, full on big ass games, bro. It's not a matter of like they just like they made one game and they did nothing else. And that's what I'm saying to you is that like if if Insomniac can make three games for the PS5 out the gate, what is stopping everybody else? Given that, like, what's happening is that, like, the tools are simpler to make games for. Like, you can now make games faster using the new tools, which are the same, and that's the main advantage actually that the PlayStation 5 had over the Xbox Series X, is that, like, they were using exactly the same engine to make the games.
Sorry about that. I had to check some.
No, it's okay. But all I'm saying is that, like, like, all you're looking at is you're looking at a studio that is, like, far better efficiency than any other studio within Sony's. And as Sony, I need to ask why. Because we were all equally efficient the previous generation, but this generation, for some reason, everybody else is very shitty efficiently. They can't
I mean,
make games.
I would like to offer my insight on it, which is
Mm-hmm.
kind of a differing philosophy in how you make games. I mean, we were talking earlier about Xbox, and it's like I'm a big believer in letting developers make the games they want to make, and you see that with
Mm-hmm.
Xbox. Whereas what's going on with PlayStation is that they looked at the live service, bubble, and they were like, "Wow, we should just make like 12 of
Yeah,
these because they're
I agree.
profitable." And
I
so when you see
agree.
that, like, not everybody's going to make it work. Like, look, like you can make a good live service game. Like, it's possible. I think Xbox has, I mean, Sea of Thieves, I think, is pretty damn good. Um, I really would love to dive into more of that, but I don't have anyone to play it with. But it's just like you can't. Not everyone is going to do the live service game. It's not going to work every single time. In fact, more often than not, it's not going to work, as we've seen. So now
Did
you have
Sea of Thieves
PlayStation who
work when it
made
was
this.
released?
It definitely got better as time went on,
Yeah,
but
it didn't work. It was like a 65% on
yeah,
Metacritic.
it
It
sounds about right. Actually.
was
Yeah,
it grew an audience over time, but, like, when it
right.
was released, it was pretty, even, like, in terms of players, it was, like, pretty moderate.
Yeah, but that's why I'm someone who's generally very critical of live service games because I do believe that you should have a good game at launch.
Yeah.
Like you can add to it, sure, but like something that Todd Howard always said that drive me crazy the one time where he's like, "Oh, well, we'll just launch a game and then we'll update it 6 months later." I'm like, "What the
Yeah,
fuck are you
exactly.
talking about?" But like, no, but it's just like I think that's the two differing philosophies where it's like I also lean into just feeling more valued as an
Hmm.
Xbox customer because I know that like when these games are coming out, it's like these are the games that developers want to make. Like when
But
Hellblade comes out, like that's the game that Ninja Theory wanted to make. Whereas
but
like if I look at PlayStation, they're like, oh well, we're gonna make these live service games, and it's like halfway through they realize, oh shit, this is a bad idea. Cancel half of the
but
project. You're not gonna see any more
but
of that game this generation.
but like, let's be honest here. You're a person that you own a PS5, wasn't it?
I do
Silent
because
Hill
it's
2.
part of this generation.
Like, okay, tell me, is there a competitor, if you look at Silent Hill 2 as a survival horror game? Is
Uh,
there anything that comes close in any other platform where you would have wanted to say, well, you know what, I'm gonna skip Silent Hill 2 as a survival horror game for the
so
generation?
I have to admit I have not played Silent Hill 2.
Oh, okay,
Uh,
you have it. Okay, let me choose another game. Let me say, aside from Silent Hill 2, Final Fantasy 16.
okay. So
Did
what
you
is the
look at?
question exactly? Sorry.
Yeah, exactly the same question. Is that, like, I'll wait for it to come to another system, or I'll choose another fantasy game in the same genre on another platform before I buy it here to get this sort of experience? Is there anywhere else you could have experienced an experience like Final Fantasy 16?
Well, I didn't actually like Final Fantasy 16.
Okay, it's fine. Okay,
I played it. I
I'll
didn't
choose
like it that
something
much.
else.
No, no, no,
It's
no, no.
fine.
I get, I get the point that you're trying to
Yeah.
make. Um, for me personally, like as someone who plays on everything, like
Hmm.
if there's something that's only available on one platform, I really want to play it. I'm gonna go
Did
play
you
it.
buy it though? Did you buy the game?
I bought Final Fantasy 16. Yes.
Yeah, like, I would as well, even if it's not a game that was, like, primarily dispositioned for me, but because of the fact that the experience is only available on a PlayStation 5 that I own, I would buy that for the PlayStation 5.
But I would also push back and say that at the time that Final Fantasy 16 came out,
Mm-hmm.
so obviously the Final Fantasy thing has always been tricky with PlayStation, where they're deemed timed exclusives, and then it's been a generation and you still haven't gotten Final Fantasy 7 remake on
Yeah.
Xbox. Which
Yep.
obviously Square
True.
Enix has come out and said that, like, hey, like, this model's not profitable for us. We don't want to do that. We're gonna put the whole slate elsewhere. We'll make announcements in the future, right?
And we
So,
don't know again. Like this is the thing that annoys me about Xbox. Like why don't we know this like
well, because
definitively?
there's probably some sort of contract in there where
Because
PlayStation.
Sony made sure. And that's
Yeah,
that and like this was my point with Ty is like Sony is that petty that they would
hundred
actually make
percent.
sure that you only announce it when you have to because we'll force you to do that
No,
because
listen,
we're that
I'll
petty.
be very upfront. Even when I saw the Indiana Jones, one more thing, I thought it was disgusting. I was like, what are you doing here? Or
Yeah.
when Sony does things like when Sony when Xbox does the showcase, or not the showcase,
Mm,
the
they
developer
show the
direct, and they show the
PS, yeah.
PlayStation logo, and I'm like, really? Like, because they ain't gonna show your logo on the
Sony
thing.
will never do
You
that.
know, this
On
is I
their
find this is
they'll
I find
never.
very, very irritating, 100%. However, the end of the day, the question is, and this is, like I said, I want them to compete in this way. Even, like, there's a way to do this, but
Mhm.
does Clear Obscure become a worse game because of that? Not really. I mean,
No, it
no, not
doesn't.
really. It
No.
doesn't. It's still the same good game, and I think Xbox is just kind of said, I feel just kind of said, like, yo, this is how we're doing it now. I don't necessarily agree, but I think what they're just saying is like, listen, we just want to be a platform that everyone can buy our console if they want to, or they can go off somewhere else. And I think Phil said it himself. Like, he said, I'm telling you guys right now, I don't want to compete on a game in front. I want to compete from a console perspective on what our console can do, not what games it can play. And I think that even kind of pushes on to what has been saying, which is like, if I'm going to compete on a console front, I want our console to be different from PlayStation, hence the
Yeah.
PC model.
And,
Yeah,
and,
I,
and
I
that's
think
my
I think at the
problem.
end
I
of the
don't think
day,
it's viable.
something at the end of the day, I think we all agree on that. The like Xbox and PlayStation are not playing the same game right now.
No,
Um,
we can
I
agree
think
on that.
that's definitely a common ground here, where it's one is trying to do one thing and the other's trying to do another thing. And I mean,
Yeah,
I can tell you,
Xbox,
But my,
I can
my,
tell you
they
my
which one
lost.
sounds better to me. So
but my only thing, Rome, is the fact that like everybody else is doing stuff that is fucking worked, that we know what the end game product is. And
Mm.
again, Microsoft is pivoting towards something that's not tested, that's not tried, and they have no idea whether or not the result will be successful. Them, I can go as far as saying whatever they're trying to do, you will end up in a situation where Sony does it better or Nintendo does it
No,
better.
because I think here's where the difference is.
Wherever, like, and then my thing is like, okay,
When Sega pivoted,
okay,
right, they became a third party publisher. What Microsoft is saying is, we've lost the console war, but rather than go into the publisher territory full on, we want to try these other things to see if this can work. If it doesn't
yeah,
work,
yeah,
then
try
we're a
to do
third
that.
party publisher.
what do you
You
mean?
can't fault them for that.
Because they have two options, right? There's two
Yeah.
options in front of them as far as they view it, right? At the end of the day, again, whether they could have or couldn't have, they're at a point where they're like, we can't come back from this in the traditional
Yeah,
model. And like,
100%.
yeah, that's their view. Whether they're right or they're wrong, it is what it is. But like, we
Yeah.
have to move on. So they have two options in front of them. They go out and they spend $70 billion or whatever for Activision, and they're like, okay, we could
Mm-hmm.
basically phase out our Xbox business, and
And
Xbox
become a
just becomes
publisher.
a full blown publisher, and there's only one high end console mark in the market, which is PlayStation, and then they put all their games on
100%.
PC
Yeah.
and Nintendo and PlayStation, and then that's the end of it. The Xbox ecosystem dies. Your games that you bought on Xbox go away. Your friends, your achievements, the ecosystem
Yeah.
itself, your username, your everything, it's gone. It's dead. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Or we could try to evolve and expand beyond the console sphere. And like, look, there will be people that still want to buy a console. We'll have that option available for them,
Yeah. No,
and like they're just expanding their business, man. And I think that, like, again, like, I'm just trying to be optimistic, and
yeah.
again, like, if you don't want to talk about future hypotheticals, which in this conversation
No,
we
no,
don't,
I'm happy. Yeah.
that's just what it is, and I think that it makes sense on some levels as a consumer, as a customer.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound insane. Like, it sounds insane as someone who's been playing, going through.
But yeah, no, I hear you. Like, and I agree. I agree with you, Rome. 99% of what you're saying, I agree with you. But I just understand enough about console gamers. Like, ain't nobody gonna buy a console with no exclusive. It's just not gonna work. It will never work. Like, consoles will always be tied to having exclusive experiences. And I just think the moment, like, your whole value.
But what if the console can play every single game?
No, and then that's where I say to you that will never happen. Sony will never allow it.
Okay, that's
It
fine.
will never happen. Like, there's no universe where Sony makes games and spends that much money and then says, "Well, you know what? We'll put them on a console." And this is what I said to you. I said to you very specifically, Ty, that like, if the moment you have a console, and you said it was a PC, I was like, okay, you can say it's a PC, but the moment it's a console that says Xbox and it just does Xbox things and it launches like an Xbox, like, Sony will make sure, like, they will pay everyone to make sure that that shit doesn't play PlayStation games because of the fact that
So
it
do you know what's so funny?
nullifies
Yeah. So
the relevance of their consoles.
because I was going back and forth with some guys on this as well, and I said, given all these things to happen, yeah, and then if obviously if Steam says, you know, we're gonna do this, and Sony's like, well, I'm gonna stop you somehow. At the end of the day, what's gonna happen is it has to be a regulatory case. And you said that Sony has a precedent, legal
Yeah,
precedent to
they
actually do
do.
this, and I think that's completely bogus. They have nothing to
Okay,
whatsoever,
based
because
on what?
what's going to happen is this year, Sony's going to go to regulators and say,
Yeah.
we want to stop a manufacturer, a specific manufacturer, from playing our games. And the first question is going.
No. They want to stop their direct competitor, which
No, no,
is
no, no. But the
Microsoft.
direct competitor is releasing.
It's
But
already
their,
been
but
established
their
that that's their
direct
direct
competitor
competitor.
is not releasing a console; they're releasing a PC. So if it's a PC,
But
it's
that's
the
the
same.
thing. Like,
Hold on,
how
hold on,
is it
hold
a
on.
PC? And then I asked you
If it's a
this.
PC, if it's a PC, it's the same as Dell, Toshiba, and all these other guys.
Okay, oh,
And then
okay,
for
but like,
Sony to
but
say
no,
it's okay for
Ty,
Samsung and Toshiba, but we want
Ty,
to block the
Ty.
Microsoft PC, that sounds insane.
Okay, Ty. So in your lifetime, like, listen to what you're saying. You're saying it's a PC, right? It's a PC that's owned by Microsoft, who have owned PCs since the beginning of PCs.
Can a
So,
Surface download Steam?
of course it
Can
can.
a Surface play Helldivers 2?
Of course it can.
Okay, so what Microsoft is saying is that we're releasing another PC, and
So
Sony is
then
going
why
to
don't you
block
call
this
it an
PC
Xbox? Why don't you just call it a normal
because
PC?
no, doesn't matter.
Because Xbox is
Doesn't
the
matter what
brand.
we call it. It's a PC. How's that
What do you
relevant?
mean it doesn't matter what you call it?
It's a
Like, what do you mean?
wait. How's that? It's a PC. How's that relevant? The name is
It's
irrelevant.
very relevant because there's a difference between a
If it's
PC and a closed
if
platform that's a
it's a
console.
PC, what are you talking
If it's a
about?
PC, it doesn't matter. I said this to you earlier on. Like, if
I'll
it's a
tell you this
PC,
I'll tell you this, yeah. Um, when
like,
it comes to
a PC is very
the
different from a console. Like,
when
the
it
moment you
comes
say
to
it's a PC, that means it's just a computer.
yeah,
It's
it's a
got
PC.
nothing to
Okay,
do with
yeah. So
Microsoft.
so
So it's exactly the same thing that they're releasing the end of this year, which is just a Rogue Ally with like a spec with like, sorry, with the Xbox.
okay, so wait,
Uh,
so do you think do you think Sony will block their games from the Rogue Ally branded Xbox?
no, they won't. But my point is,
Okay, but
like,
then we agree then.
no, like, so you're saying that Xbox is not going to release a Xbox console?
No,
It's
you
not going
don't.
to be a
Oh, no,
console.
no, no. Here's what's gonna happen. Oh my god. I thought we
Like,
already
again,
clarified
like, and
this.
then
I thought we already
listen
clarified
to
this.
what you're saying. If it's
Okay,
a PC,
let me. Okay, hold on, hold on.
what
Wait,
is
let me explain
Xbox
this.
doing? They're not doing anything
Let me
because they're
explain this.
already on
Stop, no,
PC.
let me explain
Explain.
this. When I first saw
Explain.
the Xbox Series X, the first thing that came to mind was
Mhm.
like, "Oh shit, that looks like a PC. That looks pretty powerful. You know, that looks
No,
cool."
but like, let's not talk about what it looks like. Like,
Okay, yeah, okay, hold on.
get
So what
into
Xbox, so
PC.
what Xbox is gonna do is they're going to
Yeah.
release a PC,
Oh, so
but
it's a computer. So it's exactly the same as any
yes, but they're
PC.
going to call it Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
But it's exactly the same as any computer. That means that, like, I don't even have to touch an Xbox. I can just use my existing computer
So you're getting
with the
confused
same
again.
Oh
features.
my
You're getting
days,
confused again.
Jesus
It
fucking
will
Christ,
be.
man!
It will be an Xbox. You're getting confused again. It's an Xbox.
No, no, but I want him to clarify. So
But it's
in
an
other words, it's exactly the same thing that I have right now.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
What's
Right.
the difference between that and
Okay.
what I have right now in my
Okay, hold on,
computers?
right.
Okay. Yes.
I know how you can help him, Ty. Hold on one second. Give me a second. I gotta get you a video.
No,
You
I
can put
want
it.
him to say
Okay,
that.
okay,
Like,
go ahead.
is it
Okay,
exactly
go
the
ahead.
same thing I have right now on my
Okay.
PC?
Yeah, it's gonna be the exact same thing you have right now.
Okay, so I don't need this Xbox thing. I can just
Yeah,
use
you
my
don't. But
PC.
Ushers,
Oh,
this
so
is
it's an app.
Ushers. This
Is
is the
that's
part
what you're saying?
this is the part you refuse to understand. That Rome has
Okay.
told you this many times. He
Okay, let's
said,
hear.
"I am a console gamer."
No, I'm
However,
listening to you.
yeah,
What is it?
okay.
Is it a
I
PC?
am a console. No, forget.
No.
No, stop. Ushers, it's a
I
PC.
know what Rome said.
A
I want
PC.
to hear what you
Let
say.
me tell you what I'm saying now. It's a
Yeah.
PC. However,
Oh,
yeah,
so it's a computer. It's just a normal computer.
yeah, it's a computer. Yes, that's
Okay,
called
so I
Xbox.
don't need any proprietary Microsoft things on it. I can just run the app of my normal PC that I have right now.
Will help make it a little bit more clear.
No, I want him to say that, and he won't
No,
say
no,
that.
I
That's
know.
the thing with Tai.
Sometimes-
Like, that's what I've been asking him all along. Is that like, well,
hold on,
so
but if you
you're
look at
saying
the
that I
B-roll,
can just download the app of
if you
my
look at the
current
B-roll,
rig,
if you look at the B-roll, it
and
makes
I'm
it really
chilled?
clear.
This is the video. Now you know. This
No,
is
no,
the
no, no. You can show me the
Ushers,
video.
you're at a bit obtuse on purpose.
I
But
want
let me
Tai to
explain
say
to you, right?
this.
Let me explain this
Okay,
very, very
say it.
carefully, right?
Say it, Tai. Say it. Yeah.
Xbox is going to release a console.
Yes.
Sorry, let me clear. A PC.
Oh, a computer. So it's
Yeah,
exactly the same. And I want you to clarify. No, like
Ushers,
Rome, he doesn't want to say this. I want him to say this. Yes.
Stop interrupting for a second. Let me just finish my point.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Xbox is going to release a PC for your TV. I would love my freaking PC in my room to
Yeah.
just be plugged into my TV, but it's not going to happen. So Xbox is going to release
Whoa,
a PC.
whoa.
Xbox
Okay.
is going to release. Xbox is going to release a PC,
Okay.
and the idea is when you boot it up, rather than see a Windows page with the start menu and all this crap, it's going to boot straight into the Xbox ecosystem.
There it is.
The average consumer, the consumer will not know it's a quote unquote PC. They will just think it's an Xbox Series X2.
Oh,
Replay that video again.
That is it.
Put it on Bluetooth again.
This guy being
concept
generous.
is not
So
hard.
Tai, what are you saying? Are you saying Xbox? Like, and again, you don't want to commit to the answer, and you keep
Commit to what?
jumping. All you have to commit to is like, okay, so what are you saying? I'm a guy that owns a PC right now. I have a PC with a nice graphics card. What does that mean? Do I have to buy Xbox's box to be able to access this PC experience from Xbox?
No.
I want him to answer. I will because
Yeah,
this
sorry,
is
I
the
don't
one
know.
thing
I don't
that
I don't
he
understand
doesn't
the
want to
question.
address because he
I don't understand the
understands
question.
that it's the
I don't understand.
fundamental problem
Ask me
with
the
what he's
question again.
saying.
Ask me the question again. Let me,
Yeah.
ask the question
Like
again.
so, okay. So Tai, I have a 3060 Ti,
Yeah.
right, on my PC.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean for me? Does that mean that I have an Xbox immediately by the virtue
No,
of the
it means
fact that
if you buy the Xbox, the new Xbox console, it means you have a PC attached to your TV.
okay, so I need to buy. Okay,
Sorry, wait. Does that one make sense to you? Does that not make sense to you?
No, no. I want you to clarify. So, what are you saying?
Clarify
So,
what?
Very simple. So, if I have a PC right now, it doesn't mean I have access to the new Xbox or the new Xbox features.
What do you mean the new Xbox features?
Do I have access with my current graphics card to your Xbox future? So all the shit that you're saying about your Xbox
Rom. Sorry, Rom. Do you know what he's asking? I have no idea what he's talking about.
Rome knows exactly what I'm asking.
I think she's asking, is everything an Xbox?
That's
The answer is
exactly
yes.
what I'm asking.
The answer is yes.
No, but
right
he's
now-
not answering
Right
that
now
question.
we're all using
He's
our
answered it.
Xbox.
Everything's an Xbox. Yes.
Whoa. So Tai,
Hold on. Sorry, hold that thought.
so what
Sorry,
you're saying is that like
hold on.
Okay.
You and Ron keep talking. Just give me 2 minutes.
Oh, I need
Because
two women.
no, like Rome, my whole problem with what he's saying is the fact that like he doesn't want to commit to the fact that he's saying that everything is an Xbox. What he's committing to, and the reason why he's raising this entire point is that he's still committing to the fact that like, well, there's going to be an Xbox console that just does Xbox console stuff. Like, and as the virtue of it being an Xbox console, it can only do that stuff. It's not a matter of like just your computer can just do that stuff. Of the virtue of it's your computer.
So
That is exactly what he's saying. Like that is why he doesn't want to commit to this point of like, well, just saying, yeah, it's just a PC.
yeah, but the problem is that like that's maybe you disagree with this, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. It just needs to be an Xbox. Like, my like the thing is like they're changing how like it's about the ecosystem and like
Yeah.
console users are stagnating. Like as we're seeing it, like old fucks like us, like we're the ones buying the consoles. Kids aren't buying consoles anymore.
Exactly.
My
No.
niece, my niece plays Roblox and all these other games. Guess how many consoles she owns? Her dad has a PlayStation, but like she doesn't play on it. Like she plays Roblox with her friends. Like like right now we're sitting around arguing about consoles or
Yeah.
disputing consoles. But like 10, 15, 20 years from now, like it might just be a PC market and that's what it is. So like I think that it makes a lot of sense. Like if Xbox looks at these numbers and PlayStation is clearly looking at these numbers as well, because if the console market wasn't stagnating, why would PlayStation bother putting their games on PC to begin with? Like like PlayStation clearly sees the same thing that Xbox sees. They're just going about it in different ways. So I think the next Xbox console, like, is it going to sell less consoles in the Series X? Absolutely, it's going to sell less consoles in the Series X. But like at the end of the day, that's acceptable because for them, they're not looking at console sold; they're looking at active users in the ecosystem. So if you buy your Xbox console, and like yes, if that just boots up as a PC, but it boots up as an Xbox, and like it runs the Xbox interface and the UI, like for like me personally as a console gamer, like that's all I need. Like I don't need it to be under the hood some sort of like special coding or programming that like I don't need any of that. Like I just need it to be literally a console. Like that's what I need for my Xbox console. And others they don't. Like you have your fancy your PC with your graphics card that you're going to have to update every few years like and spend thousands of dollars like God bless you. Like you have an Xbox and that's fine. And, like that's like we're like Xbox is trying to do something and we're disputing results of something they're not even trying to focus on. Like they want to get as many people to buy their games as possible. They want to get as many people in the ecosystem. And so like they're still going to have consoles. I believe that when they say we're going to continue to have consoles available, it might be on a smaller scale, but like that's going to be what the goal is. And so
Did you eventually explain to us just like because I don't understand how he doesn't understand this. I'm really confused. I don't even understand the questions he's asking me.
No, you don't understand the questions because like your answers are so predefined and they make no sense
Well,
in regard.
ask me again
I'll ask you
because
yeah,
again.
I
I'll
can be
ask you
very,
again,
very
bro.
clear.
Because
Because
like,
listen,
and I like the fact
whatever
that
I'm
like
saying
he's
here,
actually
don't be
answered your
so
questions and you've not answered this
no,
question.
but don't be so
He's
anal.
actually answered
Don't
these
be so anal
questions.
about the actual like
Okay.
details. Like let's be very, very clear right now.
be very
You're
blunt,
saying,
as blunt as you can be.
yeah, be very, very clear. What is the question you're asking?
The question I asked you was that like, and it was it was so straightforward. Was that like, okay, how you saying that this is going to be a PC or is it going to be a console? And you don't want to commit to an answer
Because okay, this is crazy because people are
because you
attacking it
keep
as if
saying PC, and then I
people
ask
are
you what a
attacking
PC is.
people. No,
Yeah.
because I don't even know what the anal. You just be so anal about this. It's a PC. It's a
It's
computer.
a computer. So
Okay.
what's
Now
the
next
difference
question. No,
between?
no, no,
Okay,
no.
no,
Stop,
no,
stop,
no.
stop, stop. Next question.
Okay. The next question is: so what's the difference between what I have now with my 3090 and me having to buy an Xbox One?
Nothing.
So why am I buying an Xbox branded
Okay, it's
PC?
not for you then. It's for people like Rome. No,
Yep.
no, hold on. because this was
Yeah. Okay.
explained
Let's
to you
hear
very
this.
clear.
Let's hear this because
It's
you've
not for
failed to
you then.
explain this.
It's for
Yes.
people like Rome. I already explained this. It's for
No, you
people.
didn't explain
I did
this
explain
within
it.
the context
I'll
of
say it
this
again. It's for
conversation.
people who are not
Yeah.
interested in buying a PC in their room with the computer. It's people who want a home console experience, a
Okay.
Yes.
traditional
Yeah.
home console experience. And Xbox is packaging that PC in a home console marketing
Okay.
box, so someone like Rome can purchase
Mm-hmm.
it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel
And
pretty
why
sick.
is this person who probably owns a PlayStation buying?
Ask Rome. He's the
Yeah,
person.
it's me.
Ask him.
Ask me.
Ask him.
Ask me. Go ahead. I'm right here. I exist.
Luscious. Luscious, you're on mute. And
My
so is
music.
you.
Okay,
Right?
so like this this Xbox branded PC ROM has all the games that you already own on PlayStation.
Yeah.
Like, why are you buying this Xbox PC? Because all these games are going to be on your
Mhm.
already. They're already going to be on your PlayStation, and it's probably going to be the better versions of those games, as we've seen. Like,
Well, that's
um,
speculation. We don't know. The next Xbox might be more powerful. We don't want to do
no,
hypotheticals.
but like,
We
but we can
established this
speculate
early
on
in the
that.
conversation. We
But
established
we,
this early in the
okay,
conversation.
but Rome, let's okay, using facts.
Sure.
PlayStation this generation was weaker in terms of hardware than Xbox,
Okay.
but because of the fact that like the hardware was just better optimized for PlayStation, most PlayStation versions of the games were better. And
Has
this is
Sony
like
has
this
Sony
is
said that
something
the
that I'm
PS6
sure
is
you're
going to be
very
more
much aware
powerful
of.
than the next
Yeah.
Xbox? Have they come out
Sorry.
and said that for sure?
Hmm?
Has Sony come out and said that the PS6 is going to be more powerful than the next Xbox for
No,
sure?
but again,
Oh,
Rome, going back to Xbox Series X was supposed to be the most powerful Xbox of the generation, but with 99.9% of most releases, third
hmm
party releases, they played better on PlayStation. That's just a fact.
right.
You can go through all the DF Direct things and whatever,
Yeah,
but the games were just better on PlayStation because the developers just optimized it better for PlayStation.
yeah, sure. That could be something that's factual about this generation, but we're not talking about this generation. You're asking me
Okay,
about the next generation, which
fine.
and
Next
again, listen,
generation.
hey, listen, we're not doing hypotheticals. We addressed that.
Hmm.
So we can't unless PlayStation, Xbox are putting specs out as we speak. We can't talk about which
Okay,
console's the more powerful. We don't know.
but like my thing is to you, um, Rome,
Mhm.
is that
Yeah.
who do you believe more? Who has delivered on what they've said versus who's not delivered? Like, again, Xbox at the beginning of this generation told you that they had the most powerful console, but the PlayStation ended up having the best versions of those same
Sony said the
games.
PS3 was also more powerful than the
No,
Xbox.
they didn't say it was more powerful than the Xbox. The Xbox was definitively the most powerful
Sony said the
Xbox.
PS3 was the most powerful console released. No,
No, they didn't. They
Sony
only
never
say
said that.
wait, which console?
PS3.
Yeah, PS3 was more powerful than Xbox on
Yeah, and
paper.
how did it perform?
It didn't. Yeah, it underperformed. I agree with
So
that.
did Sony lie?
Yes, like they
Okay, so
misrepresented their
Sony
consoles,
lied
100%.
and Xbox has lied. It's
No,
kind
but like, what are you
of
proving by saying that Xbox has lied?
no, because you're saying that who do
I'm
we trust
saying,
more, and I'm saying that the PS3
I'm
was
saying,
more powerful, but the games didn't represent that. No,
fine, like absolutely, but
Bayonetta
I didn't
was a
trust. But very
completely
simple,
broken mess.
Ty.
Yeah,
Very simple.
so I'm saying
I
like
didn't
they're
trust
both
Ty.
cancelled out.
Look, listen. I didn't trust Sony going into that generation anyway. I bought an Xbox. I didn't go the other direction where I was like, I would agree with you if I had actually believed Sony's misrepresentation of that generation. And again, if you ask Sony, they'll say, no. We didn't say that we had the most powerful console. We had the most powerful CPU that was just underutilized.
Okay, yeah, but we both so they
Okay,
both
go
lied
ahead.
then. They both lied.
Who lied when? About what? Like again, like you keep saying
Did
stuff like
okay, hold
when you
on.
say they
Did,
both
hold
lied.
on,
When did they
hold on.
lie?
Okay,
Like
hold
be
on.
specific, bro. Like
Did Sony
yeah,
okay, you said Xbox said we had the most powerful console and the games didn't reflect that.
yes, absolutely.
Sony said we have the most powerful console as well for the PS3, and the games didn't
No,
reflect
they
that.
said like no, like, and again with Sony, you have to be very specific
Did,
during
did
that
they
time
imply that they
period.
had the most powerful console?
At the beginning of that, yes, they
Okay,
implied, but they never said that they
so
had
they're
the
both
most.
okay. So they both
Well, like
basically the
well,
most
very
recent.
simple. I can actually answer your PS3 question because I
Okay.
understand it very well. In terms of processor, yes, they had the most sophisticated processor at the time, but it was not able to translate the results into like yeah whatever the games came
Okay,
out to
did,
be.
Did Xbox Series X have the most powerful whatever chipsets or whatever it is
Yeah,
over the PS5, and it wasn't able to translate
they
into
had more
superior games,
teraflops, which again that has changed in terms of we measure the
and it
power of
wasn't able to
consoles.
translate
But
into
yes, they
superior
had the
games?
most. What Phil Spencer said is that they had the most powerful console, 100%. However, when it came to the actual games, it wasn't.
Yeah, but okay, but Sony said we had the most powerful chips or whatever it is, and when it
No,
came to
they
the
didn't.
games,
They didn't say that.
what did
Like
they say?
Sony did not. Like, tell me. You tell me. You're the one that's disputing that, saying they
No,
didn't.
no, I'm asking you what did they
Please,
say then? You saying they did?
I can
Asking,
Google it and tell
I'm
you,
no,
like from the
okay,
PS3,
okay.
but they
Yeah, I'm
didn't say
asking you
that.
then. Tell me what they said about the
I'll
PS3.
tell.
I could
Like,
be
well,
wrong.
I'll Google it, but like, I would think that you would know what they said exactly because you're the
I'm
one that's
asking
calling.
you. You keep telling me, keep going around the
I
circles.
don't
I'm
know. I
asking you.
okay. Let me put it like this. I don't know what they said about the PS3.
Okay, so I don't know what they
You
said
tell
too
me.
either. All I know is that like it
But
was
then why are
implied.
you then calling
No,
out the PS? I can
I'm
tell you
saying
what
that
they
it
said
was.
about the
I'm saying okay.
PS5.
I'm saying it
I
was
can tell you what
implied.
Xbox said
Okay,
about this. The
hold on.
Xbox
Wait.
360.
I'm saying
Okay.
that it was implied though, and everybody thought that the PS3 was the most powerful console out there,
No,
right?
like you can say that, but like you can't then say like you. I can tell you that that's Xbox said that the Xbox 360, sorry, the Xbox Series X was the most powerful
Okay,
console.
okay, fair enough. All right, go.
Like you can imply that PlayStation, because that's what you're doing is you're saying, well, PlayStation implied that the PS3 was the most powerful console,
Okay. Let's move on. Let's not do on that then.
and
So
that's
okay,
my thing is that like
so the
prove it
argument here.
and
Okay,
I'll
hold on.
prove the
Okay, so
one.
the argument here is that like if
Okay.
Xbox, whatever Xbox says, we shouldn't trust them, right? So I think like this is untenable then because no matter
Okay.
by default this conversation doesn't make sense because by
Okay. How
default
does it not make
no
sense?
matter what Xbox says, we should never trust them and believe them. So
Okay.
like
Did
at that
Xbox
point.
not say that the Xbox 360,
No,
sorry, the
I'm saying that
Xbox
like
Series
if you're trying
was?
to have an honest discussion about the Xbox Series X2 and the
Mm-hmm.
PS6, you're saying that by
Mm-hmm.
default, because Xbox is a liar, we should never trust anything they say,
I'm
which means
saying
that like which means
100%
that we're gonna under
based.
yeah, okay, but okay, I'm gonna say
Okay.
this okay, but
Yes.
let's focus on Rome.
Yeah, I
Rome,
agree with you.
do you trust Xbox?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go with that template. He trusts Xbox. All right, let's move on.
Okay. Fine. Why
All
are
right,
we
so
trusting and
the
moving on?
question was, we were talking about the PC Xbox, right? So why would Rome want to
Mm-hmm.
get a Xbox Series X2 that can play
Mm-hmm.
Steam games and Epic games and all these kind of things?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right,
Is that
Rome,
a
go ahead,
question for me?
answer.
Okay. Why would I
Well,
want to
but
get?
like, how? What? Okay, but answer room, please go ahead.
The question, just to be clear, the question is why would I buy an Xbox that has Steam on it? Correct.
Yeah, like it seems
Versus
like Arthur's
Sony.
just saying that.
Let's say
Go
Sony
ahead.
offered you the same thing, Roman,
Oh, I would buy the Xbox.
over PlayStation.
Correct.
And what would your reasoning be for going for PlayStation versus sorry, for going for Xbox versus the PlayStation offering?
Well, I mean, it's really quite simple. I mean, in this assumed situation, both
Mm-hmm.
consoles would have Steam, so they would have access to all the same games.
Mm-hmm.
I simply just like the Xbox better. I have an ecosystem that spans over, God, what is it? Almost 20 years, under 20 years, I
Yeah.
guess. I have spent a lot of money on the ecosystem. I like the UI. I like the
Mm-hmm.
controller. I just generally like the Xbox as a brand. So if both
Just
have the
like me,
exact
yeah.
same, if both have the exact same games, I would probably buy the Xbox. I would still play the hell out of the PlayStation games on the Xbox,
Hundred
but
percent.
I would be buying an Xbox. Yes.
Because that's your preferred platform. Like, and
Also Game,
again, and
also
I
Game,
agree with you.
also Game Pass.
And Game Pass, and I agree complete everything that you just said, including adding Game Pass. I agree with you. Like,
Hmm.
I'm not a pro PlayStation guy. Like, I don't own, and I keep saying to people whenever they like attack me for being anti Xbox, I always say I've owned a Series S. I'm currently an owner of a Series X. I only own, in terms of like hardware, Xbox related things. I only own Xbox hardware games. Even in terms of like software
Like
games,
again.
I don't own any PlayStation 5 games, like period.
No, I
So
believe you. Even your phone is an Xbox. You know.
yeah, absolutely. Like all the shit on my phone is Xbox. So my thing is that like, and I completely get where you're coming from. That if there was an ecosystem where I could just transfer that to, and it works seamlessly, like there's no reason for you not to be on that ecosystem. But my thing is, I'm saying is that like, in terms of like software, is there software or games that you look at and say, you know what? The reason I'm staying on Xbox is because of the fact that like Gears or Halo or like is there software that will keep you on that platform? Because that's the only thing that's gonna matter at the end of the day. Is like what software is available there on that platform that will always keep you on that platform.
Well, I mean, clearly, the based off my last answer, the software isn't. I don't want to try to belittle the meaning that, like, the meaningfulness of having good software,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, I definitely value the Xbox ecosystem, and if we're talking in a sense that if I can't get PlayStation games on my Xbox, I would still buy an Xbox because
Yeah.
I know that the games that I will get on my Xbox are games that I still really enjoy. Even if we just took their first party portfolio, like let's cut out any
Okay.
third party games. It's like I know that I'm going to get those top notch Western RPGs from Bethesda. I know I'm going to get
Mm-hmm.
my good shooter action from Call of Duty, and I know Gears of War will come out. I know that they'll have
Mm-hmm.
other games like that. I mean,
So if these games like again, which is what's happening, all these games are now available on PlayStation day one and date. The only difference is the fact that like well on Xbox maybe you get them day one on Game Pass.
Mhm.
Will PlayStation be the less preferred? And again, PlayStation is offering you the same PC offerings, which they probably will do. Like the
Sure.
moment that Sony has to compete directly with Xbox when it comes to this type of shit, they'll do exactly the same thing. I know
Wait,
for a fact
sorry,
that they'll do
just a
that.
quick
So
Yeah.
interjection.
well,
Sony's
my question would
offering
be
the same PC offerings.
Mm.
Oh,
What
you're
is
asking more specifically this.
what is Xbox doing that PlayStation isn't doing?
Wait, you said Sony's offering PC games on PlayStation. Was that the question?
Huh? No.
his hypothetical is if Xbox
Like
and
what is
PlayStation.
Sony like? Sorry, go ahead.
His hypothetical is that if Xbox and PlayStation are both in the same boat of having Steam and basically each other's games,
Yeah.
like both platforms have the exact same software lineup, why would you get an Xbox over a PlayStation? And I mean, again, I think the answer would still be the ecosystem that I've
Yeah.
number one that I enjoy is it's not like I don't enjoy the Xbox ecosystem. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
stuck there, and I wouldn't say that at all. And if that's how it comes off, then that's incorrect, and I'm sorry. But no, I mean
Mm-hmm.
I love the Xbox ecosystem. I love the time that I've spent there and the money I've spent, the games that I've bought.
Yeah.
Love the value of Game Pass, the achievements I've gotten, the friends that I've made. Like that ecosystem is
But
extremely
if
Archers,
I
valuable.
say you
I
still
think,
have
Archers,
access
I
to that
think your question,
ecosystem regardless,
Archers, I think your question is more gated towards me because I will leave.
huh?
Your question makes more sense to me because I would leave. Like I said it literally that I have
Yeah.
no interest in getting an Xbox Series X2 if it does the same as an Xbox Series X. The only reason why I would consider it is if you're telling me that basically all my games will be play anywhere. Like I love play anywhere. I bought Metaphor specifically because it
Well,
was
I'm
play anywhere.
saying yeah, and all
I
I'm
bought
saying to
Metaphor.
you
I
is that
bought the
like
only like I
the
said the reason
moment
why I
that
bought Assassin's Creed
Xbox,
Shadows. There's a reason
yeah,
why I bought Assassin's Creed Shadows
yeah,
on the PC on Ubisoft storefront is because it wasn't on Play Anywhere. If you told me that
okay,
if I buy it on Xbox, like I play on my PC because I interchange a lot, so I would definitely do
yeah,
it. So because I interchange a lot, if you're telling me
mm-hmm,
the next Xbox Series X console is basically a PC,
mm-hmm,
which means that's every game is play anywhere by default. So I get to go to my living room and play
yeah,
Xbox PC games. I was going to play it on my 4070. Yeah, that's a
uh-huh.
huge seller to me. Now
And then what I'm saying to you
If
is that
Sony says
nobody's
I'm
offering you that. But okay, but go ahead.
if Sony says we're gonna do that too as well, I
Yeah.
mean the first thing that comes to my mind is
No,
like
but that's
y'all will make
exactly
your
what I'm
PC.
saying to you. Is that like Sony will not be able to do that. Like there's no universe in the world where Microsoft can offer you a Ubisoft game to be played everywhere and then Sony can only offer you a game to be played just on their platform. All I'm saying to you is that like all these perceived advantages of the Xbox platform will be exactly the same on what is available on the biggest consumer. Like, why on earth would Sony give those preps to or those perps to whatchamacallit
Because
to
Sony wouldn't give those props because they're
okay
the console they're the console leader.
leader exactly. So
Yes,
at what
so they
point in
wouldn't.
time, like okay, so does Microsoft right now offer you play anywhere for all your games?
The Xbox games, yeah, they try
No,
to.
they don't. Like they only offer you some of the games on Xbox, and it's not even the first party games. Not all the first party games. It's
Yeah, but
literally
like
like I
no,
think ten
but it
percent of the
but like
games.
but
It's
just
not
just
like
to be clear,
90% of the
it's
games
like
on.
you
Okay.
you like to ignore the fact that like they've been trying to make things everything play everywhere.
No,
You
but like
also
my
hold
I
on,
don't care
wait.
what they're trying to
No,
do.
no, no,
What are they
but you
doing?
see, but if we're talking, they literally just made a poll recent, sorry, a post recently that like they have like
Okay.
was it like is it 1,000 games that's not play anywhere?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
It's like you ignore things that they're
Mm-hmm.
doing now, and you're like, I don't want to talk about that yet. But if you don't want to talk about that, then how can we talk about the future if we're not looking at their moves now?
No, no. I just want you to tell me
It,
how many games
for
I play
example,
anyway.
yeah, years ago, Xbox says, "Yo, we want to invest more in the
No,
cloud."
no, no. Don't tell me what
Years
Xbox said
ago,
years ago. Tell me what how many
years ago, they
games.
said they want to invest more in the cloud. If we're having this conversation years ago, you would say, "I don't care. You can't play your games right now on Xbox,
No,
so
we
who
would
cares?"
not be having this
Yes, yes,
conversation
yes,
years ago
they
because I
allow
would have
you.
been a PlayStation game. So okay, cool. So how many games are play anyway right now that
I think it's like
me?
1,000 they've
It's a
announced.
thousand. It's exactly 1,000.
I think they've announced 1,000 recently. It was
Yeah,
a few weeks ago. Let me see. How many Xbox
it's a
games
thousand. It's
are
exactly
now?
1,000 around there.
Okay.
1,100, 1,000. That's about it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 1,000 games. Yeah, but like that
Mm-hmm.
wasn't 1,000 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So they're
Like,
trying.
but my question is like, so why? How is that a differentiator between what you have available on PlayStation or any other platform that you would only want that platform? That would be a selling point for you.
If
That
you're
that you
okay,
do not want
if
PlayStation.
you're asking me, if are you asking a general question or are you asking me specifically?
I'm asking a question based on your market because again, I'm not talking to you about as an individual. I'm talking to you about saying, well, I think Sony has a better. Sorry, I think Xbox is a better business proposition.
Sorry, a general question on me.
Well, it's
Yeah.
for
Okay.
you.
If you're saying me,
Mm-hmm.
I love the idea of play anywhere because I can play
Okay,
games on my
but it's only
Xbox.
1,000 games. It's not the
For right now,
five
that doesn't
hundred
mean that you
million.
Yeah,
can't make it.
yeah, but just what I'm trying to say is this: if Xbox
Mm-hmm.
says the next console is a PC, by default, every game is play anywhere
But then my point is like, bro, like if the next console is a PC, why do I need to buy a Xbox console when I already
because
have a PC?
again, as Roma and I said,
Okay,
because
I
I
think
wanna understand.
okay, let me just say this: I still play my Xbox metaphor on my TV, and occasionally I come to my room and play it on my PC. Like,
Bro,
so.
can
I
you?
just want to jump
I
in
don't
real quick.
I don't
understand
know. I
what
don't
the
understand how you don't
differentiator
understand
is.
So
that.
I just want to jump in and just point out that I
What's the
think this
differentiator, bro?
conversation.
Like what's like I
No,
have a
wait,
PC
I'm
already.
not sorry. Are you
It's
telling
a
me that? Wait,
PC.
hold on,
So
hold on. Are you
yeah, okay,
telling
go
me
ahead.
that the idea of me being able to play my game on my television and then
Mm-hmm.
come into my room to play it on my PC is not
Mm-hmm.
a selling point?
How is it a selling point? I can plug my fucking PC to my
Okay,
TV. It's the same thing.
okay. Hold on. Are you saying
Okay.
are you saying it's not a selling point for
It's
you?
not.
Or are you saying it's not a selling point at all?
No, it's not a selling point, period. Like,
You don't.
I
Okay,
can
you don't
plug,
think.
you
Okay, fine then.
saying this is
Okay,
all it
okay.
is,
Wait,
all this
wait.
Xbox
Hold
is
on.
a PC.
Okay, I
I
understand
can
if
plug
you.
my
I
PC to my
understand if you
TV.
say. I understand if you're saying it's not a selling point for you, and that's fine. But for you to say it's not
Okay.
a selling point for me, it's a bit bizarre when I'm telling you it's a selling point. Like I literally just told you the only
So
reason why
what's okay?
I
What's your selling point?
literally just told. Hold on. I literally
Okay,
just told you the only reason you
okay.
don't consider. I actually no. Before Xbox even said about
Uh huh.
PC console, I told everyone on my Discord
Yes.
I'm
Please go
not buying
ahead.
an Xbox Series X again. I'm like, no. I
Yes.
mean, what's the point? There's no exclusives.
There's
And
no
as soon as I
point
heard,
on having an
and
Xbox anything.
as soon as I heard that, hey, you know what, guys, it might be a PC hybrid. I'm like, okay, that means play anywhere. Okay, I'm in. I like that. I love that.
What's
I
the
love that
difference
feature.
between the PC that you have today, Tai?
Man, I'm asking this stupid ass
Oh,
question.
No, but like, dude, what's
It's a dumb
like?
question.
It's a PC.
Wait,
What's the
dumb
difference?
question. It's a
Can I
dumb
just
question.
interject?
Because
I-
listen, because hold on,
What's
he
the
thinks he
dude?
thinks I'm gonna
What
carry
is
this.
the difference
thinks-
between the
hold-
PC I have right now? I
he
can
thinks I'm
plug it
gonna-
onto my TV.
This
Like, what's the
motherfucker
difference?
thinks I'm gonna carry this big ass fucking
That's
PC
what I was gonna
and
say.
drag it all the way to my
it's
fucking
just,
living
I've got a
room.
tiny ass PC. I can plug it into my.
Okay, hold
What's
on,
the
yeah,
difference?
hold on, yeah. I work in my room for work.
Okay.
I use my PC for work. I use it
Yes.
for editing. You think I'm gonna carry this big ass 4070 PC, plug in my living room?
Tai,
Hold
Tai.
on, hold on. And
Okay.
my flatmates are gonna be there, being like, "What's this big block doing here? Wait, are you gonna be like living
Oh,
here now,
okay.
working
Tai.
24/7? Like, man,
Tai.
you're a joker. Like, you're saying
Hey,
crazy.
you do know that you have like PCs smaller than fucking what do you call it? Like it's the iPad iPad Mini. You do know that you get PCs that are
what happened?
smaller than that you can
So-
plug onto your TV that you can play games on.
I should go get an iPad Mini.
No, I'm saying that like you do know that you can get PCs that are smaller than an iPad. So
Does
it's
it
not
have
even
the
an
Xbox?
iPad.
Does it
So
have the
it's
Xbox
a
ecosystem?
it's an iMac.
Does it have the
An
Xbox
iMac Mini.
ecosystem?
Sorry, an iMac Mini.
Does it have
you
the
can
Xbox
get a
ecosystem?
PC. Sorry.
Does it have the Xbox ecosystem? Does it have Steam? Does it have everything?
Well, Xbox ecosystem was everything because it's PC. So yes, it has the Xbox ecosystem.
Okay, so you're telling me if I take this iPad Mini that costs whatever it costs, I
yes,
plug it
the
into my
iPad.
I plug it into my
Sorry,
TV.
the whatever, the iMac Windows whatever. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I plug the iMac Mini into my television, and I'll have
yes.
Xbox, Steam, and everything all there.
Well, yeah. Then that's where we get to the Xbox Steam. Is that what you're going for? Is that like you want an Xbox Steam on this thing, and that's what the difference is?
Wait, what's this iPad Mini thing called?
It's just a computer. It's called a PC, which is
And-
what you're saying. Your
And if I
thing
boot
is.
it up, does it just launch me into like the Xbox
It
storefront?
puts you on like
Steam
it puts you on
storefront?
exactly the same interface that you would get on any Windows PC.
No.
Because it's
but
a
you
PC.
You intentionally missed the freaking point again.
What's the point? What's the point?
I said that it needs to be a seamless experience. When you turn it on, it boots
What's
you
the
straight.
seamless experience? Is it not a PC?
It boots you
Is
straight.
it not a
It boots you straight into the marketplace.
Oh, is it not a PC, Taye?
I can't even have a discussion with this guy.
Hi,
Is it not a PC? What is it not a PC, Taye?
I'm gonna answer that question. It's a
I have a
retarded.
Taye, does the PC
Wrong,
not
sorry,
have
what's
the
the
same
question?
marketplace
my
as
question
anything
is,
else?
my question
No,
is,
but
are there
Taye,
people?
answer my question. Is it not a PC?
No, wait,
Is
hold
it
on,
not
Ron.
gonna
What's your
launch you on
question?
a-
Because I don't.
My
because-
question is, how many more topics do we have? Because we're just going in circles for the last like 2 hours.
Listen,
So
there's no point with these other
No,
fucking
because
topics,
Taye
man.
doesn't
It's
have a
done.
point with this
It's done.
this
The
Xbox
topics-
PC because
topics-
this
topics
Xbox
are-
PC
the
is just
topics
a
are done.
computer that you
The
already
topics are
own.
done. Because first of all, so it's very
No,
clear
No,
right now. Yeah,
Taye, no,
It's
Taye, no.
I don't want a console or whatever
Mm-hmm.
that I plug into my television, and as soon as I plug it, I get some freaking start window, and I have to double
Okay.
click into the Xbox ego. That's fucking stupid. Like, why would you?
All right.
Why would you even think I would want that? That's so dumb. It's very
Okay.
clear what I want. I want a freaking platform that once I
Yes,
press the
it's not-
on button, it boosts me straight into AKA Steam or the Xbox.
What is that
ecosystem.
platform called? Did you not say it was a PC?
An
Did you
Xbox.
say it
It's
was
called
a
an
console
Xbox.
or a PC?
It's called an Xbox. That's what it
If
is.
you call it an Xbox and you call it a console,
sorry.
that's a closed
What the hell?
system.
What the hell are you talking
very
about?
different
What are you
thing.
talking about? Stop being so obtuse. Like it's ridiculous.
You
If
are
you
the
have
one
a-
trying to be obtuse, Taye.
Here's
Like, I'm
here's
being
what the
very
fuck. Here's what the
straightforward.
fuck. Here's
Okay.
what Rome doesn't want for his Xbox Series X2. Rome doesn't want to buy an Xbox
Mm-hmm.
Series X2. Press the on button, and then there's a start menu window saying, "Oh,
Yes.
do you want to go on Word? Do you want to
Yeah.
go on MS
No,
Office?
fuck
Do you
that.
want to go on Zoom?"
Exactly. I agree exactly with what you just said that he doesn't want that. But why do you keep saying? Whenever I ask you,
Rome,
what
Rome,
is
is
this?
this guy-
What is this Xbox
Hold on.
thing that you're proposing that they're making?
I'm gonna explain.
You
this
don't want to
again.
say it's a
Ushers,
console.
Ushers,
A
hold on.
console, we all know what's a
Ushers,
console.
Ushers,
Okay,
Ushers.
please go
This
ahead.
again,
Yeah.
very, very clear. It's a P. I said this like 10 times. You just
Mm-hmm.
want to just ignore it.
Please say it
It's a
again.
PC.
Oh, it's a
Paul,
PC. Oh,
you
it's a
shut the fuck up for a
PC.
second there. Let me finish.
Okay.
It's a PC,
Mm-hmm.
but it's gonna be different because it has to be packaged like a console. So when
Hmm.
you boot it up, it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't take you into the Windows frame of start menu. It takes you
Mm-hmm.
straight into the storefront. Now, if you're saying that it's impossible to code a
Okay.
PC to launch you straight into an application, and
No,
that's
it's
fine
not
then.
possible. It's
That's
not
retarded.
impossible.
Are
That's
you saying
pretty
it's,
silly. That'd be
if
a
you're
pretty
saying it's
silly thing to say.
impossible, then that's fine. If it's possible, that's what
Uh-huh.
Xbox is going to do. If they don't do that, and I literally boot it up and it's taking me into Windows, then I don't want it. I don't care about it. There.
So I'll ask you a simple question, Ty. So why have they not done that? Because that's one of the simplest things to do
They're
in the
saying they're
world.
doing it now.
They can do you do
They're
understand
saying
they don't have
they're saying they're doing it now.
okay. All right. But like
Yeah, they're
all
doing
I
it
want to
now.
say to you is that you do understand that them being the platform holder, they could have done this in 1996.
Why?
Like
They had it was separate
okay.
back then. It was separate back then. It was a
Okay, so
PC
let's say
and it was
they could have
Xbox.
done this two
Now
years
they're
ago.
saying that they're merging
Uh-huh.
it together. Like here's what you're doing, Ushers.
Okay.
You're refusing to listen to anything that they're saying the last couple of years intentionally because it
Why?
doesn't
Why?
suit
Why
your
is that?
argument.
Why am I intentionally refusing to listen
You
to anything that they've
so
said in the last
okay,
couple
but
of
then
years?
this conversation makes no
Has
sense
it
then.
got anything
But
to
then
do with
this
the fact that they've
conversation makes no
lied
sense because
about? Okay,
I'm
fair
literally
enough.
basing me and Rome are basing our stance on
No,
Xbox
no, no. Rome
based
is
on
basing
what is
his like. I
actually
understand
potentially
what Rome
happening.
is basing his stuff on. Tai, you basing your stuff on buying bullshit from Microsoft because it's on the fucking flyer. It's got nothing to do with any actual practical. Dude, you have zero practical. Like,
He's
give me
telling he's
like
telling me
no,
why I want to buy the console.
no. But like, I
He's
want to
telling you why
understand. I
you want to
want
buy
to
You're
it.
like
understand.
it's like me saying like I'm buying a PS5 because it has
Okay,
exclusive
no, but
games, and
like
you're like
my
no,
thing
you're
is
just
very
buying it
simple.
because you like the controller. It's like
No, no,
no,
no, no,
it's a
no.
fucking games, bro. Like
Again,
I don't like you
it's
can't
fine,
tell me
Taye.
why I'm
You can
buying it though.
diminish my argument, but the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. You have zero argument besides the fact that, like,
I'm
well, I believe, I believe that Phil Spencer is not lying to me, and he's telling me the truth when he says that they're actually finally going to make a console on PC that like they've always had the opportunity to do this. Like
So
there's no point in time where they've not had the
basically your
opportunity.
premise of your argument is
But
based on Xbox is
they've
lying.
never done this, but they're gonna do
Base
it now because of the
premise
fact
of
that
your
Phil Spencer
argument
said
is
he wants to
Xbox
do
is
this.
lying. That's it. That's your argument. They're lying.
So what is your argument? Is that Xbox is telling the truth with no facts?
No, but see, how can
No,
we have
what is your
can we have this
argument?
discussion?
Like
No,
where
how
what
can
are
we have
you
this
basing
discussion?
anything
Because
that you're saying
you're
now?
saying I don't believe anything they say. They're lying.
No, but
Like
like my
how
question to
can
you,
we,
Ty,
how
is that
can we
like
proceed?
what factual evidence do you have anything to base what you're saying on except what you had from James Corden?
No, this is all hypothetical.
Exactly. So how is your
If,
point or
hold
your
on,
argument
no, but hold on.
more solid or on
The
a higher
hypothetical,
ground
but hold on.
than my bullshit about Xbox?
The hypothetical is very
Okay,
simple.
let's hear.
If they do this, I will purchase it. If they don't do this, I won't. Now, if you're saying they won't do it, I'm like, okay,
Okay,
well, that's
fine.
if they don't do it, I won't
That's a
purchase it.
fair point. But then how does that make your point more legitimate than what I'm saying?
No,
Which is
I
and what
don't
I'm
say
saying is very
no.
simple.
I'm
And
saying,
listen,
hold on.
like
I'm saying in a
Rome, listen to what
hypothetical
I'm
that they
saying.
do it,
I'm
then I'll
saying
purchase it.
everything that
You're
Microsoft
saying
has
in a
said has
hypothetical
been
that they don't
bullshit.
do it, I won't
Okay.
purchase it. I'm saying, yeah, if they don't purchase it, I won't do it.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm cool with that. And all I'm saying, Rome,
Mm.
based on my history with Xbox and the fact that Xbox has misrepresented, and this goes back to when they started with the Xbox One generation. They
Hmm.
misrepresented what they wanted to do then, and they didn't do that. They misrepresented what they wanted to do with the Xbox Series X and X. They didn't do that. And I'm saying I don't believe anything that they're saying. And then Taye is saying, no, 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 I believe them. And I'm saying to Taye, okay, cool, Taye, why do you believe them? And then he's saying to me that it's because of the fact that I want them to deliver that service. And I'm
I
saying, well,
mean,
they've never delivered that service to you ever before,
would
historically.
you would you like for me to give more tangible reasoning for why to believe them?
Maybe
Or
you
like,
would give me reasons that Ty is not giving me, because Ty is not giving me any reason. He's just saying he believes them for the sake of believing them. And
But
I'm
you see,
saying to
the
him,
reason, but you
these are
see,
the reasons why
but you
I
see,
don't believe them, because they've
the
lied.
reason, but the reason this conversation wasn't based on even belief. It was based on a
Okay.
hypothetical.
And I'm
so
saying to you, like, well, how is your hypotheticals better than my
No, no,
hypotheticals?
no, no. If your hypothetical is they won't do it, okay, I agree. In that
Well,
hypothetical,
and I'm
then yeah,
giving you my reasons for my hypothetical, and you're just laughing at them, and you're like, well, well,
no,
your hypotheticals don't
your
make
reason why
sense.
you're saying that you don't think they'll do it is because they lie.
um
Yes, and I can prove that they've lied because they've presented information that was not true.
Okay,
so if you're looking for like a more tangible argument
Okay.
based in like an actual thing that happened or however you want to
Hmm.
frame it, I mean, you spend $70 billion. I'm going to expect that you're going to actually try to follow your vision. I mean,
Yeah.
Microsoft clearly deeply invested in their gaming division. So, I mean, if they're telling us that they're trying to do X, Y, and Z, I'm especially more inclined to believe them after they spend $70 billion on that project. Which, when I say
Okay.
project, I obviously mean the gaming sector as a whole. But if
Hmm.
you're looking for a more tangible reasoning, I mean, I agree with Ty. I think I I believe them. I mean, I'm currently happy as an Xbox customer and as a part of the Xbox ecosystem. I'm
Hmm. You're
not. I
getting
would
a
not
good deal,
classify
right?
myself as unhappy at all. Um.
But
So yeah.
so can I say that, like, Rome? That's because you're getting a good deal out of Game Pass. Number
Um.
one.
You could say that if you'd like. I mean, I definitely am. But I
Okay.
also
So
enjoy.
is okay. Okay.
If I was paying
I
full
don't want
price
to
for my games,
speculate on your behalf.
I still feel the same way if I was paying full price for these games.
So no, I don't want to speculate on your behalf. I just want to understand where you're coming from. Would
Sure.
you say that Xbox Game Pass contributes? Which again, I always say to people, I'm a Game Pass owner, and I've got a revolving membership.
Mhm.
Would you say that Game Pass is one of the main reasons why you are on that ecosystem versus, say, a Sony ecosystem, because of the fact that, like, the value of this of the um,
I would say
product,
that
or
it's not like 100%, but like it's definitely it's an extremely great value that like again as an adult with a mortgage and bills
mm-hmm.
and things like that. As much as I love buying my games,
Yeah.
I definitely get to play more games for, if not less money, the same amount of money. Um,
Yeah, but like,
by
it's a
having
good
Game
deal.
Pass. So,
I
yes,
think we could all
if you're
admit.
asking is Game Pass a valuable asset to the Xbox ecosystem, yes, absolutely it is.
No, like, to me, like, and I'm saying this to you, like, to me, I have, as I said, I've got a revolving membership of Game Pass because it's a great deal. And as a place as a person that plays games, that's a great deal. Even if I didn't, like, even if I wasn't an Xbox fan, let's say this was a PlayStation product, and I was an Xbox fan, but if it cost as much as it does now, and I had a PlayStation console, I would happily subscribe to the service because of the fact that it adds so much value and it gives me so much money at the back of my pocket at the end of the year. When I look at, like, how much did I spend on gaming, it makes sense.
Hmm.
So at no point in time am I saying to you, but I'm saying, because I know that you are an Xbox fan before you were interested in Game Pass. But I'm saying to you, as someone that cares about the Xbox brand and, like, the IPs and the sort of, like, the stuff that you came up with on Xbox, if you look at it now, if you look at what's available now, and then you say, okay, cool, I loved Halo. Where is Halo now? Like, if you look at, like, for me, Gears is like a huge key point.
Hmm.
I look at Gears and I say, well, jeez, is, like, do I want Microsoft to make me another Gears? Do I want them to make me another Halo game? Like, I won't talk about, like, Forza, because, like, Forza they've gotten right forever. But I look at all the other things, like even Fable. Like, do I want Microsoft to make me another Fable game after Fable 3? Everybody knows
Well,
what I mean by what after Fable 3. If you played Fable 3 and you're a Microsoft, you know exactly what I mean. So
yeah.
you get where I'm coming from in terms of like as an Xbox fan, as somebody that cares about the Xbox brand, the Xbox
Mhm.
identity. Are these things that are still important to you, or are these things just like, well, you know what? I'm already on the ecosystem. It's alright.
Well, no, I mean, I still want these games that you're talking about from Xbox. I mean, we can disagree on this. I like the Coalition Gears games. Um, my biggest knock against them personally is the fact that they, as sequels, they had to try to recreate like the threat of the locust, which is like that's more of
Did you
a.
like the ending of Gears 5?
It didn't bother me as much as it seemed to bother other people.
It
I didn't
fucking
think it
bothered
was.
me. Like, it
I
fucking.
don't think it was. I thought it was
Sorry,
fine.
guys. Just not to interrupt. Do we trust Ushers? Do you trust Jez, or do you think he's a good reporter, or do you think he
No, I
actually knows
don't.
information?
Look,
Okay.
no,
So
no,
for
whoa, whoa,
example,
whoa, whoa.
right?
Let me say this. Let me say this. Like, I trust Jez as much as I trust. Jez is probably out of all the so-called insiders, if you include all the those guys, he's probably very reliable. He's probably the most reliable because of the fact that like he's with Windows Central, and he's sort of like the closest guy. Like if I listen to Jazz, like he's blocked me. Like he's actually blocked me on social media. But I'll
You
say
know
this:
why?
I know why he blocked me because I'm an asshole. But I'll say this: I trust his opinion on Xbox more than I trust 90% of anyone talking about Xbox like a Colt Eastwood. He has a very good understanding of where Xbox is going. And Jez, if I even read like his stuff with who's this guy? Um
Rand.
the stuff that you ran. Like he's very much leaning towards my side than a lot of the other guys that are so called pro Xbox. So yeah. I'll go and say yeah, I trust Jez. I trust
Okay,
Jez.
so on the
Yeah.
do you know what the Reddit's gaming leaks and rumors sub page is?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Go ahead.
they have a tier list for very reliable, and number one is Tom Henderson, it's Jason
Mm-hmm.
Schreier, it's Jeff Grubb, Sheena, and all those other people. And for tier
Yeah.
two, Jez is actually listed on tier two. So when Tom
Yeah.
Henderson is talking about Xbox PC, Xbox PC, and when Jez is talking
Mm-hmm.
about it, these are two reliable people. So when you say like who are your sources, well, your source is basically what Microsoft lies, and my sources, well, Jez and Jason Schreier and Tom.
No,
No,
but
no, no,
like
sorry,
but
not Jason. Tom
okay.
Henderson and Jez, who are
Yeah.
listed in the top tier from reliable
No,
sources.
but like no, I don't disagree
Tom
with that.
Henderson's
I
the goat.
like
Tom Henderson, sorry, my bad. Yeah.
yeah, but like again, like if I listen to what Jez is saying, Jez is more or less in my headspace more than he is in your headspace, where
No,
you
no,
are
no,
like
no, no, no. Hold on,
completely
because I sent you the video. This is what Jez said. Jez says it's
yeah.
gonna run Win32. It's a PC platform. He's like, that's
But
what it
what
is.
did he
It's
say
PC.
about how he feels about it? Like
Hold
I'm
on,
talking
no,
about like as the person.
no, but you don't. No, we're talking about why I believe Xbox. I don't know why
No,
you're talking
like
about.
but like you're using Jez specifically as a key
No, but
point.
he said it's a PC. Jez
Well,
says, yeah, it's PC.
even though he said he's like I'm just saying in terms of like where he's coming from, in terms of his narrative or his point of view,
No,
in
he said,
terms of like what you
no, no.
sent me.
To be very clear, you said, why do I believe them? And you're saying your belief is probably the same as mine, stronger. And I'm saying, well, they said so. And you're like, I don't believe them. And
Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa,
I'm saying
okay.
these reliable reporters,
Yeah.
Tom Henderson
Uh huh.
and Jez, which you just
Yeah.
said you probably believe him because he knows what he's talking about because he has
I
connections in
said
Windows.
more or less yes. He's
Okay.
and I'm
And
saying to you that
they're saying it's a
everything that you
PC.
sent to me from Jez is suggesting or is in line with what I'm saying. It's not
No,
against what
what I
I'm
said to
saying.
you about Jess is that Jess says it's a PC, but the
Yeah.
question is Sony going to block it or not? And Jess isn't sure. And Jess said he's
Yes. And then
reporting.
what's Jez? What's the rest of the stuff that Jez is saying?
Hold on. Jess said that he spoke to people familiar
Yeah.
with the thoughts of Microsoft, and they don't know if Sony's going to block it or not, or try to block
Yeah.
it. Sorry.
Yeah. Of course, nobody knows whether
Okay,
Sony's
but
gonna block it or not.
the
But like, I
but
yeah.
the foundation that I'm saying is you said that where am I getting this belief that they're going to make a PC-like device? I'm
No,
telling
but
you,
like that's got nothing to
Jazz.
do with what Jez said about like the device being blocked or not.
Rom,
Like
Can
again,
you see the straw man?
no, but like, dude, you coming up with the straw mans right now, like, bro.
No. Hold on, hold on.
Okay,
Let's walk this back.
okay,
You said, why do I believe that Xbox is going to make a PC-like device?
yeah.
And I
Go
said,
ahead, and I'm gonna tell you
Jazz,
exactly why. Yes,
Jazz, and Tom
Henderson. Yeah,
Henderson.
yeah. Two
Okay.
again, like, okay,
Before you move on, can you say,
okay,
okay, Ty, that makes sense why you believe it
yeah,
because these two you trust them and
yeah, yeah.
they're
You
reliable.
you trust them,
Do you
and what did
do
I
you
say
trust
about
them?
Jez? No, like, bro, the guy blocked me on fucking Twitter.
You see
The
this, Rom?
guy
I
doesn't
don't
have
trust
me on
him
Twitter
because
because
he
he
blocked
blocked me.
me. I'm upset he blocked me, so I don't
Okay,
trust
okay,
him.
so I need to trust him because he blocked me. Okay, Tai, tell me that how that works.
If
How
somebody
does a man
blocks
just
me,
block me on Twitter because he disagrees with my
Rome,
opinion?
Rome,
How does the how am
Rome,
I
let the
supposed to
record
be?
show that the reason why he doesn't trust Jazz is because Jazz blocked him. That's what you're saying.
Okay, okay, so
Well,
am I
I mean,
supposed
to
to
be
trust
fair,
him
he
because
also
he even blocked me? If somebody blocked you on Twitter, bro, am I supposed to ask you about that person? Like, well, Tai, you don't trust that person because he blocked you on Twitter.
Why would them blocking me have any bearing if I trust them or not?
What?
Why would somebody blocking me on Twitter have any bearing if
Okay,
I
whoa, whoa,
trust
whoa,
them?
whoa. Let me get this straight. Somebody blocks you on Twitter, meaning that they don't want to hear or see or anything that you say,
Wait, it,
or they don't care about your opinion. So you saying that person has nothing to do with your opinion on that person?
my opinion on that person is based on if the leaks are trustworthy or not. It has nothing to do about
Well,
the person
that's
speaking.
exactly the point. Like the
Wait,
only
wait,
reason
wait.
he blocked me is because I
If
didn't
Jason
disagree.
Schreier blocked you,
Yeah.
you wouldn't trust anything he says? Any
No,
reporting?
I'm saying to you that why did he block you in the first place?
well, you
Uh,
admitted that you're an
he didn't block
asshole. So.
me.
Yes, I'm an asshole, but at the same time, if you understand it, like, well, this guy is a jerk and he's an asshole, but like what he's saying is not unreasonable. Like I'm not saying
I
he
mean, I
blocked
guess
me
do you
because
think
yeah,
like
okay. Like if I said to you, Rome, that like, well, he blocked me because of the fact that, like, you know what, there was a diverging point in our opinions, and it was no. The reason he blocked me is because of the fact that, like, I disagreed strongly with something that he said, and then he just decided, and on that day, he just was on a blocking parade because I don't even understand why he blocked me because what I said to him was so milk toast. It was like it was nothing.
listen, everybody knows Jess is
So
very
like, and then
sympathetic.
this is my thing with Taye
I
is
don't
that
know
like,
how
so why
I don't know
is
how that
Taye
could
saying
credit him.
yeah, but like my thing is like, why would you then say, well, he blocked me because he doesn't like me, Taye? Like it's got
No,
nothing to do with that.
see, this is why I'm saying this is a straw man. The statement was, where am I getting my foundations for that Xbox might make a PC like console? And because you were saying like, well, I just don't believe them. So Ty, where are you getting your belief from? And I'm saying, well, Jez and Tom Warren have reported on it. So do you understand why I believe it or I think it might happen? Yes. Yes.
What's the next topic?
Man, there ain't no more topics. I'm done. Like this whole thing has been a shit
No, no,
show.
no, no, no,
Us
no,
just as a
no,
troll,
no,
bro.
no. Like you know what? No, like
You guys enjoy a nice
again,
person, sounds
like again, like what he's saying. Sorry, I was in the bathroom. So what he's saying about like, well, do you not believe those two people or not? All I'm gonna say is that like they've been wrong many times
Yeah,
about anything.
that'll be right. Okay, Ushers,
Yeah.
what percentage do you think Xbox will come out with a PC device?
Like, look, even if they come up with a PC,
No,
which is the problem,
no. First
okay.
of all, just let us know what percentage do you
Yeah.
think is true? 50%,
I
60,
think
70?
I think in terms of them coming up with a PC versus another console, that's just gonna be another console. I give it like 42%. That's the highest I'll give it. It's like 42%.
Okay,
That's why I
fair
don't
enough.
believe in it. I think it's a bullshit
Fair enough.
idea. Yeah, it's like I don't think that Xbox is gonna. And again, the problem I have is that even Taye can't answer me what sort of PC is it, because a PC is a fucking PC. Like a
Oh my
computer is a fucking computer. So what is it? Are they gonna just give me an app that I can download from my computer and then I have Xbox's everything? Because if it's
Okay.
a PC, that's what it is. And then when I asked no, but when I asked Taye, is this a console that he's talking about? He
Play
doesn't
the
want to
B-roll. I
answer.
send you again. Play the
Oh
B-roll.
my God. I
He never
read
wants
this.
to answer the fact that like when I say like, is it a console?
Rome, plug your channel, please.
Yeah,
You could
and
find me
that's
at
it.
you can find me at Roman Dev Gaming. I don't know if we're doing a show on Monday yet or not, because the Switch 2 Direct is next week. So we're definitely going to do something at some point. So look out for that. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Rome W. But yeah, there you go.
Ushers, please plug your stuff. Sorry.
No, I'm not. I'll be here next weekend with Ty saying the same shit about the fact that like, is it a PC or is it a fucking console, Ty? And then Ty will not answer me about the fact that like it's a PC or a console. So you can find me on Ty Talks
Okay.
at Ty Studios, asking him the same fucking shit I'm asking him right now. Is it a fucking PC or is it a console?
I'm sorry. This is
Next week you should open up the show asking him how he feels about PlayStation being third party, possibly. See how
you
he
sure,
feels.
man.
That's the
He
next
doesn't
week.
have an opinion on that. That's the problem. Like, he's so, I don't know why he's so hell bent on this Xbox stuff, like, which makes no sense, and I don't know
Listen,
why he
Ken Wall
believes.
for coming through, and to anyone else watching this, see you guys next week on Talking Games. Have a good one.
Cheers, guys.